Welcome everyone to the third day of the Prague International Chess Festival. Amruta, today is the third round of the Prague Masters.
Exactly, and we already have a sole leader. Can you believe that?
Yes, Parham Maksudlu has been in great form, and this is what the standings are. Parham on the top with Nodirbek and Gukesh right behind him, and with it David, Richard, Pragnananda on 1 point, Mateusz Bartel, Vincent on half, and we have Yuan Thaidaiwan on 0. And let's have a look at today's pairings. Today we also should have a look at the playing venue. Amruta, right behind us. The round is about to begin. Nodirbek takes on Navara. Gukesh takes on Vidit. Big Indian clash there. Bartel versus Yuan Thaidaiwan. We have Prague versus Rapport, and then the big one, the leader Parham Maksudlu takes on Vincent Keimer.
Oh, that would be an epic game. Both are fighters. They were all excited for today's game yesterday when they came in commentary. Both of them, by the way, came in the commentary.
Yeah. And there we have on the top board, the first move has been made. And let's have a look at the footage from the venue. And shake of hands everywhere. David Navara getting up in his chair, and off we go. First game.
Richard was smiling. Why was it? You don't often see him smiling in the beginning.
Yeah, he is, I think, in good spirits today against Prague, and Prague always takes his time for the first move. So should we, Amruta, go and check the game of Vincent versus Parham? I think that is the one, the leader of the tournament. Parham Maksudlu has the black pieces against Vincent Keimer. And what is the opening we have there? On the far right, you can see, we also have the bars today. So very exciting for our viewers, can actually follow everything happening from the bottom right of their screen. Knight f3 played by Vincent. Knight f6 by Parham. And here Vincent goes for the small little pawn push, Amruta, with g3.
Okay. One second, Sagar. I'm just trying to get the internet and it should be all okay.
Yeah. So g3 played here, and now black Parham is taking his time because there are a lot of ways to respond here. He can go for the move g6, which looks pretty fine. He can also play the move d5 here.
So do you see that one thing which Vincent has done? He started with a very solid setup here. He knows that Parham is a very aggressive player, loves... yesterday when Parham was here, one of the times when I had asked him a question about the calculation, he said, who calculates here, you know? You play it on the field. That's how he wants to play today. And Vincent, I think, will choose a line where Parham will get the least attacking possibilities.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that Parham is not making his move. He is actually just sipping on his
mindfulness,
cup of tea
Sagar,
or
that
coffee.
is mindfulness. That's why he's, enjoying his tea and coffee.
More than that, I think, Amruta, the move g3 seems to have taken him off guard. Like the Vincent most likely would have played c4 in this position quite a bit, or d4, but g3 would not be his main weapon. And I think this little move has put Parham slightly off guard, but I'm sure he will find a way to respond. He's just trying to figure out what way to play.
Let me give you one information. Keimer versus Hans Niemann in 2023, where Vincent had gone for g3, second move.
Yeah, I'm
G6.
sure he's played it. It's not like
Yes.
But look at the move that Parham has played here. He's gone b5, and Amruta, now you realize that it was not about mindfulness or taking his time. I think he was just thinking whether this move should be done or not.
Just the little change, like you could have gone b6 and then you go b5.
Yeah.
Does it feel visually more active? What do you think?
Well, I know for a fact, Amruta, that if you play e4, b5, this is known as the... Is it d4, b5? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because b4, I thought what gambit? Is it new gambit? I'm not aware of.
d4, b5 is known as the Polish gambit. And it's supposed to be not a great idea. If you see, look at the bar. it already shows a huge advantage to white. But if you play the move g3 now, suddenly the evaluation drops, because now b5 makes a lot of sense in this position, because you're putting the bishop there. But if in this position, instead of g3, you play the move, let's say e4 or e3, then already this bishop is much better placed. I would say e4 might be the best move here and attacking this. So the moment you play g3, this move b5 makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and now Vincent is the one who is thinking. That is also a question, that why is he thinking? There have been games with b5, of course.
Has Parham played it?
Yes, Maqsoodlu has played it with Shevchenko, that too in 2023.
And also right below it, you will see Vincent has also played it with black.
Right, in fact with Bharat, who is also playing in the open section.
But Bharat had won that game. If you remember, it's from the World Rapid, I think, or World Blitz.
Right.
That is where he had played. So Vincent has experience with this, for sure, with black pieces.
And Norderberg is smiling or what over there?
Yeah, he's like, wow, that's something new, but of course a well-known opening line. And the main plan, of course, is that after bishop g2, you go bishop b7. But Amruta, what actually can be very interesting with the move b5 is that you introduce this ability to hit the position with the move a4. And this is what will happen in many positions. a4 will be played, and then Parham might just push his pawn to b4, which might slightly weaken the c4 square, and there will be a lot of dynamics that will come around because of this move b5.
Yeah, but then like I thought that knight f3, g3, it's going to be cool and calm and solid. It doesn't seem like that. They have started thinking from move number 2, which is great. I mean, they would know it, but they would still have to recollect things and stuff there. Bishop g2 played by Vincent.
Vincent plays his bishop to g2. Okay, Amruta, I'm sure Parham just puts his bishop on the long diagonal without much thought, because I mean, what else? Yeah, you don't delay bishop b7. Exactly.
Yeah.
He puts his bishop on this long diagonal, and now Vincent quickly castles it out. We must tell our viewers that the duo actually faced off against each other just a few days ago at the Bundesliga, where Feijenheim team took on Baden-Baden. Feijenheim has a very, very strong team now, and Parham was representing that team and managed to beat Vincent, which actually helped Feijenheim beat Baden-Baden, and a big result there. Although Vincent did say yesterday that no one in his team was actually winning, so the best that they could have achieved was a draw 4-4, and still Feijenheim was overall doing very well in the tournament. They had 1 point, match point ahead of Baden-Baden. So it was maybe not as critical game, but still I think Vincent has everything to today sort of fight for, and a lot at stake.
And also he would be looking forward for his first win with the white pieces. He played both the games with the black pieces.
This is his first game. Yeah, that's true, Amruta. First white pieces game, and there you see Parham now thinking, because you've played b5, bishop b7. Now, do you put your pawn on e6?
Yeah, actually.
Do you put your pawn on g6? It's a
Yes.
question. Do you push your pawn to c5? Do you push your... I mean, it's
Lot
an
of
open canvas there. What do you do?
In fact, with Shevchenko, the structure he went for was e6, and later he plays the d pawn on d6.
D6. Okay.
Yes, that's
and
how
also
he'd continue.
d5 is very much playable. Like, I think if you play your pawn to d4, then very much playable here is d5, because you are quickly going to get c5 in this position.
That's the idea.
So, oh, he plays b3. Look at Vincent. It seems like he has some ideas in his mind, of course, against this opening as well. These elite players, very difficult to sort of catch them off guard. They are working on their chess around the clock. They are well prepared in every single opening.
Absolutely. And then you cannot really understand from their expressions whether they're prepared or not. Now it's more about, you can say chess players are also becoming actors, Sagar.
They always were, Amruta. And I know for a
But
fact that...
only on the board where they need to, which is, otherwise I think chess players are very, very authentic.
True.
But again, sorry to interrupt. Can chess players become Hollywood actors, Sagar? What do you think?
I'm not sure. I think there are a few players at the top who would surely be asked for, but I think they are so busy with their own chess and prep that they never think about these things. That's why they are at the top.
Yes, later in the break I have a very interesting question. Not in the break, but at some point I have a very interesting question for you on this, but later.
Right. Okay, so b3 played, and now Parham once again goes into the thinking mode, because again c5 is good, bishop e7 is good. There are many possible moves. Shall we go and check the game of Gukesh versus Vidit, because that is a big encounter here between the two Indian players and the two candidates. I think this is the first game in this tournament where the two candidates are facing off against each other.
Wow, now that makes it a very crucial game.
Right.
Because I think it will be the only one, right? Before candidates, they don't have any other tournament.
No, I think
there's no league also.
This is the last time that Gukesh and Vidit will play each other, unless of course they organize some event for themselves. But e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We have this Ruy Lopez Spanish opening on the board. Knight f6 by Vidit, the Berlin, and did he face this? I think he played d3. The anti-Berlin was played on the first day, Amruta. If we remember, Vidit playing against David Navarra, right?
Yeah.
Also went into the anti-Berlin, if I'm not mistaken, right? That was the opening.
Yes, because we were talking about Berlin.
Yeah.
Yes, you were completely right.
So he played bishop c5 here, and now as we know, there are two approaches. One is you can take on c6, the other one is that you simply castle here. So Vidit has castled, not taken on c6, and now Gukesh has castled, not taken on c6, and Vidit goes d6. So Gukesh now has to decide what is the approach that he will take.
By the way, Gukesh has played with Wei this d3 move, where Wei had played bishop c5. That was at the Asian Games.
Yeah, this opening does give a lot of feel of the Ruy Lopez. It's just that you don't have a6 move played, but very soon if a6, bishop a4, b5 is added, then we are suddenly in the Archangels territory.
Archangels.
Of the Ruy Lopez, where the bishop is developed on the c5 square. So c3, d4 is definitely a plan in such positions. We will be looking for what Gukesh has on his mind here. I believe that he's going to go c3 and push his pawn to d4. That is what his plan is. But just to talk about these two players, their styles, I think very different from each other are Gukesh and Vidit. I think the only similarity that you can find in both of them right now are both are extremely ambitious. Both want to win. Both are coming with this killer instinct or the killer approach that they have with each other. So I believe that with the clash of styles, but the similarity of ambition, this will promise to be a very fighting game.
Yeah, there were many similarities when you said there is only similarity. There are so many similarities.
No, just
yes,
the
absolutely
ambition.
Right.
I think in terms of chess playing approach, I think Vidit has a different style than Gukesh. Vidit is more solid.
Yeah, technically sound, opening maybe better prepared for sure. Yeah.
But Gukesh, of course, more creative on the board, is able to take much more risks. If we remember in Vaikanze, they played each other. It was with opposite colors. Vidit was having the white pieces, and Gukesh had gone for the Petrov right there, and then they drew very quickly. That is what I remember.
Wow,
Uh,
great
and
memory.
Yeah. So right now, I think Gukesh is mainly taking his time to figure out what is the way in which he should continue. I think one way is to play c3 here. The other idea is rook e1. Then you also have knight d2. So many possible moves. 1, 2, 3. Let's see what Gukesh does.
But he did get something in that cup, tea or coffee, I don't know. You know, while I was just coming here to this commentary room, I saw him standing near the tea machine, tea and coffee machine.
Gukesh.
Yes, and I was so curious, what is he going to take? But there was a little bit of a queue there. So I was like, okay, I'm getting late. What do I do?
we don't have that on the Clips channel. Yes, that what is Gukesh drinking?
Yes, but we should be very soon getting to know that. Tea or coffee.
Okay, so with this we move to the next game that we have. We have the game between Nawara and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, another player who is half a point behind the leaders.
And Nodirbek is just roaming around since the opening we are seeing him. So what is the opening on the board?
So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We have the Italian. So Amruta, we have Reti with Maksudlu, Keimer Maksudlu. We have the Spanish with Vidit and Gukesh, and here we have the Italian. So all different.
Lot of variety today.
c3, knight f6, d3. Yes, this is the main way of playing the slow Italian. b4. Wow. So a little bit of a change here, because generally you see them going for castle line or maybe knight d2 or even
Bishop b3
a4.
also.
But here b4, very direct approach by Abdusattorov, and then after bishop b6 there was a4, and now a5 played by David. Pawn pushes, knight goes back to e7, knight e2, castles, knight g6, and now d4 played. Ooh, so very direct approach there, but I'm not so sure, Amruta, if this is very accurate. This is the live board, and I think why David is thinking is because if
there are games, by the way, of course. Gukesh has played this.
But d4 here, I don't see d4 as a very after
no, not much.
Very
played.
less,
d4.
right?
Here the move which is played is bishop b3 or bishop a2. Even rook e1, but d4, let me see.
You know, my first instinct here when you see d4 on the board, and Amruta, if you also look on the board here, what would be your first instinct to play?
First instinct is to start calculating capture on d4 and to see whether you can attack the e4 pawn there.
So take, and then of course he must take back with the pawn.
Yes.
And now
rook e8 is the first instinct.
Rook e8 is your first instinct. My first instinct is now to take on e4 and push d5. This is one. The other one is to play directly d5, and I think, what about this move, direct d5? Isn't this looking really good? So after I take, knight takes, black should have equalized, right, with his beautiful pieces. But here there is a very strong move that Abdusattorov has. Maybe we can ask our viewers here, what is it that white can play in this position that will put some pressure on black? Because black looks so comfortable. He has his knights nicely positioned, the bishop is coming out to e6 or g4, maybe rook here. What is the move here? And it's actually, I think this one is the reason why Nawara cannot play directly d5, and you can see Nodirbek is very confident.
Is it anything to do with knight f4?
No, the white's move here.
Oh, sorry. I was in completely another world.
No, the move here, Amruta, is queen b3. And this is the move which
you
really
put pressure on the d5 knight and indirectly on also f7 there.
And playing c6 is not easy because take, and then this b6 bishop is slightly loose.
But the c6 pawn is isolated, right? You don't want that. So what about bishop e6 here?
Yes, bishop e6. And now there are a couple of ideas. One is I can play g3 to limit your two knights that cannot jump. The other one is to play the move rook e1. The other is to play bishop a3 and attack this rook. So,
But not knight e4, yeah, with the idea of knight g5, which
actually
looks
also,
really tempting.
also very, very interesting move there, which could be possible. The only thing that I think here, knight f4 might trade off some pieces, and this is not what
Right.
black
Correct.
white would want. So yeah, maybe g3 is a very, very interesting prophylactic move, and I'm sure that the fact that Nodirbek is at 1 hour 32 minutes, he is well prepared and he knows these ideas. And I feel like Navara is under pressure here with Nodirbek's prep.
Okay, but Navara with it also in the opening, he was able to find good ideas and did get out of the problems. So with the black pieces that too. So experience versus the younger generation.
True. I mean, he will try to figure out what is the best way. But Amruta, just to end this, if we take and play d5, it might also not be sufficient, because after I just move my bishop back, you have to take the piece. Bishop takes. I have pressure once again on this b7 pawn, and the fact that I have my pawns on a4 and b5 gives white something to play for.
Oof. Okay, this one is gonna get interesting for sure. Today, in fact, we've checked 3 openings, right?
Yes.
Let's go with the other 2 as well.
Let's go with the game of Rapport versus Pragnananda here. Whoa, look at this opening. This is very exciting again. Prague with the white pieces opens the game with d4. As you rightly pointed out, this event has been seeing more e4 games. But d4 by Prague, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, and we have the King's Indian.
Oh, that is not usual, right? On top level, we get to see.
No, we don't see this very often. And here, h3, castles, bishop e3, played by Prague. So he's just developing all his pieces, maintaining the center, bishop e3, pawn moves ahead to h3, knight came out, and Prague said to Richard, what are you doing? I'm just hitting your knight with d5. And Amruta, knight c6 is not the main move, right? Not
no.
the main move. It's actually
e5 is the main move.
And there's also this pawn sack perhaps line with c5, which is very common,
Yes.
right, in the
Yes.
Zamish.
Yes.
Perhaps that also works here. So knight c6, let's look at it. d5.
Andrekin has played this a lot, but by the way, even Arjun Erigasi has played this 2 years ago
With black?
with white.
With
the
white.
white pieces. And very important news today in the Indian chess, that Arjun Erigasi is now the live
India number 1. Yes, this is this changing every single day. That it was 2 days ago. Perhaps it was
Pragnanand.
Prague.
No, first it was Vishy, then it was Prague, now it is Arjun, and
Yes. And today maybe in the game with Vidit and Gukesh, whoever wins will become the new India number 1. So yeah, it's changing like anything.
And then there we had a joke about how it's getting tougher and tougher for the journalists, that every day they have to write a new thing.
Also, Anish made a tweet online saying, "Is Nodirbek now the new India number 1?"
Anish always witty and funny.
So f4 played, hitting the knight. The knight had to go back, and now Prague plays his knight to e2. Now it's very important for white to sort of place his pieces in a way that his center is maintained. So while the move knight f3 might look very natural here, it instantly allows black to maybe push the pawn to e5.
There was a very interesting move instead of knight f3. Let me ask the chat.
Here.
Yes, with the white pieces. There have been games in that. In fact, Arjun has played it twice.
h4 maybe, yes?
No.
Just very brutal. No, but...
Yes, brutal is the right word.
g4.
Yes,
Whoa.
g4. So g4 has been played in a few games, and Arjun played with Mamedov and Shevchenko.
Amruta, has Rapport played this before? Because look at Prague's time. He is blitzing out his moves like anything. Knight g2, c6, and now plays knight g3. And either Prague is very well prepared, or Rapport has played this before or not?
No, Rapport has not played this before, at least I'm not finding it. Firuza has played this, but we have had a very good score for white, Sagar.
No, it's clear that this opening is in white's favor, but that's what Rapport was aiming for. He was aiming for the surprise value of this opening. But Prague doesn't seem to be surprised.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable, in fact.
And that too after a loss yesterday.
You know what I really admire about Prague?
Yeah.
He was unbeaten for 47 games.
Yes.
Right? 47. And then when you lose a game, that too which started with you having a better position.
You have actually lost, you have forgotten how to lose, right?
Yeah, and that too you had a choice to repeat at some point and you could draw, but why shall he? I mean, the main point is even after the loss, he was analyzing there for an hour or so. Like, it's tremendous.
Very inspiring.
Nerves you've got.
Very inspiring this, what Prague is doing, the character that he shows, and I think it's really a joy to see him grow as a player and also as a personality. Very positive, and as Parham Maksudlu rightly pointed out, that he and Prague both have the similar attitude after losing a game. They want to know where they could have done better, to just take the loss in the stride and keep moving on.
But that means the recovery speed for Prague is so amazing, which is such a long-term quality for a chess player.
I agree.
That it's a very psychological edge he will have against many opponents.
True. Now, for Black, at this point, if you see, his main worry is how to strike back and get some space for himself.
Normally, you would like to go e5 at some point.
Yes, I agree. So here, but doing that would be a mistake because then I can
f5.
take.
You're not going to close the
and then I
center.
win this pawn. So it's not really
Oh, it's a blunder.
possible
It
right
is a
now.
blunder, Sagar.
Yeah.
You can be brutal
No,
with
but,
me.
but such pawn sacrifices are possible in the King's Indian. So, but here it doesn't work.
So what next? What is the other candidate move? Guys, think. You are in this. You have played King's Indian, which is one of your favorite openings. And how would you like to continue here?
Yes, the other idea now is to try for this.
6
Yes,
b5.
b5 break
Yeah,
at
exactly.
some point. But looks a bit shaky.
Okay, what do you do? Can you play Queen c7 with the idea of e5? Because of
too slow, I think, and then just I play this. Even when you play e5, now I have something like f5 already gaining space, the attacking possibilities, castle coming in, or I can go queen d2 and long castle as well. Amruta, this is looking a bit scary. Richard, I think rightly so, is taking his time. Look at the clock timings. He has 1 hour 12 minutes. Prague has 1 hour 31 minutes.
Whoa, that means Prague is prepared for sure. And Sagar, one more move suggestion. Final attempt.
Yes.
Knight e8. Is it too passive?
I guess so. It looks very passive. I mean, my first intention to knight e8 is just to ignore everything, develop castle, and the
now
other
e5,
one is
f5
to
is
go
the
queen
problem.
d2 and even long castle. So these are the few options.
Can I not go f5 now? Bishop e2 f5.
This knight is very powerful. Like I take.
Normally, if it is on f3, you would have had the g5 square, but it's on g3.
No, but still
So
the knight
gf5.
looks here, take, and I don't know, maybe
queen
just queen
h4.
d2, long castle.
Okay.
This is.
Yeah, so that means Richard is in an unpleasant position for sure. We tried 3 attempts. None of them was even close to yes, it's possible.
No, there must
Which
be some
means-
way in which black can sort of unravel here and some ideas, but it doesn't look very typical because typically either you take
CD5,
or you push your pawn, e-pawn somehow. None of that is working. So let's see what Rapport
What is the
does.
computer's best suggestion here for Rapport?
After knight g3, maybe something like knight c5 makes sense because there's no b4 yet. The knight on c3 is a little bit soft. So let's say if you play b4, I have.
Nice move, guys. Please do think. Black to play, very easy.
No, it's not very easy because clearly knight e4 doesn't work.
No, not knight e4.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought knight d5 but even that is not
Also
a good
knight
idea.
d5
But knight g4
has
looks
the issue
better.
of knight d5. Oops, not cd5, knight d5. And then I take your knight here. So it's not so straightforward, this idea. So
Sometimes we think that something is very difficult, but then it's easy.
yes,
Isn't
we
that
have
what you
some
think?
viewers here who can think what is the best move for black in this position, black to play, because b4 is not at all a good move to kick this knight away, but there is a very strong move that black has. And you guys can just shout out if you would like to, you can try it out. The move that we were actually thinking about, Amruta, here is knight h5, because it attacks the knight which is undefended and also this knight here, and it might be very, very tricky.
So it's not a double attack, it's a double knight attack.
Yeah. So
Oh, wow,
maybe
knight h5
c5.
it's not easy. You were so right.
But knight c5 is the move perhaps, but
Okay.
after bishop e2 you will see that Prague has done a very smart thing by putting his knight from g1 to g3. He has overprotected the e4 pawn with both his knights, which limits black's counterplay. So one of the things which everyone has to be very careful about when you build a huge center, you should be overprotecting the key points. And here Prague has quickly understood that e4 is his key point, and that's the reason why he's gone knight g3.
Wow, that's a beautiful explanation. Now I understand King's Indian better, and I also would really worry for black to play King's Indian in this modern era requires a lot of courage.
Amrita,
and of course,
but what
Richard never
Rapport-
lacks it.
But what Rapport played with this knight c6 is a very provocative way. There are much more steady ways of playing the King's Indian if they exist. Steady because King's Indian is not a very steady opening as such, but e5 is a very common idea here. There is also other ways to play. Okay, let's go back and see our last games opening for today, which is Nguyen,
Ooh,
Thai
it
Taiwan
already looks a little crazy there. Let's
versus
see.
Bartel. It's a little similar to actually the game between Nodirbek and Nawara.
Today's, you mean?
Yes.
So they can look at each other's games as well.
Yeah, I think it's the same, no? D6, A4.
A4, knight f6.
Just that in that game we had C3, B4 and A5, but here white has gained more space on the queen side. C3, castles, and by the way, a very key game for both these players because Thai Taiwan is on nil right now out of 2 games, while Bartel is on half a point. He drew against Rapport yesterday. Bishop e3, d5, playing in the center, pawn takes, knight takes, take, and we had attack on this pawn. Knight f4. Wow. Amruta, that's a very creative way of trying to defend this pawn, no? E5 pawn. So my natural question is,
What happens to knight e5?
if I take the pawn, what is it
I
that
found
black had in mind here?
Nice. That's a very good question there.
Maybe you guys can try black to play. What did Thai Taiwan have in his mind? Because if you take this knight, rook takes and white is simply a pawn up, and it's a nice position. So here, what is the move that black can play? A very strong, in fact d4 was played, but we were talking about this one.
By the way, we had a super chat a few minutes ago. Maybe we could read it, though it is a little bit of what to say. Maybe Indians get the joke. Maybe Maharashtrians get the joke. What is Ronaldo's favorite opening? Asks Akshay Natu, and that is
Sui Lopez. What does that mean?
Rai Lopez ke badle Sui Lopez.
And
then you can like the comment
maybe
also.
there is some
Sui is a needle.
yes, maybe it's there's some relation to Ronaldo, Amruta.
Maybe Akshay Natu, you also have to put an explanation.
No,
to the
you
joke.
are we just don't know about it. Yeah. Okay, so here the move that we were looking for, and a very powerful move that black can play, very cool move by the way, is Queen G5. Yes.
Oh, directly Queen G5.
Threatening a checkmate in one move.
queen f3 and then you take knight e5.
Yes. No, queen f3 is terrible.
You know, I made such a horrible calculations. Agar I played knight h3, which was such a huge blunder, because I thought knight h3, gh3, queen g5 check, yeah, you collect the knight, but of course knight goes back to g4.
Yes, and somehow this position, white is better.
He's a piece up.
Although the line still goes on with h5 and it can still get very messy. But the easiest way is to go directly queen g5 and then you are putting pressure here, knight g4 and then h5 already. Knight goes back to e3 and this is very good compensation at least. You can even think about snatching this pawn with the queen here.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so in the game, Bartel didn't go for it. He pushed his d pawn here. And then after takes, we have this live board position where Thaidaiwan is at 1 hour 14 minutes. Bartel is at 1 hour 27 minutes. This rook on a7 looks so weird. It will take at least a move to go back on a8 and get into the game. I like this very interesting position.
Yeah, the knight on f4 looks like giving good play to black, but it's not going to be easy.
I agree.
Also, Van Nguyen will be under extra pressure because does it happen, Sagar, when you're yet to score a point, when you're on 0 and you're the only one, it kind of feels a little bit extra pressure.
Yes, you feel like you haven't really found your footing in this tournament. Everyone's coming at you, and I guess if you are not scoring your first point soon, even if it is a half point, everyone's going to come at you with everything they have got. And this is what Thaidaiwan should be very careful about in this game, and this will be his best chance to come back because the other players of course are waiting to see if he's in not good form and just go after him, and Bartel is the second last seed in this tournament.
Right. So. And have you ever been on 0 out of 3 or something like that?
Yes, I have been on 0 out of 4 actually. When I played my first national championship under 12,
Did you cry?
Yes, it was my first national tournament, and then I was playing like I didn't know what to play as openings and all. I was not yet.
How old were you?
I was 12, I think 11 and half or something. And I played this knight f3 like what Vincent played today. Just brought my knight out here, then would put my pawn here, bishop
you even
here,
remember.
and I would castle.
Nice.
And then I lost first round, second round, third round, then the fourth round when I lost. And our general way of doing it was after the game would end, the coach would ask us to show the game to analyze it. And I was so embarrassed with my fourth loss that I told my coach that I have lost my score sheet, which I had with me. So I didn't want to show the game. I was very, very upset about this loss. And I think at the end we were, we just, luckily I won the 5th round. So that was a good feeling for me. But
unluckily you've really lost your score sheet.
I still remember the game, Amruta. It's not that it was a trap in this some d4 e5 opening. It's this terrible opening that black plays, and my opponent kind of trapped me because I went here, then he went this move, and I went with my bishop somehow this, and then he gave a check. My bishop was hanging. Then I played I think my bishop back.
Queen b2, yeah.
Queen b2.
Bishop c3.
Then this happened. Then this happened, and I think I lost it this way.
Wow.
It was terrible. It was just, this is the big trap in this opening, and so I didn't want to show it.
No, it was nice. In fact, it's a very new information. I did not know about that. So.
Okay, Amruta, I want to
what
go back to the game of
versus...
Very good. Yes, both of us thinking alike here. b3 was played. Maksudlu went c5.
But I never thought alike when you were 11 and like that. If I would have played, I would have been on 0 out of 4. Luckily, I never was.
Yes. Take. Knight c6. Knight went out to c3. Rook b8. So we have a very English kind of a setup now, I feel, somehow. You know how this comes about generally? White plays b4, then take, and we get this structure. But here, black has played b5 and take has happened. So this is how it has transpired. Queen, rook b1, and now black is the one who's waiting to make his move. I think Vincent has a solid 10-minute lead on the clock.
I think he will simply develop the bishop, dark square bishop to e7. At some point, he will keep the d5 move in hand. He may not want to go d5
Not here.
because of the bishop. Not here for sure, but even later.
Yeah, but Amruta, the thing is, if you ever go d5, like in such structures, then
With the bishop on 8 and it's with
and
lot of
d4,
preparation.
This gives white a very nice position.
Technically, you are saying that it's not a good idea
Yeah.
anyway to consider.
No, this would be a very nice position for white. So I think what Maksudlu might do is go bishop e7.
But then how do you get your pieces rolling? Like, do you bring your knight to d4 in the future? Just without calculation, where do you want your pieces to be?
I think a typical idea here is castles, d6, queen c7, rook d8. You know, you play like this.
Knight d7 and then bishop
hedgehog
f6
kind
or
of a
something like that.
position. Yes, but somehow you have to be very careful because of this rook looking here and the bishop potentially looking here. There can be a move like d4.
Oh, you're not at all worried about the c4 getting isolated.
but
like
there-
c takes d4,
Yes,
you will play knight takes d4.
true. But Amruta, think about this move, knight d4, and here I want
I got it.
to you and the viewers to come up with a good move for white. White to move. What do you do?
I got it. Nice.
Here the move, Amruta, very, very beautiful actually. And I guess this is a great question. So firstly, if you think about it, there is this tactic lurking in the air with rook takes bishop.
Yeah, I was looking at that
But
because
then
rook
you
b7.
Then I take here. So now the rook is hanging.
Yeah.
And this would be 2 pieces for a rook if you move
Right,
the rook.
so he
But
takes
then you take here.
If you take the knight,
I
bishop
take here,
b7.
and then you take here. And
And then you think that you have double bishop. Also, the c3 pawn would be hanging if you go queen
but you
b3
are already
here.
pawned down, Amruta, as white. So even if white took back this pawn somehow, it's equal material.
Yeah.
Okay. But now comes the beauty, Amruta. The beautiful move after knight d4.
Wait, give me one more
Yes.
chance, please.
Yes. Please think. White to move. And now you have some patterns sort of developing. If you take knight d4, there is bishop g2, so that black should be okay there. Although there is some tactical justification.
Oh, bishop f4.
Take, and then this is, but it's also around equal, this position. Yes, bishop f4, Amruta, how did you find it? Like, what is the logic if I just go d6? What did you gain?
I did not see d6. Well, I like that I'm developing with a tempo.
Yes.
Knight f3 is not possible. So that's the very e5 is again not possible. And now for d6, queen a. Well, let me
Look
check.
at that
one
little
second.
boy there in the background. He is the Futures Group top seed. By the way, bishop a8 by Maksudlu is the best move.
Queen a4 check here.
No, Amruta, now take this. So, if you take here,
Yeah.
now bishop takes g2 forced, yes. The other idea, of course, is to play this move. So we'll just quickly see what is the difference. Take, and we might think it's the same position, but with the inclusion of bishop f4 and d6, now as you rightly pointed out, there is check.
There was a check always. No. After d6, there is a check.
Check.
Wow. So you can't go queen d7 because of bishop c6.
Oh, that would be brutal.
So king f8 or knight
King
d7.
f8 most
No, knight
likely.
d7 mostly because you don't want to break
But
your
you know,
castle.
Amrita, if you play
Still
this,
bishop c6.
yes, I would do this
You're
and you
tied
can
down.
just never move.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why better is king f8. But now I take this pawn and with my a passer, it looks very powerful position.
Wow, this is an amazing move. You're so right. Bishop f4. That just one
Yes.
intermezzo of a tempo has changed the whole. This was a life-changing move. If you are at that position,
it's a huge difference-making move here, and it's something which I think Maksudlu understood, that even in many of the lines, this queen a4 check, like for example, if you take rook takes rook, I can start with this check here, and that gives me quite a big advantage, because here I take with the rook, and this is, you know, I have rook b8 ideas and a better position. So that's the reason why he did not even venture into.
Look at how David is looking at the score sheet. He just came and he was staring at. By the way, I met him today as well. He greeted with Namaste, and I forgot to greet him back with
Dobry Den.
Dobry Den.
Yes,
exactly.
You forgot this, and Amruta, that's very bad. Yeah, tomorrow please.
Yes, I have to definitely practice that.
So bishop a8 is on the board, and now we are waiting for the move that Vincent will play. But I think already Vincent should be quite happy with the opening position he has got, because after take, he can actually keep putting small pressure with the move d3. He has a lead in development. Let's say bishop e7, you go bishop f4, and after short castles, d6, the queen was hanging, d6, and then next move I can go queen a4, rook b1, and I have at least some pressure that is going in this position for white. So I feel that white is putting some pressure in this position on black, and Vincent Keimer should be happy with the position he's got in the opening.
Wow.
Okay, so going to the game of Vidit.
The Candidateans, yeah? Two
Against
Candidateans.
Gukesh.
They're playing slow opening, I think. What did they play right now?
So after what we saw, d6, the moves that have been played are knight to c3. We were actually discussing here possibilities of c3, knight d2, rook e1, but knight c3 was played by Gukesh, and maybe not the most common move here, right?
Yeah, but modern times this move has gained a lot of popularity, and different move orders, I would say, but it has. I think when
maybe the move order here, the games have gone from the 4 knights, this like bishop b5. So for example, e4, e5, not through the Berlin move order, but through the 4 knights, like knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, bishop b5, and bishop c5. I guess this is much more common to see.
Yeah, and also Caruana has played this a lot. In fact, he's also played this with Vishy Anand thrice.
Ooh.
And 2 games Caruana beat Anand, and one of them was a draw. Also, Wesley has played this, Firuza has played this, Carlson has played
So
this.
So quite a top level
it's
line.
modern. It's something which they are loving it. In the
So
modern
d6
times.
and Amruta, now Gukesh is going after Vidit's bishop, and Vidit is has not made his move for quite some time.
So
I believe.
what is that? Knight a4.
Yeah, knight a4 on the board.
Gukesh has played knight a4. And why is he thinking? Because most of the games, bishop went back to b6.
Yeah, looks very logical, because if you don't do that, the idea is to take on c5, take on c6, give you tripled pawns, and win your pawn on e5.
Achha, when did castle happen? Because I think I missed that one move.
Yeah, it was on move number 5, castle d6.
Ah, okay. That changes a few things, Sagar.
Yes, no, but d6 here. And now
Knight a4. No, I get it, but knight c3 here has not. After castle, what I was telling Caruana has played it was before castling. But after short castle has been played by both the sides, then Caruana, I don't find Caruana's games here.
Okay.
Swidler has played it though. So knight a4.
But let's go d6 here for black, and knight a4. How many times has this position arisen here?
Very few times, and black has gone bishop b6 and knight d4.
Yeah,
That's
bishop
why
b6
maybe knight
makes a lot of
d4 is
sense.
one of the move I think Vidit is thinking, and he plays it
plays knight
while we
d4.
were talking about knight d4. Kramnik has played this with the black pieces. So
I was actually
on
wondering
knight d4.
if Gukesh takes the bishop on c5, would with it then take the bishop on b5? Because if you were now to take like dc5, then after knight takes knight, this might be a very pleasant edge for white, right, with the bishop pair. Like whatever you take back with, I will have the bishop pair and a very good position. So
but
maybe
isn't the center closed to still say that white is having a double bishop advantage?
but with what will you take? If you take with the c pawn,
yes,
I have this very strong move.
Got it.
Let's ask our viewers here, what would you play as white? White to move, very strong move here for white and a very typical idea. And the move actually is f4, just opening it up, opening the rook, opening the bishop. And
yeah, I think this move you're getting so much on time. That's why the double bishop advantage.
No, but this position, I think Gukesh will have to, Vidit will have to take on b5, this one. And then we get a very weird position where both the knights are slightly awkwardly placed. Because if you go back with your knight now, then I think black is very happy. In general, you can go c5, knight can come back into the game this way. But what should be done by
intermezzo.
white?
There's an intermezzo for white,
which is a4. And now we once again see this interesting moment, because if you take, I take back and my rook opens up here. And I think again a very small edge for white in this position. So
by the way, you know the a4 move that has been played by Nepomniachtchi against Van Forest in 2015.
Wow, in Aeroflot Open, when both of them were kind of rising talents. Nepo was already a well-established player by then.
Yeah, he was 2700 and Van Forest was 2493 around that time.
Okay, so maybe Gukesh will go ahead and take this bishop on c5 here. But if not, I don't see any other. Because if you take here...
What is with it drinking right now?
This...
No, he had something else.
Purple color drink, right? He always has
No, that one was different. Right now he was drinking something else.
No clue. But okay,
But he's relaxed. He's very relaxed.
Okay, so... This is actually takes, bishop takes d4. Would not happen. I think black would be fine. So I am waiting for Gukesh to take the bishop. We will come back on this game. Look at Nodirbek following everything, because in his own game, Nodirbek is very happy with what has happened, because I think he's caught his opponent in prep. Let's quickly go and see what happened. So once he played d4 here, David Navara took and played d5, which is what we were saying. And this is like, for someone who sees this position for the first time, it feels like black has equalized after knight d5. But Nodirbek had seen this much deeper in his prep. He goes queen b3 and he says there's pressure in the center. And as we saw, this move g3 is going to come at some point very powerfully, dominating both these knights. They cannot then come to the f4 square. c6 was played by David, and he said, okay, fine, I'm okay with isolating my pawn if it means that I can sort of strengthen my knight in the center. And
but it still is a desperate attempt, right? You wouldn't otherwise like to play c6.
No, but what else to do, Amruta? As we
That's
discussed,
what, it's a desperate attempt.
Not
you have
desperate
nothing.
Might be too much to say, but it's definitely something where David feels that the knight on d5 gives him stability in return for, let's say, this isolated pawn on c6. And I agree with it, but Nodirbek is not interested in these static things.
Yeah, no, he has out-prepared David for sure.
Yes, this one, rook e1. Now let's think about what move black can play, because that is the real test. If we can find moves easily for black, then black's position is okay. So one move that comes to mind clearly is bishop e6, because then you are putting your bishop on a good square,
right,
and developing. But then I go bishop a3, I hit your rook, you come to e8, and now this
rook
is
a
where
d1, rook a d1, because eventually you want to go knight g5 at some point. You have queen on d8 right now.
I think Amrita, you are right. Rook a d1 looks like a good option in general to put, but maybe I'm a little bit tempted towards the move g3 as one move, and then asking you again, what is it that you want to do?
G3 is a very calm move actually. It's a very prophylactic move, so not necessary it would be the first choice if you have some active moves.
If you have prepared this line, like what Nadirbek has done, G3 is something that the engines scream that, oh, play it. And I am sure that Nadirbek has come well prepared. So G3 is something that he'll play.
As you always say, the knight, the two squares apart, when you have a pawn there, the knight is kind of dominated.
This pawn does dominate the knight on G6. Now, so this one we can say that Nadirbek is having at least some pressure. We are right now at this moment on rook e1. David has to make quite a few moves. He is already 30 minutes behind on the clock. Let's go to Pragnananda's
Maybe we can have 5 boards and do a roundup, and in 5 minutes, Sagar, we will be having the opening of the voting.
Oh yes, in 5 minutes we will have this praguechessfestival.com/voting, where you can vote for the best game of the day already.
And you can also change it, I think, once you vote.
I guess yesterday, Param Maksudlu would have won the best game of the day
for
award.
Sure.
Because of his win
really
against
an amazing game.
Prague. Okay, so I would say, just to sort of make a roundup, Prague is putting a lot of pressure on Rapport. You see the last move he's played 98.
Knight e8, yeah, he chose one of the 3 moves.
Said.
Okay.
Bishop e2 has been played by Prague. Then we go to Nguyen, Thaidai 1 and Bartel. Again, pressure on Thaidai 1, because look at the time. He's almost 34 minutes behind Bartel. Then Nadirbek and Nawara, you will see Nawara has just moved his knight to b4, which looks a little shaky to me because of this sort of huge diagonal that has opened up. I would say Abdusataro slightly better. Vidit versus Gukesh has happened. Knight c5, knight b5, which we were talking about. Those 2 bishops have been taken off the board. But a4, if Gukesh plays, I would say he will be playing for a small edge there. Maksudlu versus Kaimer. Ooh, d4 has been played there. We were looking more at d3. And
but at some point you would also mentioned that black will need to be alert for d4 ideas from white.
I'm a bit surprised actually, because now I can take the knight.
Okay, let's go to first. We'll go to Pragnananda versus Rapport, because knight e8 has happened, and then we will go to Kaimer versus Maksudlu.
Okay.
Shall we do that?
So for now today, Amrita, in every game we see that one side seems to have an edge.
Yes.
It's not like any game is dead equal, which just goes to show that the prep from white side by the players has been quite good.
Yeah, today white is having slight initiative. We were not able to observe in the first 2 days actually whether black was able to convert it or not.
Yeah. So for now, Amrita, there we have it. So knight e8, bishop e2, and you can see Rapport not happy there. Yeah, he is not a happy person. This opening which he has got is not something that he is pleased with. What is the move that, again, he's back to that same thing, right? What to do?
So he didn't play knight c5, which he had to play.
No, it was not like a had to play move, but
I mean, the best move by the engines recommended was knight c5.
But
what else? Otherwise, we are talking about already he's in a bad position. And then we can't be like, whether this move or that move, it would already be a bad move.
But if you remember, Richard Rapport was slightly worse against Gukesh as well, but he managed to fight back there. So he's a big fighter. He's able to find resources, and I think he is looking for ways in which he can complicate the game. So let's say if
I do think somewhere he is keeping these ideas in the future with f5, e5, opening up. You want to create some counterplay.
Yes.
That's about it when you have a bad position. So cd5, cd5.
And now I was thinking, what is the way in which black can get some play in this very passive position that he has?
With the same idea, let's say if you go a5, Later, wanting to go knight c5.
A5 does weaken the b5 square a bit.
Forever, it weakens forever. But look, I am going to lose something with every move.
Yeah.
And I'm going to gain something. So, I must try.
Sure. I was thinking, Amrita, what do you think about this move b5? Because
What?
I'm giving up a
c6
pawn.
is weak. b5 you are giving.
Yeah, but
But it is very Richard-like move. That I can definitely say.
it just sort of muddies the water, and then if you take here, which is very much what I wanted, I can get my counterplay down the b5. This is what I wanted.
Whoa, that is super cool.
Just
I
a
mean,
thought.
just to even know such a move can exist, you can't discard it. It's super cool, I would say.
And as you rightly pointed out, it's a rapport-like move, and he might go for this idea. But then again, b5 need not even be touched. The c6 square has been weakened in a big way, and if you play something like castles, white is still doing fantastically in this position. So my feeling is that here Rapport has some serious thinking to do. He's under some serious stress. Let's quickly go and check the game between Kaimer and Maksudlu, because after the move bishop a8, we did see take, and d4 directly that was played.
Takes, knight takes d4.
And now,
And do you exchange the pieces? Like, let's say you go knight takes d4,
yes,
queen takes d4, or first bishop a8, whatever.
I think taking here might make more sense,
Yeah,
because
queen.
then otherwise if bishop a8, I have an
You allow my
intermediate
queen.
knight e2 check and winning a pawn. So maybe first take bishop g2, king g2, and
Queen b7 check first, or should I keep that in hand and develop my dark square bishop? Bishop, where should I develop? is
e7 maybe.
Question. Can I even think of queen b6? No, your development is.
I don't see Parham having any real huge issues here.
Yeah,
Amrita.
this is
I
fine.
guess
This
this
is-
might be slightly weak with bishop e3.
What about knight b5? Can it get dangerous with bishop f4 incoming?
Very interesting move.
Wow, computer doesn't like this move.
a6 maybe.
And then bishop f4, I thought.
But then I have check on b7, right? Remember. So if you had this and I didn't have the
Agar
check,
if I remember, do you think I will play this?
and then you lose the knight. So yeah, that's
Of course I didn't
perhaps
remember.
the reason
Yeah.
why. Maybe bishop e3 makes sense to attack this pawn. But then black goes,
a6 anyway.
yeah, I was thinking about it, a6. But I here
Rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1.
I
check,
don't know, it looks pleasant for white in
F3.
comparison to black.
and castles. And perhaps black still has quite an okay position. Rook may come to c8. This pawn is slightly weak. Not so sure about what will happen here.
Oh, he plays bishop b4. Parham has gone bishop b4.
Oh, bishop b4.
Yep.
Interesting.
How is the move? It's giving, it's still maintaining some edge for white.
I was wondering, Amrita, if knight d b5 should be played here. One idea, that is a possibility, but then a6 is
A6,
quite
yeah.
irritating there.
You don't have the tempo with bishop f4. That's the problem.
Why?
The e5, no?
And otherwise, if you play knight c6 here, which looks like the most natural, bishop c6, d c6, you are playing for a position where white is very slightly better. You know, this pawn on c4 against c6. It's a little bit like black is playing for a draw here.
I think Param would be happy, yeah, because he's a soul leader. He's black right now.
But
if
do
he
you
doesn't,
remember what he said yesterday?
what?
That every single game I play in 2024, I want to win. That's his
Oh,
aim.
yeah.
When we asked
Do
him,
you think Vincent will be able to use that? Parham wants to win and he will try to create play, and maybe in some situations it's not a good idea for the opponent to try and create play.
Yes, I'm sure that he would know that Parham.
He would also, Param is also smart, of course. He knows that.
No, but Vincent would know that Parham always creates these messy positions. So that is at the back of his mind. But once Parham gets such a position, I don't think that he will be very ambitious here. He might be okay with a draw.
Okay.
Is there a possibility to play Queen A4?
Queen A4, very interesting suggestion to just Bishop C3 if taken, check, and
Wow.
King E7 and then Bishop A3 check. Wow, what a nice suggestion here.
So is there a perpetual or what? If you go back Bishop B4, what's the problem?
Bishop
Rook
B4, maybe Rook B1.
Wow, it's very interesting.
But then we have to be very sure about what is
Wait.
this position. Because you take, and there is a check, then the knight jumps back. So maybe it's not 100%.
No, you like it for black for sure. 4 pieces against the queen.
Three, I mean,
3,
yes.
I mean.
3 pieces, but yeah, this might be not something that Vincent would want to go for, but a great suggestion here that Queen A4 is somewhere lurking around with the king still in the center.
Maybe there is another to play. Bishop takes B4 then, after King E7.
Yes, after take,
And then Queen C7 and Rook B1.
and if here, just take this, take
Do you have a
this,
perpetual or what?
How safe is the black king?
check, and if knight goes back, then there is Rook D1,
Rook D8.
and then,
Rook B8, C5.
wow, very cool.
Oh,
So,
can we go to that position for a moment? Knight D7, Rook D1, Rook D8, C5. Black
And-
can do nothing.
and by the way, if Queen
Wow.
C5, there is this beautiful Rook D7 check, and you win the queen.
And the same on after Queen B8.
Yes, Queen B8 also is met with Rook D7. So very nice tactics here, and perhaps this already very dangerous because King E8, C6, and White is pushing. So clearly, maybe Knight D7 may not be the move. You may have to go King F8, but then you to block with Knight E8.
Yeah.
And
No, Queen C8 check, Knight E8 and C5, no?
Rook is
Rook
out
D1.
of play, but okay.
it might.
C pawn is
it's
very
a very
strong.
good compensation here, but.
It's easier to do it with.
When we are not playing this game, it's easier to suggest this, but over the board, I think Vincent would definitely be calculating this. I'm very sure that Vincent is right now calculating these lines, and Parham, I mean, if Parham was white, very likely he would have done this because he
yes.
loves these dynamics.
Yes.
And it's not a clear position by any means. So very good suggestion here by a grandmaster whom we have here in our midst, Grandmaster Henry Teske. So thank you so much for this suggestion. And Amruta, let's wait to see what Vincent comes back with over here. But Rapport has made his choice. He didn't go for B5 stuff. He said, I am breaking in the center with E6. And now after DE, FE, we have this position on the board, and I'm actually very curious to see what Prague decides, because he can just castle and say, hey, I'm better, you know, there's nothing to debate this fact. White is better, White's moves are easy, Queen D2 coming in, and beautiful position.
But I have a question. Why did he take on E6? Because the rook on F8 is very happy, right?
Yes, but Amruta, there is another thing which now the king is a little soft, and just like, you know, we have in this Pirk defense and so on.
Pirk.
Yes, H4, H5 could become a very real idea.
And what's your plan with the white king?
I don't know. I want to mate your king. Queen D2 long castle maybe.
Whoa. Oh, I like that. I like that.
So, but I mean, it's like, you know, when you have a great position with castle, why do you want to go into this messy position with H4, which Rapport does want? So, I am feeling that Prague might just short castle here. But then again, we never know what Prague may do. He he's known for his sort of universal play.
Yeah, so that's why sometimes it's very unpredictable because you think he's going to play some calm moves and he just comes up with some rash ideas on the board. That's how he is.
So we'll wait here for Prague's decision. We have some interesting moments, no, in all the
This
games.
seems like going towards the game of the day as of now. Firstly, because it's King's Indian.
Yes.
And you don't get to see such interesting, conversion of the opening.
Should we quickly check the game of Navara versus Nodirbek? Because I think finally Navara has managed to make Nodirbek think a bit, which he did after knight b4. Here he brought his knight here. Nodirbek moved his knight to e4, maybe still in this preparation. CB was played and AB, but the position looks so much better for white according to the engines. I don't know if you can feel it, Amruta, as a human player. Do you also feel like white has a huge advantage?
His pieces are so active, the knight, the bishop, the queen. Black's pieces are not so well coordinated, so yes, you definitely feel that. f7 is all the time a worry for black.
Nodirbek is such a beast, right? Like he comes prepared to this game, plays this line, and suddenly after move 17, he has a big advantage. Bishop f5 played, very logical, hitting the knight.
Yeah, but when the knight was on d5, somehow it felt like at some point knight going to f4 and creating some play was important. Now both the knights are not coordinated.
Knight on b4 has an outpost, but what is it doing? Just doing absolutely nothing much there. I'm now wondering, what if we go like with our knight here and just start looking at this? How do you defend?
At some point, I would really love to consider an idea of rook c8, rook c4 because that bishop is so irritating.
Yes.
But you don't even have
You
time
need two moves for that, and I'm already hitting your f7 pawn.
Queen d7, okay.
Yes, logical, very logical to bring your queen here. But Amruta, do not forget that now there is some problems that you are facing. What do you do?
The other knight jumps in.
Yes.
So rook f7, knight g5, rook a f8.
Knight h8 is also possible. Yes, knight h8 could be an
I'll
idea.
keep, that's a good one. Keep saving that
But now
material.
white has an outstanding move here.
Wait. You stand out, Sagar. Don't tell the move.
We have a viewer joining in. What does white play here?
Takes on b4.
Yes, queen takes b4, just
Oh.
sacking the queen next because then it's all over. AB,
Wonderful.
and then rook a8 is hanging here.
Yeah, and bishop d8 and takes on f7 and bishop g5 and then it's over.
Yes, this is
Bishop f7 and then
many ways to sort of finish this. Maybe knight e6 is also very strong here. Just bringing your knight in, attacking this,
But
and
even allow the h8 knight to take part.
yeah, terrible position here for black. So Nodirbek is known for such tactics, so maybe when he goes knight g5, Amruta, not to play queen d7 but to go knight h8 and defend it in this. This is so bad.
Okay,
right?
tell me something. During the game, you see a move like, it seems like knight h8 looks like a forced idea, but then you just don't like it.
No,
Yeah, if you have to make that move, you are in a bad position.
Yes.
Not every time, because Garry Kasparov had a wonderful maneuver with knight h1, and you remember knight h1, f3, knight f2. So
Yes, that is
not
like not
every
Garry
time.
Kasparov, even Nimzovich did it in
Yeah.
some games, but that is out of your beautiful position. You have time. Here it's like you are forced to do it.
Exactly.
So sometimes Amruta, it's like when you sort of eat less food because you want to sort of maintain a good health and so on, that is different from actually not having food at all. Like you are eating because there is less food. So here knight h8 comes more out of a very terrible position that you have rather than being a luxury that you can afford, a knight h8. But
you know what I like about Norderbeck? He's able to choose these kind of lines which are putting the opponent in tactical issues if they're not aware of them.
No.
And they are very subtle ones. It's not like a
prep
direct
worked.
ones.
No, today's prep worked like a charm. He is in the driver's seat against Nawara, and I think Norderbeck is looking at his second victory in this tournament, which will propel him to the top. Let's quickly go and check the game of Gukesh versus Vidit, because here,
Knight
after
C5.
knight d4, we did see knight takes bishop, and this move which we were thinking has to be played was played by Gukesh, a4.
Oh, so they are following Nepomniachtchi versus Van Forest, a
Yes.
9-year ago game.
D takes, A takes, and now Vidit very quickly played his queen up to D6, defending the pawn here on E5. But very
okay.
clearly, this seems like long term white is better
You know what Van Forest had played with Nepo? Bishop G4,
instead of queen D6.
Queen D6, yeah. And then later anyway he went Queen D6, he went Knight D7, but after H3 Bishop went to H5 and that was
Oh,
the
he
difference.
took this sort of risky decision, yes?
Yeah, right.
Maybe.
Oh, so I think maybe direct Queen D6 could be a better idea so that you don't tie down your bishop there.
I guess this was his plan, yeah, of Van Forest, to just sack a piece and play here.
Yeah, and when Nepo would not like that coming on himself,
Yeah.
he would not play a move like G4 for sure.
So maybe that's the reason why here Vidit did not want to get into all of this mess and he played his queen up. So the question remains, what should white plan here? One idea that comes to my mind instantly is go knight d2, knight c4. It's the square, beautiful square for my knight.
Right.
But then he would put his bishop here and maybe take it when the knight comes there. So not so simple, yeah, here for...
Yeah, exactly, because even bishop G5, if you play,
Yeah.
you can't say that you take the bishop versus knight and the knight is better. Your knight is better in this closed kind of structure. I don't think so.
Correct.
Right?
So I would say that it's not so clear also opposite colored bishops. So that does give this position some drawish feel later on.
No, but I love the A file with white.
Oh, this is white's. That is why the bars shows small edge for white. It's that A rook and this B5 pawn limiting this A7 pawn. These are the things that are working out for white right now. So Gukesh is thinking, what is the best way in which I can create some play here?
By the way, is Queen D6 threatening Queen B6 now? That you ask him how you defend a B5 pawn?
Yes, and you want to provoke C4.
Yes.
So then D3
Oh,
becomes weak.
C4 would be a suicide. That is terrible.
Okay, suicide would be a bit too much, but
No, I mean your D3 on D5.
yeah, maybe it's true that Amruta, bishop D7 also asks the same question.
Yeah.
So for example, let's say if I go H3 here, just as a useful move to make,
Just
and
over.
you go bishop D7 attacking this pawn, and
Oh,
I place,
was I wrong completely? Like C4 is fine?
it should be okay, because
I cannot believe it. I thought the D3 pawn is just going to be a tragedy.
yes, but A7 is also weak, and you know, there are too many factors here.
Oh my god.
So maybe I can always go rook A3 and defend the D3
It's
pawn.
like how now I feel like how you felt after losing the 4th game, 0 out of 4.
So Gukesh thinking, and Amruta, let's go to Pragnananda's
Oh yes,
game.
this every movie must follow. It's the most
Pragnananda
interesting
versus
game.
Rapport. Please look at what he's done. He has played the move H4.
Wow, that
Prague.
happened on the board.
Prague telling Rapport, I am not going here for a positional grind against you with castles, queen d2. I am coming for your king. I am going h4, h5. I'm going to attack this.
You know, when I was a very aggressive player and then the players started attacking me,
Yeah.
Sicilian, of course, you know that white is going to attack. But in some positions, you just don't feel comfortable. You don't want to defend. You want to be the one to attack. And here, Richard might not be happy at all. And Prague is also having
I think
such
to
20
tell you
minutes
the
more.
truth, to tell you the truth, I think Rapport would be slightly happy here because now he knows the game is going to get very messy.
So he likes
That's just
that.
the kind of kind of position
Okay.
he likes. By the way, this position does remind me a little bit of sort of these, you know, Amruta, these lines
No, I don't know. Show me.
D4, knight f6, knight c3, g6, f4, bishop g7, knight f3, castles, e5, and then you go knight d7, and then h4, and you just go all out. You want to checkmate him, then c5 happens. It's such a crazy line, right?
Have you played it?
I think somewhere e6 is pushed in, then like here. I
Nice
think
line.
this.
No, but
takes,
have you
takes.
played it ever?
No, yes, I was studying it actually with, and this is exactly kind of, but if you look at White's position, he's not developed and he's attacking. While in the game, if you see Prague's h4 comes at a much better space, you know, like he's well developed, he's now playing h4, h5. So it does give a feeling that Prague's position is much better here.
For sure. By the way, look at the bars we have there on the right side. Currently, Norderberg is having the maximum advantage.
It's a day of Whites today.
Oh,
Clearly,
yes.
you look
Oh
at
my
look at
God.
all the White. Prague better,
Nobody's in trouble.
Bartel better, Abdusattorov close to winning, Gukesh better, Keimer slightly better. Great day for White pieces.
And Richard picks
Will
up
we
the
get
pawn.
5 decisive White wins today?
That would be a
that
record,
would-
I think. I
yeah,
don't think it
we
has
have
ever
never
happened in
seen it
Prague
in
Masters.
any
no.
super tournament for that matter.
Okay, how does Black defend once again? So h5 is your threat, right?
Not a threat, but okay, that's my
The
idea.
next move, you want to play h5 or you want to develop? So I would be worried about h5 first.
I think when you play h5, I should try and meet it with g5, correct? To not let you open up my position totally.
Which right now you're not getting. So
Which
are you
I'm
saying
not.
h6? I should
h6
try?
or maybe do you think how h6 I don't like so much because you know h5, g5, and then eventually when I take my h pawn actually starts to roll. So perhaps that is why I was thinking, can we
Bishop H.
begin with bishop f6 here, so that when you go h5.
Also you're threatening bishop h4, so h5 is forced.
Yes. So no, and also now bishop h4 can come. So perhaps this is what Rapport might do.
Oh yeah, this is for sure giving counterplay. Bishop h4 and white is nothing.
No, what to do? Yeah, how to defend your knight?
Nice.
Actually,
King
this
F2,
is
G5,
something which
Rook h3.
yes, king f2, e5 would be, and g5 as you rightly pointed
Even
out.
rook
Even
h3.
e5. This is what Prague doesn't want. You know, like when you play a move like h4, what you are wanting is to attack, but not that you start defending.
Yeah, but even in his sleep, yeah, even in his dreams, he's not going to go h5.
Then what will he play here, Amruta? As you pointed out, the h4 pawn is hanging.
Can you go king d2? Like just go to h3 queen.
King d2.
King d2.
Yes.
Wow, what a suggestion here. King d2, run away with the king. Not bad, not bad. But then again, you
But I take
you
the
go back,
pawn.
Amruta, you
I-
go back to this position and ask yourself, why didn't I just castle? Why did I go for this h4 king d2 plans, which is a double
Because you like to create mess on the board, that's the reason. Okay, so that's interesting. What else? Apart from that, you ignore the h4 guy.
Yes.
In fact, it's not easy
he
to
played
find
it.
a move.
He played it. So Rapport plays bishop f6. Good move by him. Asking a very important question to Prague. What was on your mind when you went h4 for bishop f6?
Yes.
What have you
And
planned?
Sagar, right now I feel like we must find a move here, and you're not going to tell the chat or anybody.
I can tell you what the move is, and I'm sure Prague knows what to do here.
No,
but
don't
maybe we
tell.
can ask our viewers also if they would play it in a similar way. Because look, when he takes here, you want your queen to come here, right? To the g4 square. That
Bishop d3 is
Yes.
a little hard.
No, this is the idea. Like if you take here now, I would play queen g4 and I'm very happy. And I think this is what Prague has on his mind, clearly.
Okay, let it sink in. Firstly, the bishop takes g3 forced. Not forced, but let's say I try to
But this
take
is
that
just
knight away.
this
Queen
is just
G3.
my happy position now. I will castle and I'll just attack. There's no.
Yeah, it's not about calculation.
No,
Yeah, this
it
is
is
more
not
about
calculation.
the field.
So I'm actually expecting
goes-
Pragnananda to go bishop d3 to make way for his queen to come on this g4 square.
So when he played h4, you mean he would have considered bishop f6 and bishop d3 idea, right?
Absolutely.
Because that's the most
No,
logical.
because he thought for quite some time there. You cannot not think about bishop
Wow.
f6.
This game is definite. At least opening of the day for sure.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice
Yeah.
game. No, but I also feel Nadir Bek's. Oh, by the way, Nadir Bek's game, very quickly, queen d7 has been played here after bishop.
No,
Yes.
knight d7.
No,
Queen
knight g5,
d7.
queen d7 on the board. Nadir Bek
Oh my
is
God.
almost on the verge of victory here. If he look at him, he's calculated. You can see on his face, knight takes f7 written. Like, I
At
am
this
going to
point,
play.
yeah, knight f7.
Yeah, he's like, I can see it all. You know, he's just calculating it completely. Take here, and then push your knight here. And I think this is just game over, right? What else? We didn't analyze your move, Amruta. Rook a f8. We were looking at knight h8, where there was a queen sack.
But this also cannot work if knight h8 was still the better move. Then
No,
rook
but how
a8.
do you kill this? Because now it's not so simple. So white to
Wait.
play. Maybe our viewers can try to figure this out. White, how does he finish this off? It's actually very not so simple, yeah.
But there can be only one way, right? There has to be.
No, there's only one way to win.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Wait.
that's why I think Nadir Bek's calculations have to be right on the spot.
And that's why maybe David has also considered knight
Yes.
f7.
Knight takes, bishop takes, and
Oh, he doesn't play.
Knight takes. If bishop takes now, queen takes, rook e8. Somehow the knight drops back,
Can you make the moves?
and it doesn't really end in a win for white. And black is still fighting. That's a very good attempt, but
But also we do have a news that Nadir Beg is not taken on f7.
oh, he didn't take on f7.
So he also couldn't find this.
But
here.
the winning move here, and a very cool move, somehow very tough, I guess.
Before, no? One move before.
No, even here, take, and now bishop a3 to take the
but
knight
why
and
is
prepare rook a8 check. I guess that is the idea here.
What? Okay, the knight can't go in. Okay, knight c2. Then you have takes rook e8. Yeah.
No, but this is the
knight
thing. No,
c2,
Amrita,
then
if you
bishop
come here,
f7.
this now bishop controls
Because f8
this
is controlled.
and take, which our
Beautiful.
friend here in the audience had mentioned.
Beautiful.
Check and game over. It's a mate on the spot.
That's such a classic combination. It's most of the time such a position where you have to play knight f7 is in the books.
Yes.
White to play and win knight f7, and you also intuitively know start calculating with knight f7, but
Right.
then you get stuck.
But take, check here, knight f8, and this is where the winning line continues.
rook e8?
Yes, exactly, and then this is game over, because this is where you lose material. So there could be some defenses, but this is essentially the idea that bishop a3, there is no way to defend the knight on b4 apart from this pawn, and you are simply opening up this line for your rook. This was the idea with which Nadir Bek could have taken, but look at Nadir Bek, by the way, look at him there. He's gone bishop a3
It seems like
directly.
he's in a little bit of a disbelief that this position is there on the board. That kind of, it's a weird expressions for Nadir Beg. I don't see him often. Normally he's in that killer mode generally.
No, he is in that mode. No? He's actually, his threat now, Amruta, is to take on f7 and take on b4 when the rook is hanging on a8. That is his threat, big threat.
it's more or less the same.
It's now if black moves the rook away, what do we do now? That might be what David does. Just moves his rook away.
Isn't he winning just if nothing?
Same way, yeah?
No.
Yeah, but there's the same problem. Knight takes.
So let's say we start with taking here perhaps, then take here, then take rook takes and bring our other knight to g5, and we reach this sad position with knight on h8.
Oh.
But it's not so simple now to
Why?
finish this game
Because rook d8 has been quite a useless move, no, in that sense, for the
no,
position.
but the rook was always hanging.
Takes on a8. So.
Yeah, it's not falling on a8, so that is a small improvement there for white for black position. And maybe here it's not so simple to figure everything out. So Navara should, for sure, David should go rook d8. He has to play here to get his rook out of there, or he can try to take away one of the knights so that at least he doesn't have to get into the trouble all the time. But then again, after rook takes e4, white can bring the other rook in, and this looks also very, very dangerous.
Wow. But yeah, this doesn't seem like Navara can, find something to keep saving such a position against Nordirbek.
It's tough.
Practically.
Nordirbek, of course, in the driver's seat. And Gukesh, by the way, going to Gukesh versus Vidit, he has played the move knight h4 here. This game, Amruta, is moving very, very slowly, only on move 11 after 1.5 hours. But it's also strategically perhaps the most interesting one from a positional standpoint. Like, what is the way, will someone get outplayed
Yeah,
here?
quite a fresh position for that matter. I doubt even if whether they know the Nepo's game. You think they would know?
Because look at the times, yeah. They've both taken 40 minutes on the clock to reach here.
Yeah.
So they are not
And
aware.
they are maintaining the time very well. Yeah, the gap is not much, 2-3 minutes at the most.
But isn't Gukesh simply aiming for f4? And Gukesh is saying, when it's an opposite colored bishop position, the side that has the initiative is better. So I'm going to use f4, use my bishop, rook and knight along with the queen to sort of put pressure on the king side.
Can I copy you? But it's not happening.
No, you
because-
can't play knight h5.
No, knight d7, f4, but I don't have f5,
Knight
f6.
d7, huh?
Very passive.
Or knight
Just the fact that I wanted to play f6.
c4.
C4 is
I
nice.
like
if you
this
take,
move
then knight
because
e4.
he's going for the king side and he's played in the center. Very good suggestion, because take, queen takes, right? Or maybe take on e4. Maybe you take
No, you take on e4 maybe?
and then take here, and this is maybe what you want to do.
But rook e1,
Yeah, rook e1 could be.
knight d6. You attack c4,
Yes.
rook e5, knight c4.
Maybe, I think Vidit is thinking on similar lines. Yeah, he's thinking Gukesh is coming at me with f4 and I really need to play in the center, so he plays c4.
Okay, one more thing. You want to play f4. Right now, what if I just continue with the idea of bishop d7?
Yes, I was also thinking about the same, because I don't think Gukesh cares about this pawn at all. Yeah, now.
Really?
I guess so.
Really, you want to play f4?
I was wondering, should I start f4 right now? Let's go. for
Try.
it. f4,
Bishop b5.
bishop b5.
I mean, I'm just thinking, why can't I win the pawn?
Well, then my knight jumps in, and now it gets very, very dangerous for you. Yeah.
E6.
So actually taking that pawn might not really be that safe.
No, but I want to see how white is getting the compensation or such a huge
take-
advantage.
You take with the queen, and now I bring
Bishop
my
f4.
bishop. You go back.
Bishop c7. Are you just going to collect the pawn?
Either bishop
that's a
c7,
little-
but also I can also, Amruta, just lift my rook, or I can try to
Queen
bring
e1,
my
queen
queen, queen e1, queen g3. So a lot of attacking possibilities.
And this is Gukesh's style. So for sure you don't pick up that b5.
I am going with his move. c4 is like, just saying that I am stressed about your kingside play, and I am playing
not
in the
c4,
center.
because bishop d7.
No, but bishop d7
You don't
is just
take
what
the
we saw.
you don't take the b5 pawn. Yes.
Yeah.
One question: after c4, is possible to play d3?
c4,
Here to play bishop a3.
Oh, b3.
b3. Very Gukesh-like move. And what if I just take here on d3?
Then to play
Bishop
bishop a3.
a3, just winning an exchange. That's the plan. What a nice idea. b3.
Oh wow, what a move. It looks so beautiful, no? on the
Yeah,
board?
and I think Vidit has to also calculate this. So c4 is not only about dc4 and assessing that endgame position, but also this very fighting move b3, which threatens bishop a3 to win an exchange.
Oh, b3 is
Intense. Look at Vidit there. He's calculating very hard because the position has suddenly become quite sharp.
But after b3, is black losing material or is there a defense?
He has to sacrifice something.
Well, we have to maybe move the queen back, but then you just lose a pawn, right? Oh, but there is this idea of queen d8 takes and knight e4, which is I don't know if you want to get into that space
But that's
when
the
I
only
can go back
way you
knight
can-
f3 and attack your e5 pawn. I'm not sure. But Amruta, the thing is, there is also something which can be thought of with the move bishop g4 attacking your queen.
But then f3, bishop h5,
Yeah.
g4. No?
Queen d4 and the
Exactly. This is something
Oh.
LPDO, loose pieces drop off. So bishop
Nice.
g4 is,
Oh, I can't go f3. Then bishop g4 makes sense.
yeah,
now
queen e1,
maybe bishop a3.
queen,
Oh,
bishop
bishop
a3,
a3, bishop d1, bishop
then maybe
d6.
take and take here could be just equal, yeah. So
Yeah, take that, take on d6. And then on d3.
so take,
No,
and perhaps this position is quite okay for black, you know, like take here.
no, I thought to take on d1 first.
Yes, but
maybe queen a3 is also.
Queen a3 is also fine. So here, Amruta, if with it goes for this idea c4, now again I have
Yeah,
second
b3,
thought.
I
He
would be
has
sc-
to
now I
actually
would be
calculate
scared.
b3, which is very much like Gukesh's ideas.
Yeah.
So for now, knight h4. I really like this move. You know, suddenly we were thinking, oh, positional chess, knight d2, knight c4. Where will he play? Sometime c4, rook a3. All of this. Suddenly Gukesh goes on the other side, knight h4 with the idea of f4. It makes the position so much more fun now.
No, I completely agree. I don't remember exactly where, but I remember in Vaikanzi also when Gukesh was playing and we were looking at some queenside ideas, he calmly played knight h4. And this is something about him. That knight h4 move, I think he really loves it.
Yes.
Also, Sagar, you can see, it would be very hard, right? Two Candidatians. And then the...
Yeah, you using this word very much frequently. I think you made it your own. Yes,
The
candidate.
Candidatian, of course.
Maybe it
It's
exists, yes.
Candidatian. I
Yes.
don't know if whether it exists.
Two
but-
candidates also you can use, but yeah.
Candidatian is good. So the question is, they would be avoiding a lot of openings to play because they want to play in the candidates.
I agree.
So
I
that's
agree.
why we had a very fresh position from the beginning in
Could
that
be.
sense.
Very much so. Very
But
much so.
if they play like this in candidates also, it would be very good for us.
Yes, yes, I agree with you that there's a lot of psychology at play when you are choosing your openings, especially just 1 month away from such a big event. But then again, I think modern chess has become more like one game ideas, more than going into some deep prep that, oh, Vidit says, now for candidates I have prepared Grunfeld and I'm not going to use it. These
Use
days
and
are
throw,
gone.
yeah. So it's
These
all about
days
use
are
and
gone.
throw.
So even if you use this line in the candidates, you will go with more one game ideas. And so I don't see it that now playing tournaments has such a big impact. Because if we go back to the times of Vishy Anand, when he was trying to defend his world titles, you could see that he was literally not playing too many tournaments when he was having the match coming up, because he wanted to save his ideas there or save his openings.
That's
But I
true.
don't see that happening anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we can have a roundup as well, and
Yeah, let's have a quick roundup of no, but Amruta, firstly let's go to Prague versus Rapport. He is not making his move. Prague, did bishop
Oh,
f6
did he miss bishop f6?
surprise you? I would be surprised if you chose f4, h4, and you didn't consider bishop f6, and now you're thinking for close to what, I don't know, 15 minutes.
But how does his body language seem? Like do you
No,
think
I
he
mean,
seems calm?
I'm sure he'll find bd3, but it's just that he thought for
No,
like
sometimes if you've not seen bishop f6, you might just feel, oh my god, I missed it.
no,
and
but
then
he's looking confident. The only drawback I feel, Amruta, is that he took 15-20 minutes to play h4, and then again
Another
a lot of
15-20
time to
minutes to
play
play.
bishop d3. So he's kind of burning time, and this position is going to get sharp. That's the thing. So Prague, I would still put him in a good position, but not a very good sign that he's thinking here. Then we go to Bartel versus Nguyen, Thai Dai 1. And we've come here. Oh, here we did see this game, right? And
no, bishop f1 we didn't see, rook d8, a lot of moves have happened.
so then we should just look at this. I think we left
Rook
it
e1, knight f4, this also
here.
we saw.
Yeah, bishop e6. We left it here. Bishop f1 was played, queen d6, knight came to c3, rook d8, he's attacking the d4 pawn, knight e4 attacking the queen, queen went back to f8, queen c1 attacking the knight, knight went back, and now this is the live board position. It does give a lot of feel like the Abdusattorov
Yeah,
Nawara
exactly.
game
The isolated
with an
pawn, the
isolated
knight
d
on
pawn, knight on
f3.
g6, yes, knight on e4.
True. But the only thing is that you don't have the light square bishop as sharp as in that game,
Yes.
which is one of the big
I agree.
differences.
Which is
Yeah.
why I think Thai Dai 1 has a much better position than Nawara.
Right. And for him, he's definitely looking at, opening the account, as we can say.
He's on 0 right now. Oh, rook a3. Wow.
A rook lift happening there. Okay, knight c5, you were right, the rook on a7 doesn't seem good. Is it a good time to go back rook a8, or is it too slow? That would be the question. If you can
Yeah,
go rook
good
8
question,
and it's
Amruta, good question.
fine move, then I think no.
But you know, let's ask our viewers here, what is the weakness with which Bartel is actually going to play here in the Black's camp? Exactly, beautiful. b7 is a weakness. He's just going to jump with his knight, and then you have to put your bishop back. It already doesn't feel great.
Can't he just go bishop c4 maybe?
Bishop c4, or can't he just take a pawn here and then the knight is hanging? So I think this is a big threat, Amruta. You hardly have time. Knight c to play rook a8.
But that means that rook on a7 is a very big disaster. And it's not going to be easy even today for Nguyen. Until the rook is on a7, it's not easy. That's
Yeah.
what I would say.
And this b7 pawn is the big weakness, along with the knight here, which is kind of stuck. The queen putting pressure on the c file. I have a feeling that David Nawara is having a great position right now. Oh,
What
he's
is
going
he
to play
gonna play?
bd5.
Bishop?
Yeah, he's going to put his bishop in the center of the board. Yes, he's done it. He's put his bishop there, but now maybe it makes sense. Now there's knight c5 doesn't work, right? Because he can take on f3 and take on d4. That is his point. So then clearly moving the knight from e4 does not work. Good defensive move
Yes.
by Thai Dai 1. And now you have Bartel who will figure out what to do. Let's quickly
Have
jump. Overview, and then we go for a break. Yes.
Yes.
So let's have an overview. And so Rapport, Prague still there. Nguyen, Bartel, we just saw.
Prague report still Prague is thinking, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's still the same position.
Bartel Nguyen, right now we just checked. Abdusattorov already better.
Rook a8 played, Amruta, in that game. So now.
So whether Abdusattorov will find bishop b4 first and then knight f7,
Yes.
or either of it.
I guess knight f7 somewhere.
Yeah.
And then Vidit has gone rook d8.
Okay, maybe we can check that before the break as well. And Vincent and Maksudlu.
Oh, it happened! Where is our friend? He's just left.
Yeah,
He's just left. No, we
no,
cannot
I
take
think
a break right now. It has happened. Queen A4.
Wow,
Vincent
this is
versus
amazing.
Maksudlu.
But should we go there immediately or should we first check the Rook D8 move?
No, first this. He sacrificed a piece. He's given up a piece here.
Oh, that variation
Vincent
where the
Keimer.
C-pawn is
Oh,
just
yes.
going to roll.
Yes.
And we thought if Parham was white, he would go for it. But this time it is Vincent who has gone for it. Maybe we can just show the last move again, Sagar. Can you go to
so the
three
last
moves back?
move was, this was the position. And here Bishop B4 played by Parham, attacking the knight. So he took on C6.
Did you tempt him into that?
No. You can see Parham. By the way, here, Parham, look at his calculation here. Queen A4. Like, he can bail out from this. He can say, I will castle. And he can say, I'm bailing out. I don't want to get into this stuff. But then, he can also say to himself that, hey, I have a chance to take the knight, piece up, give this pawn, and then he starts calculating. Where does my king go? King here, knight here, and then, there are so many variations to consider. King E7, King F8, Knight D7.
Actually, 3 moves, majorly. We have 3 candidate
You
moves.
can't play King D8 because Rook D1 just kills it, yes?
So you reject Knight D7 very easily for that matter, or King E7, both the moves.
Knight D7 you reject easily?
No, Rook D1.
Yeah, but I was wondering, is this still, can we somehow defend the knight?
Queen D8.
Looks very passive,
No,
right?
let's say, Queen D8, and do we have
Maybe Bishop G5.
G5, F6 is
No,
forced.
E6 will fall. But then Queen E7, yeah.
Bishop F6 here.
Sorry?
Bishop F6.
Bishop takes.
No. Black Bishop F6.
Black goes back with his
yeah,
bishop.
yeah.
That's an interesting, yes, because you have an
forgot
extra
the
piece. We
Yeah,
shouldn't
we
forget
could-
about our extra piece there. But bishop goes back, and then let's say I
Bishop
take.
F4 now. You want to take?
Yes, take. And now you just say,
Both the pins. Queen B5.
I am going ahead. Queen D6 next, C6, and I'm just going to kill you.
Wait, let's continue. King E7. I get out of one
No,
pin.
there is no getting out, Amruta. Check. King E8, C6. I'm just
Oh my
coming.
god, this is amazing. This is just amazing.
No, this is what actually the C pawn, as Gary Kasparov, has spoken many times, that even a
About the
pawn
C-pawn.
is about a pawn, about a pawn. It's also an attacking unit. That here, the pawn is actually like a piece in
It's
this
a force.
variation.
It's a force.
Yeah, it's a force in the attack. So here, you go King E7, because King F8, where you are trying to run, I go check, King here to G8, and by the way, hats off to Vincent because he calculated most of these things which we are looking here. Bishop D6, you can't move your queen anywhere to allow Queen C8 check because that would be game over. So you maybe play your queen where? I guess Queen D8. That seems like the only logical.
But then Rook, I'm not sure Rook D1.
Or Rook
Queen
D1
E8.
just-
Can we go for Queen E8 there? Instead of Queen
Yes,
D8?
offering a queen trade makes much more sense than here. And then the question is
No, don't exchange.
yeah, we don't exchange, we just go
There
back.
is no question.
And then we are just saying that my C pawn is as good as a piece because I'm a piece down, and your rook on H8 is out of the game. For this, he sacrificed a full piece.
Wow.
No, come on, Parham, don't castle. We want to enjoy this game. You have to play bishop
No,
takes
but
C3.
if he doesn't castle, then he's in a bad position.
No. He can actually defend. We saw this line, right? That if takes, check, go King E7, not King F8. And then
Wait. Now if Bishop A3
only
check,
move, yes, only move.
Bishop
I
B4.
block, yes.
Rook B1.
No, Rook B1 has A5. So it's not so clear, right? Or sorry, Rook B1 is Bishop A3. Remember we saw this?
Oh yes.
Rook B1 has Bishop
We
A3.
should show to the people.
Take,
Bishop A3, lot of material for black.
And now I have 3 pieces, and also when you give a check, my knight blocks and my defends the rook. So
Yeah.
in a way, this is not working out. So you basically have to go for bishop
A5.
takes B4, queen takes B4, then you give a check. King F8, Rook D1.
No, if you go Knight D7 there, it's over again. Maybe that is a moment to show.
Oh, you try to block, and then this very cool move, Rook D1, Rook D8, and then you play this very nice move, C5. And what a line this is. Actually,
Yeah,
you're
the
using
pin,
your c pawn. Queen takes pawn doesn't work because of rook takes knight.
So we are using a passed pawn, we are using a development advantage, we are also using the pin. So many themes coming together.
Yes.
It's
And
beautiful.
Parham, you can see from his face that he is thinking, you know, if you are on that fork of two roads, go into the danger zone where you don't know how it will end up, but it's exciting. Or go on the safe path where you know what the end is, like, oh, I'm going to castle, I know that this is going to be a safe place.
Normally
What do you guys
even-
think? What will Parham choose? Danger zone or the safe path?
Danger zone.
Yeah, danger zone, because he's Parham.
No, normally he will go for that. But do you think it might make a difference that he's already on a soul lead? He's black over here, and then he is expecting his opponent. That opponent will expect Param to choose a danger path.
Yes, but
That's
he's
where you
Parham.
kind of
For all your arguments, I have only one line. He's Parham. You know, he loves to sort of make things messy. That's the thing that makes him such a loved player. And I guess he's also right now fighting with, come on Parham, let's go.
And what's the best move here? Best move. Computer's suggestion.
Yeah, computer would take on c3 and defend with this.
Yeah?
This.
Computer wants
so,
the
so,
extra
so
piece,
it
yeah?
wants like take the best line, yeah, of the engine. Take, bishop a3, bishop b4, take, and then this line which we just saw right now, check. And going king f8,
Yeah,
not
we
knight
didn't see
d7,
king
but
f8.
king f8. And then putting your knight on e8 and just playing this, but
Wait, but rook d1.
yes, knight e8. Remember we were seeing this and we felt like this position
Yeah.
is risky.
It looks like a lockdown for black. you don't want that, right?
What about queen takes pawn now actually? Does that work or? Because
Rook
I
d8.
kill one of your key.
Gone. Rook d8.
No.
Rook d7.
No.
Rook d7.
Rook d7 I play e5. That was my plan, like to defend f7.
So why not? So a4 only. If not
So let's
rook
ask
d8.
our viewers what's the winning move here for.
Winning.
Oh, no, Parham. But also I think
That's
Makes
a
sense now.
practically good thing for him. Actually.
No, you always said it, Amruta, that in this tournament situation, perhaps he didn't want
No,
to.
not just that, because his opponent expects him to do something.
Hmm.
And there is a fun element here, which is a Param element. Oh, you expected this? You're not getting that, boss.
Yeah. But this is how chess works at top level. You calculate like so many lines and then you go for a move which is safer because all of these things you didn't like it. You know,
I feel that also about calculation was one thing, but then it also happened to him like a feeling, as he is a very intuitive
Yeah,
chess
he just
player.
felt it.
He would not like to play so passively from black. And once you don't like that, you play horrible chess sometimes.
But Vincent quickly plays bishop f4 and he says, Parham, it feels like now I'm the one with the initiative.
Hey, can we go back to that moment, because you had asked a
Yes, I
question
had
and
asked
I'm
a
very
question.
curious to see what's the answer.
So I had asked a question here, what is the winning move for white? And the right answer is yes. Very good. I was also thinking if queen e7 was the better way to execute. Queen
Queen
a3.
a3 and Queen e7.
Yes. Queen
Nice.
a3.
Queen a3 is a nice move.
King g8 and then we go here queen e7, but maybe there is h6 here with the king running away, so perhaps the rook d8 move just makes a lot more sense. And if
But
you
then
now
it's-
play
now it's
h6, then I take king h7 and at the very least
Queen endgame.
I can go into this pawn endgame, not at the very least,
yeah,
but
yeah.
this is just winning and a pawn. By the way, a very nice rule of square we can show here, that will the king be in time to reach here? If some like
Draw the square.
yes, but not it's not because the pawn goes 2. So here you have to be drawing the square from here, from a3, not from a2.
No, a4, from a4.
No, but it's white to move, right? So after a4 is played, you can draw it, of course, like this.
Yeah, so because he is
But
playing
when black
A4.
is calculating, let's say you are calculating here, you have to draw the square from here.
No, from A2, no then?
No, but if you draw from A2, then you say I come king G8 and I am in the square.
No. Who to play is also important, right?
Even if whoever is to play, if you want to calculate a square from a pawn that is on the second rank, like it can go 2 squares, then you do it from one square above.
Okay. For the second rank.
Yes, this way, like you draw a square like this and the king is outside the square.
Nice. So what did he play?
Yes, so they have played bishop f4, e5, and now he took and took the bishop. So he's actually won a pawn, but I believe Parham has felt here that this position was better than that one. Wow. Rook b8, maybe yes, going with the rook, attacking the queen. And then where do you go your queen? Let's say you go to a3 because you need to keep your knight protected. And Vincent asks a question, what's your compensation? So let's go back and say, if you were Parham here and you are pawn down and you are looking here, what is the move that would come naturally to you as black? Fantastic.
Wow.
h5 with the idea of h4, h3 creating this the compensation where white king has these slightly weakened light squares.
That's a really long-term move.
Fantastic move. And now I guess Parham will play that. You know, this is
This is his
but
style,
I'm
no?
not
This
able to
one-
guess Parham's moves today. You know, somehow he's playing a little too safe. He's doing these things. Maybe he does rook b8 and suddenly, you know, his pieces are a bit misplaced. So yes, very interesting game again. Pawn up position for Vincent, who's taken some big risks today to reach here. So great play by him. But the position, as you can see from the bar, still says it's not really better for white. Only very slightly. Okay, Amruta, we had planned to take a break, but do you want to take a break?
Depends on we have some very nice food. You've not
No,
had lunch
I'm fine.
for
I'm
you.
fine. If you are okay to go on because the games are so exciting, I guess we can continue.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
yes, okay.
Or no, anyway, we can always continue because you know I can always go and come
Yes,
back in 2-3
yes, if
minutes.
you- if
I
you
have
can
to go.
come back, that
at
would
some
be great.
point. I'll take a break. Yeah.
Bishop d3.
Because I need to check the
Prague has
cameras
played Bishop
as
d3.
well. Did he play Bishop
Yes.
d3? How long did he think, by the way?
A lot. He thought for 20 minutes, perhaps even more.
But
he
he
played
finds
it.
the
He
best
played
move, which
Bishop
was
d3.
important. So now Bishop h4 is not recommended, right?
No.
For rapport.
Because now
That's
Queen
a bad
g4
move.
and then white is just going long castle and going for the attack. So no.
So if you can't play Bishop h4,
Yes.
then how does black continue is
Yeah.
a very important question.
Again, we've reached that position where Rapport has to now figure out what to do. I believe he will go knight g7, putting his knight there, trying to stop h5 ideas, but still Prague
Queen g4.
can go h5. Oh, Queen g4, yes. Even that seems like a possible move here.
Would you be ever worried about this move, Bishop c3, bc3, Queen a5, you know, feeling your king in the center? Would you be ever worried about that?
No, I think once you lose this bishop, Amruta, then this king becomes even much weaker. So I'm not a
So for
big
Queen
fan
a5,
of-
you might even just castle, yeah, and not care about the pawn.
Yeah, maybe that, or I can even
Bishop d4,
think
I
about
guess.
bishop d2 coming back, because long term your king looks very weak here.
Okay,
with
so the
h5
dark
coming
square
up.
bishop is very important.
Yes. So going back here, you know, Amruta, I don't know what will Rapport do, but it feels like suddenly Prague's moves are simple. No, Queen g4, h5, long castle, just attack.
Yeah, maybe we can ask the people here with
Yeah.
black what are the ideas they are thinking about.
Sure. What is it that black would play? Like maybe, yes? b5, you want to go directly, or?
I mean, you have to you might even have to go there.
I think so. Yeah. Again, we've been dabbling with that move but now
Yeah.
it makes even more sense. The fact that Prague has gone h4, you need to open up something on
Oh,
the
I
queen
like
side.
this move actually. It's
Very good suggestion.
direct.
Very good suggestion. Take, and maybe Prague doesn't. Oops, sorry. Prague doesn't go for winning this pawn. He just continues with his attack. But b4 or even g5 is what we have seen, that whenever h5 you want to close it down with g5. That's why you put your bishop there on f6 as well. So yeah, maybe b5 is what Rapport is thinking. We see him there. 30 minutes left, and guess what? We are on move number 14 just. 26 more moves to make in 30 minutes. This game, I think Prague is playing the most complicated games in this tournament. With Vincent, with Maksudlu, now with Rapport, he's just giving it his all. Okay, going to the game of Nordirbek versus Nawara. After we saw here bishop a3, there was rook a d8.
Okay.
And then bishop takes b4 did happen. Let's just have these moves. Yeah, bishop b4 did happen. Pawn takes, and we were so keen
Knight
on
f7
him
now.
sacrificing. Yes, but guess what?
No, he did
Nordirbek
not
Abdusattorov made a bad move here. He played knight c5, and look at the ball drop.
Oh my god, it's a blunder
It's
in
like
that sense. How was
from
what?
+2,
Yeah.
it goes to -1. It's like you blundered a piece.
Oh, such a
Such
bad
a
move.
big-
Let's first try to understand. Then why? Firstly, what's the problem for queen takes d4?
Yes, exactly, Amruta. That is the question, but Nawara didn't do it. So he went queen c7, and
Oh
White's
my
position
god, that's
became better.
another mistake.
But here's the question: why didn't he do queen takes d4? What was actually he afraid of in
And
this
then
position?
it means agar not just Nawara, Nordirbek also missed it.
Yes.
Yeah, when he played knight c5, it cannot be easy. If both the top players are
Yeah.
missing it, it may not be humanly possible
I
to
think,
find it. But wait,
think he must be afraid of knight f7, correct? Taking here is what he might have been like, oh, this is what I don't like. Because now if you try to win material here, like let's say bishop takes c5, then already white is winning after knight takes d8 check. I won a free rook. But you know the move which is winning here for black.
Wait a second, wait.
Let's ask our viewers, yes. Queen f2. Whoa.
King
Whoa.
f2, bishop c5.
That's just too much. Queen f2, sacrificing your queen. Yes, but interesting. And I think humanly, it just feels like, oh, the knight will move somewhere and give a deadly discovered check.
Okay, bishop c5, knight d8, king h8, your queen
Yeah.
f2 is threatened. Doesn't make sense, yeah, still.
Well, then I go again for a check, and you have only one check, and I'll just move away. So I don't see
Okay,
this as
so
a
bishop
big...
c5 also eliminated. Oh, wait a second. Bishop c2.
Rook takes f7, but then I take bishop
Is it
takes.
bishop c2?
And if you go king h8, if I had to move my knight, perhaps you would have at least something, but I have rook d1, which is like a killer blow attacking here, and back rank is very, very weak. So let's say if you go queen takes c5, then I go rook d8, bishop d8, rook e8, knight f8, and now I just take rook takes d8, and I'm winning because my rook can come back into the game with rook d1 if queen c1 check. Like this, there's no back rank. So
Can we go to that position back?
Yes.
And
But
do
good
not-
suggestion here.
bishop c2 didn't work. Queen takes c2 simply.
You know, the
and
move
then
is the very cold-blooded
Wait.
rook c8, which is,
Oh,
I mean,
it's
so
impossible.
difficult.
It's impossible.
It's so difficult.
That's
to
why both of them missed it, and that's why though knight c5 was a blunder, it is only for the engine that it is a
Yes.
blunder, not for us.
for human beings perhaps to think of a move like rook c8, if someone came and told you, think this is a position where you can win, maybe you can find. But on the board, when Nodirbek is sitting right across you, looking at you, staring at you, I think very few people can actually think of it as a
And
mistake.
firstly, we also have to understand why is this move so winning for black?
No, but it's just like now there's no very good
Right.
discovered check you have. Like if you go knight d6 check, here I go king h8.
Now
and
knight
if you
c8.
if you take knight c8, then I take on c5. Now f2 is hanging, this is
C8
hanging.
is hanging
It's
and-
kind of trapped there, yes. So, yes, completely
Wow.
engine-like.
Also, when you have played rook d8 in the last two moves, once again you don't think of moving the rook.
No, not at all. So yes, so that's the reason why David said, I need to keep my f7 pawn guarded. I will move my queen to c7, and then
So actually, let's just correct ourselves that Nodirbek didn't blunder.
no, he did blunder.
No, he
But-
didn't.
but,
Humanly he didn't,
yes.
right? And we are all human, so he didn't.
Again, I mean, objectively, there could have been someone who could have found it, but rook c1, and now Nodirbek is still keeping an edge in this position. He has this very nice sort of X-ray onto the black queen, and Nawara's last move was knight f4. So the game continues here, and we will see how this goes. I was just a bit curious, Amruta. Rook takes d4. Now absolutely doesn't work because of I first clear one guy on this file, and then when you take, let's say, rook takes f7.
Knight e6 is like a massive fork.
Yes. So here knight f8, and now I can just take. You can't take with the rook. Moment you take with the king, I have check, and I am attacking you from all ends.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay, but Sagar, for 2 minutes, we will need to take a break
Yeah,
for 2 minutes, not a long break.
sure. So let's take a break for now because we have some extremely exciting games, but we won't take a very long break. We'll be back very shortly.
1 minute, maybe.
Maybe, yeah, 1 or 2 minutes break, or maybe even 5 minutes, but see you on the other end.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Welcome back everyone to this third round of the Prague Masters, and which I personally think is one of the most exciting rounds. I guess the most exciting round we've had until now. All 5 games filled with exciting moments. Let's quickly go over the games. Where should we begin with? Amruta will join me in a bit. So first we'll start with the game of Rapport and Pragnananda, because there we saw what Richard Rapport has just played a move which we didn't consider. We were looking at all the kingside play, knight going to g7, trying to sort of make sure that there's no attack, But in came queen a5 here. And what is Rapport doing is the big question. Well, it's clear that he wants to take on c3. But Prague's move is obvious. He's going to put his queen on d2. And then, isn't the queen a bit misplaced on the queen side? The black queen. Can white not now next start an attack with h5? I have a feeling that Rapport has to have some next plan after queen d2, because Prague's move is pretty obvious to play queen d2. Maybe he has something on his mind after queen d2 that he wants to do here, that he's already come up with an idea, but not so sure. Oh, by the way, we had like knight c5 and bishop c2 also played. But by the way, Prague could have actually taken this knight, and if pawn takes, then we know that e5 would lead to a terrible bishop there. So maybe Rapport wanted to make an intermezzo with bishop c3, bc3, and then taking here. But still, this position looks very, very dangerous, and Prague after e5, maybe the knight jumping in, has a big advantage here. So Prague could have done this, but he chose to drop his bishop back, which is also very logical. And now queen a5 has happened, and we'll see what Pragnananda does next. I'm kind of thinking he'll go queen d2. But both the players trying to navigate this extremely complex situation. 15 moves have been played, 25 to make under time control, and they are down to their Rapport has 23 minutes, which is almost less than a minute for a move now, and Pragnananda has 38 minutes. Let's go to the game now of Kaimer versus Maksudlu, and after queen takes b4, Maksudlu did go h5. Your move is on the board, h5 was played, and then came the move rook d1 by Vincent, and Maksudlu now goes, he could have gone h4, but he's very accurate, and he first plays a5, hitting the queen, asking it, where is it that you want to go to? And let's say if I go queen b3, just staying there, then now h4 makes more sense, because if he had done it straight away here, which was like h4 in this position, then maybe there was an opportunity to play c5 and the queen could come to the center. So this very small little nuance of first playing a5 and then playing h4 makes a lot of sense here, so that the queen is no longer in this very nice position on the fourth rank. So Vincent has to decide where to move his queen, and while we thought that he had a risk-free advantage, I am starting to feel that it's no longer that risk-free. It is quite possible that Maksudlu will create a mess on the king side with h4, h3, with his knight being here. Also, on the king side, it can get very, very messy. Okay, let's go to the game between Vidit and Gukesh. We have some moves played here. Vidit got greedy. We call him the greedy Vidi, and he did take a pawn on b5. So what happened was, he did go rook d8, queen e2 played by Gukesh, bishop went to g4, pawn pushed the bishop away, bishop came back, and pawn went to b3. So slowly Gukesh is taking away Vidit's active resources, which was c4 and so on. And so Vidit went queen b6, and he said to Gukesh, I'm attacking your pawn, and if you intend to save it with the move c4, get ready for your d3 pawn becoming weak. I will come back, I will attack it, I will also open up another front with a6. Gukesh said, take that pawn. Take that pawn, I'm happy, your queen will be offside. And then he went and played bishop g5, and believe it or not, this position has become extremely risky for black, because now with bishop f6 threatened, also f4 coming up, what is Vidit going to do with his extra pawn? That pawn is not as relevant as the attack that white has here. So Gukesh really showing some great understanding of this position, while Vidit clearly in big trouble. And as always, we keep continuing this sort of who's going to become the new India number one. If Gukesh wins today, he then surpasses Arjun, who became India number one few hours ago. By surpassing Vishy Anand, Gukesh will surpass Arjun. So, all of them are sort of playing this moving around in circles here. But it's also actually very good competition, very positive one, because it's pushing everyone to move further ahead. And Amruta, I have Amruta back here. Are you surprised with the way in which Vidit versus Gukesh game has shaped up?
Yeah, I'm very surprised that the assessment changed so much.
So drastically.
Yeah.
Yes. If we can have the chessboard here and this Vincent Parham, if we can have Gukesh and Vidit. Oh my God, look at what Vidit has done. Vidit is telling Gukesh, I don't really think that your attack has any merit. I am playing on the queen side and I'm going to play a4.
Wow. So that means he actually assesses it in a different way.
Yes.
He's considered it all.
Yes.
So what does he have in mind? If bishop f6, first of all.
Yeah, or f4. I like both these moves.
Right.
But let's try this.
Bishop f6, gf6 and then f4. That was the
f4,
idea.
very, very direct. You are opening your rook. Your knight is well placed. Your queen is ready to enter. Let's
What
say
if a4?
I take.
You take.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that f6 and f7
Yes.
so ugly.
Yes, but Amruta, I'm pawn up. Like, how many pawns up? Can you count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although my pawns are horrible, I have all the 8 pawns on the board still. While you are down to your 6 pawns. So yes, you're 2 pawns down. Okay, you take back 1 pawn.
Doesn't matter.
Here.
Yeah, rook f4. a4.
Yes. Okay, mate me. Actually, Vidit is telling Gukesh, checkmate me somehow. Because the moment your knight will come here, I can actually take it. But I can even be extra brave and go here. Believe it or not, like you give this check, I go king f8, you give another check, I go king e8.
Wow,
And
he's
I'm
running. He's running away.
Yeah.
And Gukesh made a move, by the way. He goes queen.
But this
one
line
is-
this
yeah.
line is so crazy, right? Amruta, rook takes 8, check, king d7, you take here and b2 and I'm making a new queen.
Oh.
No, this is
Wow.
actually victory of Vidit's concept, where he says, I will sort of absorb your attack and I will find play on the queen side. I mean, it's just an illustrative line, but Gukesh says, Vidit, I'm more subtle than what Sagar and Amruta are. Like they are just trying to attack like without like cavemen, but here I'm going to go very, very carefully. I'm going to go queen e3. And Amruta, if you now go a4 in this position, then I can actually take rook takes.
Oh, that take. I thought you were still taking on f6 and going queen h6.
I'm being a little more subtle. I will play rook b1 so that now you're not getting that amount of play here. And let's say when you move your queen, let's say rook b4, try to play there. Then I can maybe take at this point and then try to play on the queen side. Maybe that's a possibility.
But the computer says, is there a better move? Like rook b4, you just completely ignore the exchange, go to e1 or c1
Could be that do this and then play f4 and then your attack gets even stronger.
But look at all white pieces on the king side.
Yeah. No, but Amruta, this is
It's
really
like the whole
clash
family is gone out for a holiday on the king side
this is
attack.
a clash of ideas, no?
Completely.
Yeah. Beautiful game. But from Vidit's face, look at the focus that he has, the intensity that he is having, while Gukesh looks also like very, very focused. But
somehow
I feel
Vidit
under
looks more
pressure.
intense than Gukesh
More
today.
under pressure, yeah. Like because when it comes to your king, you are more worried.
And that too against Gukesh.
Yeah.
Some players you just know that what to expect.
Gukesh is like the shark, yeah. The moment he senses some attack or this blood, he goes after it, and that's what he's doing here. He's attacking really well. We'll come back to this game. Let's go to David Nawara versus Nadir Bek. A complete mess. you know,
But
this,
the position is equalized. Again, is it the human equality or what sort of equality we are talking about?
yeah, let's look at it. So we left it at knight f4 here, and then Nodirbek chopped off this pawn, which according to the computers was not the right moment to go for it. Okay, he went king h8, because if you took here rook f7, then in this position is exactly what Nodirbek had in mind, a very nice move. Maybe we can ask our viewers here if they want to guess what is it that Nodirbek had on his mind if David Navara had taken his bishop. It's a little complex move, but you know, sometimes backward moves are the toughest to find.
It's a backward move.
Yeah, that's a small hint for you that it's a backward move.
93?
Yes, fantastic move. Knight d3.
That's the suggestion.
With this, you attack the queen, and next move you will take this knight, so the queen is distracted, and then you can pick up this.
I thought you had mentioned we came to the same position and knight e6 was the move. Was I wrong? Like knight
It was slightly
e6?
different, but here knight e6 doesn't work because
one second. Blunder. Ah, oh nice.
yeah, it's actually, I mean, there are many ways. Bishop e6 also is playable, but the main point here is that I have this check, which with my knight on d3, the rook was being defended.
But still, king h1, queen c1.
No, I'll take with the knight here and attack your queen.
Oh.
That's a very little points here. Yeah, and David is of course very aware of these tactics. And so, by the way, he did not take this bishop. He just moved his king to the side, and he said to Nodirbek, okay, you got a pawn, but I am now a little more safe. Nodirbek now goes queen f3. And you are very right in asking this question, that is this equal, just the engine saying it, or is humanly also this looking equal? My answer to it, Amruta, is that humanly this is just not, you cannot even understand what's happening. But David Navara is playing like a superhuman here. He's found the move h6, which was the only move to be equal here. So he's found this best move in the position h6 on the board. Fantastic chess, you know. The homeboy is playing great chess. Not giving up at all here.
For h6, it looks like the bishop on f7 will be lost. Of course, you have this discovered attacks again and again with knight e6.
My first question is, why not knight e6? And this is what Nodirbek is also thinking to himself, that okay, earlier you had knight e2 check, but now my queen guards that square. But you know what?
Knight takes e6, simply.
Exactly.
Because if you take with the knight,
Yeah.
you lose the f7 guy.
Yes.
And if you take with the bishop,
No, but I'll take your queen. Here.
rook c7 first.
And now when
Knight
you take
g5,
this, yes, you take here,
which I had
attack
not
the
seen
queen,
by the way, it was pure fluke.
Queen
And then queen
f5.
b3, queen f5 of course.
And now I take here, and then I take this. So it's
So many pieces were
it's
hanging.
such a crazy game. And then in
Oh,
order
it's
to
tough.
save this bishop, you have to go rook e7. So materially, you have a rook and a bishop for a queen, right? Or yes, a rook and a knight for a queen. But then after this position, the b pawn is an extremely strong pawn, and then you know somehow,
So it's like rook and knight, and that b pawn is also as good as a piece, like we were looking at
Exactly.
Maksudlu's game.
exactly.
In some way, similar.
And that is the reason why David is considered as one of the best calculators out there. He has actually calculated that knight e6 is not working out for Nodirbek.
This is incredible to find h6 on the board.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this position can go down in many books for defensive ideas, that you know, you stay cool, your opponent has gone to f3 in order to control the e2 square and give a deadly discovered attack, and then you just calmly play it.
Yeah, and we had discarded this as, okay, Nodirbek is crushing it and
Yeah.
he's gonna win it,
Yeah.
but David has managed to
It's
make
a
it
great
extremely difficult, and also maybe, who knows, with such a thing anything can happen.
I agree.
It's now unclear.
Because you know, now the flow of the game and the tide is shifting, and there Nodirbek, if he's from the opening, he was like, I'm winning. And all of a sudden, he can't see wins. He can suddenly start making some mistakes. And David Navara can get his chance. So here, Nordirbeck down to 34 minutes. David Navara has 23 minutes on the clock. We'll come back to this game after Nordirbeck has made his move. Let's go to Bartel versus Nguyen Thai Dai Wan. We left it where Bishop D5 was played. Here in the center, H4 played by Bartel. And then Rook went back, finally improving his Rook's position.
He got rooked, then now I guess that Van Nguyen should be okay.
At least the Rook is back in the game. Knight G3 and now Rook D6. So clearly both the Czech players have fought back. It's good news, and if we have the bars on our right bottom, if we can get them, we will see that at first where all the games were going in white's direction, suddenly you will see that Bartel Nguyen is fine. Abdusattorov Navara is looking slightly better, but I guess it's not. I guess it's around equal. Kaimer Maksudlu is also around equal. But the biggest problems are being faced by Rapport and Vidit, I think. These two players are in big trouble. So we need to go to Rapport versus Pragnananda. And guys, look at this. What has happened here? After Queen A5, we said Prag will go Queen D2. It's natural. He will defend his. And what is Rapport going to do against the kingside attack? Queen B4 came in, attacking here on B2, and Prag said, I'm just castling. Amruta.
B5 now.
No, it's too slow. I'm just going ahead with
If B5 is too slow, what is fast, Sagar?
I don't know.
It's like
B5
you
has
are
no
saying
threat.
The train is slow, but then what is this? I don't have a cycle.
No, but I mean, Prag has a flight. He's just going H5. Next move and opening up his rook here to the king. So you can actually go and do this. Bishop C3 and
B takes C3. No queen exchange.
No queen exchange, but maybe you can also think about a queen trade. But let's say you take B takes, Queen A3 check, and
King
now
B1.
King B1.
Knight A4 if you go.
Yeah, but the bishop
Bishop
is there,
A4.
right? So
Yeah, you force him to exchange. I
take,
mean.
Queen takes, and now H5. And I just tell Black that you have no pieces in the attack. Look at all your pieces just on the last rank. And I have a
Okay, let's still try for the sake of it. I go B5 anyway because Rook B8 is coming.
You just want to make sense.
Show me how you're gonna finish it.
You want to play till mate, yes? So HG. The H file has opened up. Maybe I go Bishop D4, threatening a mate. Next move I go F5. Then my queen comes in. Looks like a very big attack. Very big attack. So here long castle, and Richard Rapport has to identify this danger, which he clearly does. Yeah, he's a super GM. He understands that H5 is coming.
But he would not go Queen B4 because it helps White to long castle. I mean, White was
but I think he might do the move that you were saying. Yeah, B5
directly.
He might do this.
Can he take on C4?
You mean with the queen?
Yeah.
This move.
That is why maybe he played Queen B4, thinking that he might win a pawn. And
yes, but let's say H5. What are you going to do? Like,
I still have my dark square bishop to defend. Does it make any difference? Knight G.
Do you want to take on C3 now?
No. That's the plan.
No?
Keep the bishop.
Yes. Okay. And do what? Because now I'm.
You don't have Bishop D4.
Yes, I don't.
After HG, what is your idea so that I will be able to stop your
I just want to go F5, E5. I mean, I have these pawn pushes in
B5.
here.
I'll go B5 here. Let's go.
Okay. You want to attack? I take
HG.
And I mean, both are tempting E5 and F5, but let's go E5.
F5 looks more natural, no?
But also the knight on C5 is a bit shaky now. Somewhere B3 might come in. It doesn't look great. Your position is just in big trouble here. Also, the bishop opens up, Amruta. Just don't forget this. The G6 pawn is loose. So clearly, Pragnananda's position looks so good right now. It's looking close to decisive sort of advantage with h5 coming up, but we have to wait for Richard Rapport's move, because I'm sure he will make the most, like the best practical decision here, which
for the
humans,
counterplay.
yeah, which humans will find difficult to counter. So we'll wait after castles, we'll come back when Richard makes his move.
I like the angle, by the way. It's very nice.
Yeah.
And you can sense the tension for both the players here.
And also time wise, Rapport has 18 minutes, 27 minutes for Pragnananda.
How many moves do they have to
They are
make?
on move 17, they have to make 23 more moves before time
Oh,
control.
but this is an important factor, that if Pragnananda lands in a big time gap, then Rapport is going to use that.
No, but Rapport is behind on time. 10 minutes.
So then Pragnananda has a
No,
even
Prague
a
has
bigger
a good
advantage.
position, 10 minutes more. I'm actually curious to go to Vincent Keimer's game against Maksudlu. Suddenly, it seems like Vincent has gotten something going for himself. So after h5, we saw here, and we were saying, like, we were appreciating Maksudlu's a5. Very logical move, hitting the queen. Vincent went back to b2. h4 was played, nice move. Vincent brought his queen to the center of the board, and now Maksudlu played queen h5, which somehow is not very appreciated by the engines, and maybe it's a good moment to ask our viewers here, what is it that Vincent played here which gives him a big advantage? Actually, Maksudlu could have played knight e4 and traded pieces, gone into this major piece endgame, which would have been okay, quite holdable there. But the moment he went queen h5, how do you stop all of black's counterplay? It's actually a very, very nice positional move. Maybe you can try it out. You can just shout it out if you, yes.
You can see it on board.
You, oh, it's there on the board, but there are the bars, right, on the bottom right. And now you can see it. f3 is played, and that actually dominates the knight on f6.
Wow.
So the question is,
That's a nice move.
I'm sure that Maksudlu wanted something like queen
Yeah,
h3.
it feels like weakening when, to make such a move.
Yes.
But if that's a good move and Vincent played it, he's so alert for it.
Yes, because Vincent realizes it's only one weakness here, and he can control it with queen d6, and his queen is so beautifully placed there, and even if you try to create more mess with knight coming in here,
Rook d... No, you don't have time for rook d4, rook h4 when the knight was on f6.
it's like you go knight e4 perhaps, Amruta, and maybe this starts getting quite tricky, in some ways, like
Yeah.
f5 as you mentioned,
Queen e6 check.
knight g5.
f5, queen e6. Okay, knight g5.
Yeah, take, and then maybe this endgame is clearly preferable for white, because equal pawns with a very nice piece, rook coming in. So Vincent might be looking at something really tangible here, He, by the way, Maksudlu did play rook e8. He's played his move.
The tournament will become very interesting if every time
Yeah.
the sole leader is beaten by all other players.
I agree. If Maksudlu loses here, then we will have like a wide open event with no one on more than 2 points, because I don't see Nadirbek Abdusattorov also winning. By the way, let's go to his game against David Navara, because Nadirbek has just taken the pawn on b7. He calculated that e6 was not the square where he could go to because of all the mess we just saw. Knight takes, so he takes on b7, and he tells David, hey David, I'm attacking your queen, and if you move your queen, I'll take your rook. So what do you have in mind? And guys, what does David Navara have in mind here? Black to play. What is the move that he has planned? Because clearly he doesn't want to lose an exchange in this messy position. It's a beautiful move, by the way, that he has come up with. It's a game of knight jumps, actually. If Nadirbek moves his knight, David also moves his knight. So here's a hint to you. It's a knight move. Knight e2 check, fantastic move, because here if you take with the rook, your rook is hanging on c1, and if you take with the queen, all of a sudden the knight has lost its support and queen b7 is equal.
I mean, this game would be the craziest game no matter. Today, game of the day is going to be very hard
Very
to
tough.
choose.
Yes, very tough to choose. So if you are watching this and you want to vote for your game of the day, go to praguechessfestival.com/voting and you can vote for your best game of the day. And based on that vote, each day the players are getting a small memento at the start of the game. Yesterday it was Prague who got it in round 1. Round 2, Maksudlu got it. And who knows who will get it in round 3. It's also a nice little incentive, right, to play nice games.
Right.
Maybe, someone who's in great form can play like 3-4 good games and then go back with these 3-4 cubicles of, back home. Okay, so I don't think David has still played his move. He's thinking, but I'm a bit surprised as to why is he thinking, because clearly there is no other option. Otherwise, he's just losing an exchange.
How many moves do they have to make?
They have to play 15 more moves in 14 minutes for David, 33 minutes for Nodirbek.
And if in the next 2-3 moves David uses 10 minutes,
Yeah.
then it would be very hard to play such a position because it's the highly complicated position on the board.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
And we even saw yesterday with Maksudlu and Pragnanda, in the last 3-4 moves, you're playing with 2-3 seconds,
No.
on
and
the
you
clock.
go wrong. No
you
matter
will go
how,
wrong very quickly.
how young you are, no matter how good nerves control you have, when the time goes to like 2 seconds or 3 seconds or 5, you are going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
But what is very curious to me
No,
is
but
that,
Grishchuk didn't do that.
yes, till a certain age, yes.
Yeah, that's the
And now
point.
even he is finding it difficult to be very accurate in time travel. There you have David about to make his move. And yes, knight e2 is the move. Of course he was going to do this. A check, and Nodirbek has to take it. Or do you think, Amruta, Nodirbek has a devious plan in his mind, which is to move his king to h1? Because think about it. If I go to
knight
h1...
c1, knight d8.
No.
Then?
I was thinking about taking on f5 and threatening a mate in 1 here.
Oh, it's gone. Hg, queen h3.
Queen h3, game over. Mate. It's a forced mate.
Oh wow, you cannot actually take the... So you're not
No.
threatening to win the rook
No,
anyway.
you're not threatening to take
Knight
it.
e2 is a bluff then.
No, but that's what David was calculating.
Knight
and that's
d4.
Knight d4, exactly. Take this pawn, attack here.
Nice. Oh my god, look at your queen on c7 is hanging.
Yes.
But you just don't care
Yes.
about it. Your knight is
What a game.
moving. So many hanging pieces here.
And then the queen is actually hoping to stay in touch with its knight, because if it doesn't, then the knight will just be lost.
Yeah.
So,
Wi-Fi gets disconnected and that's irritating.
yes. And Amruta, also look at this. Queen takes f5 is supported by the knight now. So that's also not coming. So let's say you don't have any squares here actually on this diagonal. That's the problem.
Wow.
Beautiful, right? And if you take on c7, I take on f3, and then you take back.
What should I take? Like, ew.
Take this back, then I take this guy, then you take this guy. It's like this, this everything gets sort of
Windmill.
clarified.
No, I mean, this is not windmill, but yeah.
And it lands up in a position where it's around
all
equal.
It's all fizzled. It's
Yeah.
like you suddenly reach the age of 70 and you look back for all these years. Oh, time flies.
Yes, no, it's just like everything got traded here. And so we are actually waiting for now Nodirbek's decision. Because Nodirbek can go for a simple decision of queen e2, queen b7, and we have like a normal position then. Not normal, it's still complicated. But he can also play king h1. He can also play king f1. So let's see what he does here, and we'll come back to it very, very quickly. Meanwhile, we have Vidit versus Gukesh's game, which has actually gone a little bit ahead. After queen e3, a4 was played here by Vidit. He took, takes. Actually, this was not a good decision by Gukesh to take the rook. He should have actually played rook b1 and then rook e1 as we discussed, keeping that attacking chances going. But after take, queen takes c5. What has now happened is Vidit played this move queen c6 and he tells Gukesh, I'm okay now, you know, like Amruta, you can sense the body language change, no? Vidit looks a bit
Relaxed.
calmer.
Yeah. The
Gukesh,
intensity is
yes.
kind
He
of
just feels it that now my king is safer.
Okay, but Gukesh did not go for rook b1. That means the assessment was difficult in that position.
Yeah.
To allow black's pieces over there and to, you know, consider that you're taking all your pieces for the attack, but here black has this open file and the 7th rank. I would say it was maybe a tough assessment. Otherwise, Gukesh would not have rejected it.
No, and also Amruta, Gukesh clearly understands that his chances lie on the king side, but sometimes when executing it, it's not easy to find the most accurate way to do it. And so with the time ticking by, he took this practical choice of taking the rook here on a4, and then after that, it just kind of, it's still, the game goes on. It's not like it's fizzled out.
Because one of the thing is he has one nice pawn structure there.
Yes.
One pawn chain for Gukesh.
By the way, taking this pawn doesn't make much sense, because then after I take on
Queen
c2, you
Bishop
take
f6.
here, take here, and we've seen this again and again, that such positions the
Queen
king
d3.
is quite safe with this bishop. This is a great formation actually. Very tenacious king there on g8, not giving up easily. So I guess Gukesh might go into this slightly better endgame, but then I think with the opposite colored bishops, the drawing
this will
tendency
be-
is higher.
Okay.
We can't say it's a draw, but it's higher. Meanwhile, after rook e8, Vincent has gone for the move g4. Interesting. Now he's saying to Parham, I'm a pawn up.
And your h4 can become weaker.
Yes.
But what if queen c5 check? You have queen d4 and you defend a c4
Yes.
pawn.
Very well spotted,
So
Amrita
that's
here. If queen c5, I have queen to d4, defending my pawn, which is an extra pawn here for white. And also, knight g4 looks very tempting, you know, like just sacrifice a piece and try to checkmate him. But somehow after king h1,
Queen c.
there's not even one check, and h3 is very easily met with rook g1, and then white king is very safe.
Yeah. So that's not possible. So g4 is a nice move by Vincent.
Yeah.
20 minutes. Time wise, they both are on almost equal terms.
I feel Amrita, Vincent is the most expressive player somehow. From his face, you can easily make out what is happening.
Really?
Yeah, like somehow
can't.
right now he just feels like
I can't read his expressions much yet.
I just sense that he is feeling very positive. I mean, of course, I'm following the game, but just the way his body language, him flipping the piece, he is trying to sort of make inroads here. Okay, we can go to Pragnananda's game. Because what you said has happened. Richard Rapport did get bit greedy. He did take the pawn on c4. So just going here, long castle, queen takes c4 did happen. h5 did happen. Richard,
B5.
just like you, said, show me where's the mate.
So b5.
He played b5 and
Just
Prague.
going practically, what is the best? Maybe the engine evaluation. Oh, e5.
Prague is
That's
crushing it. D
But
takes
Sagar, I
e5.
don't think they are assessing it at so much better for white. I'm sure they assess it as better for
No,
white.
Amrita, now
But
if Prague,
what is the assessment?
okay,
Plus,
firstly, it's now very straight line. Yeah, like you take first on c5, and it might be very difficult to give up that bishop for the knight.
yeah, you
but
are
let's
so
ask-
attached with that bishop.
Let's ask our viewers, what is the move that? Why do you take it? White to play. Knight e4, exactly. Knight ce4, hitting the queen and the bishop. So you go back, let's say with the queen as black. You want
Yeah,
to
you
defend.
want to defend the dark squares for sure. So knight f6, queen f6.
Let's say I insert this trade.
Edgy, fine.
You take now on f6. Now you take back with the queen, assuming.
F takes e5.
And now at the very least, there is a very strong, like I can take f e5, which is a great move. But
Knight e4.
This is weak.
What is weak?
This pawn on g6 with the bishop here. Don't forget. What is the move that kills this game?
Nice. Oh, that's a good question there. What?
Yes, rook at 6 and game over. You know, look at
Nice.
black pieces. Yes, you gave up your nice bishop as white, but it's not important what goes outside the board. What's important is what remains. And on the board, what remains is rook a8, bishop c8, knight e8, rook f8.
Ooh. No, this is a great move.
This is game over.
But to beat Richard Rappo in this manner
No,
is
but it's not
really
over yet,
not
Amruta.
easy,
We just saw the best line here, but it's clearly not done yet. Will Pragnananda find all these moves?
Yeah.
It's humanly possible, I feel.
But at this moment, if you look at the bars, all the bars, Prague is the one who is the closest to converting this.
Yes, yes, very much so. And you can see already his bar is like right up there. It's +5 position. The engines are just very, very positive about it. Let's go to Nguyen Thai Dai Wan versus Bartel. And very good news here for Thai Dai Wan because he is better. So we looked at till rook d6 and we were like, it's equal now. But then knight e4, he played rook e6, good move. Knight e5 was a mistake. And Bartel just gave up a pawn. Because I can take and take here. I don't know what was Bartel's plan to this one.
Oh, did he blunder?
Well, maybe he played queen
And
f4.
look at the time gap because earlier he had so much time more, but now he's down to 25 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm a bit curious. Like, what is he planning to rook takes h5, which is another pawn which is snatched? Maybe he will take on c7 then, because Amruta, right now he couldn't take this pawn. He would have loved to, but then he was just dropping a piece in the center of the board. So he needed to actually defend.
Maybe
it.
he saw Sagar queen c7, rook e4, bishop e4, rook e3. Maybe he had seen that.
That line.
What happens
Oh,
then?
that's an interesting point, Amruta. Take, rook e3 and maybe
f5.
yes, exactly. A fork is incoming here. Knight d5 and game over.
Sometimes you can make such a miss at
I
some
don't
point.
know,
I
yeah,
mean, it's
it
very
could
hard,
be,
but
it
at
could
some
be.
point it could be a blind spot. And
But
then
also
just,
f5 was here, so I don't think he missed this.
surprising.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nguyen
So
actually
95
fighting
I
back,
think-
and maybe he does open his account today. What did he play?
Oh, he didn't take on h5. He was more careful and he kept his rook in the center, which is also fine. And now rook e3 played.
Okay.
I think Bartel is making his move so quickly. He's putting some pressure psychologically on Thai Dai Wan. But position wise, I think black is completely fine. You just take this and you're okay.
Maybe we can have a look at Abdusatarov's game because that
Yes.
was another crazy one.
So knight e2 we saw. Abdusattorov did take here. So now this craziness is reducing a bit, not a lot. Rook went to c6 now, which is actually a mistake. Guys,
What?
David Navara is now better.
But once again, Northern is making such mistakes which are very difficult to find for human.
Yes,
That's
but David is playing like a superhuman today. Yeah, he's finding all the great.
Let's see if we can find. Don't
No.
tell. Okay, let me
this
try. Let the people try here.
Rook c6.
Wait, no hint, Sagar.
What is Nodirbek's threat here?
I think his threat is clear. Queen h5, rook h6, and he wants to mate.
Okay, makes sense. And
What
also,
happens for rook f7?
yeah, you can't take, because if you take here, I take with the
mate,
knight,
queen e8.
and then in the end the b6 bishop is hanging. That's why
can
he
you
played.
show? Can you show rook if I play rook f7?
Yeah, rook f7, knight f7, queen f7, and then the b6 bishop hangs. That's why he put
Okay.
his rook on c6.
So
that-
he has stopped rook f7.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what Northern did.
But then
Wait,
David now.
wait.
No, it's just the simplest.
But does he
move.
find it?
Yes, he played it. Bishop takes d4, which is why Nordirbek is now thinking Wow, I have these beautiful pieces on g5, f7, c6, but what do I do?
And now the threat is revived. Rook takes f7 is a strong threat.
Exactly.
If you go queen h5, let's continue with white's idea.
Okay.
Then we'll have to think. That's what.
Oh, this is actually queen h5. Your threat is now this rook
Mate
takes
into,
h6.
checkmate into.
Yes. So what's the move here? Black to play only defensive move again. So yes, Amruta, you are actually doing a great job here, trying to think like Nadir Bek. But David is thinking like an engine today.
But still, so many possible ideas here. It's
no, but
not
rook at
easy.
6 is just the so you need to
yes.
stop it.
So it has to be forced. Either a check like bishop f2, or it has to be capturing one of the piece with.
Oh, bishop f2. But Amruta, what if king f2? Do you have anything?
No, I will eliminate that move and say, okay, it doesn't work,
Yeah,
and then I
yeah.
will go to another. Bishop
And
f6.
it's a crazy move, yeah. And maybe this is what David has spotted.
And maybe this is what Naderbek missed,
Yes,
because look,
yes.
bishop d4 is not something he's going to miss. It's like
Yeah.
a move in one.
Yeah.
So queen h5. Now he's thinking. I don't even know if Naderbek has found a move yet, but have the people here found it?
Yes,
Black to play.
to play. Can you think like I doubt if Nadir will go for this, but if he goes for this, David has to play this move. He needs to find this defensive idea because the threat is to take, and it's checkmate.
Yeah, and you can't go bishop f6 because rook f6, and that is also game over.
Absolutely well spotted there. Rook f6. If you take here, it's again queen takes h6 checkmate.
Okay, so that way you cannot stop. So bishop. G.
Bishop h7 is the move.
Wow.
Beautiful. Wow. What a move.
So now if rook h6,
Yeah.
g h6,
Yeah.
queen h6, you have rook takes f7. That's your idea.
Yes, exactly. Take, and now rook takes f7, and I have defended everything, and I'm
And rook
winning
up.
with 2 extra pieces.
Wow, bishop h7
Bishop
is the
h7
move. But
maybe.
that's the only move, Sagar?
Yes,
is
it's
that
the only move, and it's all. I
Really?
think it's missed by Nadir Bek, and David has seen it. So now in this position, suddenly Nadir Bek doesn't have too many possibilities. The game has kind of flipped, and you can feel it. You can sense this shift happening.
Man, David has been completely impressive today.
Yes. Brilliant chess by him. It took to first of all withstand that
Yeah.
pressure in the opening, your opponent playing fast, you having a tough position,
Yeah.
then calculating those, like you were walking on this tightrope on the tallest of buildings, like you were on this, he walked it, and now he's better.
I think this looks like the game of the day for me, because
Yeah.
everything at every move was hanging here and there, and these people are calculating and finding so many amazing moves. Can't beat
Well,
any other game today.
I guess game of the, maybe not
No,
game
not
of
this.
the day.
Because I think from the opening, Prague kind of out-prepared him in
Yes,
some way.
but you see, Amruta,
So
Prague
it would
did
be
take
the
on
opening
C5.
of the day.
He took on c5.
For him, it's
Queen
like
c5.
just
Knight e4. We
easy
were
flow.
actually thinking the other knight going to e4, knight ce4, but he played knight ge4, which is okay. And now he took on f6, and he is crushing this completely. Richard Rapport, I think, never got really a chance in this game, and this is just complete domination.
I thought when Richard went 98 in the opening, he thought he will get play with b5 and all,
Yes.
but somehow
Nothing happened there. No, this Prague has actually shown great play here, but also what I liked, and I think you mentioned it, he lost yesterday but came back so strongly today.
yeah.
This is just brilliant.
And because yesterday's loss was an extra problem. After 47 games, you have not lost.
Yeah.
It's something new suddenly.
True.
And then it might feel like, oh my God, I've broken that streak and all of those thoughts. But I think
No,
Prague's
I think these top
nerves.
players are very quick to recover. I think that's what makes them these best
But for
players.
Prague, it is especially at a very higher, thing.
Yes.
He is really quick at that.
Let's look at our leaders game, Vincent Kaimar and Parham Maksudlu, because here after G4, a check, I don't think check happened, Queen G5 happened. Oh, he gave a check, Queen D4, he went Queen G5, now H3 played, so cementing his position, C5, Queen went back, and yes, Vincent says, I'm a pawn up, I now also have the D5 square for my knight.
But the king is weak. King is weak and the pawn structure is fixed. There is E2 weakness. I dream for the knight, Sagar, if it can be on F4 or E3.
Black
E3.
knight, yes.
But it's very hard.
Yeah, and also Amruta, H4 pawn, not to be forgotten, is slightly weak. So I can act, if the queen moves, I can take the pawn. So yeah, this game, unclear what will happen.
But look at black, all dark squares. It's about all dark squares for black.
Almost all pieces are on dark squares, yes. True.
Okay.
But
But this might go beyond 40 moves, for sure. I predict a few games ending before 40 moves. One is Prague versus Richard.
Yes.
For sure. Then
This will
Norderbeck.
also go beyond 40 moves, Vidit versus Gukesh.
Yeah, this will
because,
go. And
because
Vidit
double
might
pawn-
play for another whole night.
Not Vidit. This time it's going to be Gukesh who will play, because it's clear that Gukesh is the one who's going to press here. He's very slightly better because of the pawn structure.
Yeah. By the way, is Abdul Sattar again better? Can we go to that game?
Why do you say so?
Because the bar, I'm not sure. Or was it a little bit?
I think the bar hasn't updated yet.
It will update yet. Okay. He's still thinking.
No,
Time is equal now.
Abdul Sattarov has spotted Queen H5, Bishop H7, and he's thinking, "Oh my God, what should I do next?" But it's like that's the only option left now.
You don't have anything better than Queen H5 anyway.
No, and now you can't even find a move, because if you take on F7, F7 is hanging. So I mean, let's just say, like, if you take here, I can just take Queen F7 and you can already resign this game. Knight is trapped.
Because if Queen F7, Rook F7, you don't have time to take on F8.
Yes, exactly. Knight is trapped. So maybe it's in his head already, like, this position is...
Yeah, maybe
lost.
he's gonna take another 10 minutes. I doubt that he will make a move quickly. Okay, so let's go to Prague's game.
No, Prague has just taken on F6, Queen F6, and now Richard Rapport, Prague is thinking, I guess he will take HG. No, but if he takes HG, there's Queen F4. Oh, this is Richard's point. If you take this pawn, then queens get traded, and at least he won't get checkmated.
One second, Gh7 is an
King
intermediate
H8,
move.
King H8. Queens get traded, no?
Yeah, you don't want, even if you are so much better, I don't know.
I don't want to trade the queens. So my thought
Maybe
is
Prague is going to surprise us, I don't know.
FE5. Let's take it. Let's take this pawn, and then after Queen E5, let's take on G6. Now.
This looks
This is what
great.
Prague will do, yes.
For H6, you want to enter with your queen, yeah?
No, I just want to take the pawn. Bishop takes G6.
No, come on, you want to go Queen H6, Sagar?
Also possible, but I don't want to give Queen F4
Try
check.
Queen. You saw that. Okay.
Yes,
I
yes,
thought
I'm
you were
not. I'm not going to get trapped here by you. But that's one thing. Yeah, Amruta. Let's just quickly talk about this, because Queen F4 still trades the queens, but the problem, of course, is that the piece is hanging. Yeah, that's the reason. Otherwise, it would have been okay.
Bishop E8.
Yeah. So Prague winning. So if we do a roundup, let's have the 5 boards on the bottom, and we do a roundup here as to what do we think are the potential results. Prague beats Rapport is what we think.
Yes.
99.9% happens. Guyen versus Bartel.
Draw. I predicted draw. What is your prediction?
Guyen is a pawn up. So yes, Bartel has this sort of space, both pawns, if you see A5, H5. But I will go bold and say that Guyen Thaidaiwan wins this, yes.
Okay.
But yes, closer to equal and draw. David Navara is actually
Winning.
beating Nodirbek Abdusattorov after having a tough opening. Gukesh versus Vidit, I'm calling it a draw because
Yeah,
okay, I might say Gukesh still has quite some edge in this end game, but Vidit is a very good defender. I think it'll end in a draw. And Vincent versus Parham.
Bar says that Vincent is better. I predict it as a draw.
You think it's a draw?
I mean, it's not a draw
I mean,
for
you
sure,
think
but
it
I
will be a
think
draw.
when the king is weak and when you're playing against Maqsoodlu, he will try to find some counterplay,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking it might be a draw. What's your prediction?
I think Vincent will win because the reason is Vincent seems very, very motivated, especially because he was beaten by Maqsoodlu just a week ago. And I
Okay.
think he will try his level best.
So we have a
Oh, he
difference of
took
opinion
another
in only
pawn.
2 games,
Amruta, he
Sagar.
took another pawn. Can we go to
Yeah,
that game?
let's go there. What's happening?
He took the pawn on h4 here, and then he took the pawn on c4. So now it's a very clean pawn. Now, it was a clean pawn always, but now the king also looks a bit safe, no, for white after
Yeah.
the h4 pawn goes.
Exactly.
Oh, but there is a threat. The threat is
Oh,
rook-
he plays. He
Ah,
plays queen
it.
f2.
Because the threat was to take here the pawn, I guess. No,
Rook
like
e2,
knight e2,
knight
then there is
e2.
queen d3 hanging. So
So removing the guard was the
Yeah.
threat. Queen goes to f2, but then the h4, h5 looks scary, yeah?
Yes.
h4, h5, g5 incoming.
But now Maqsoodlu has his own trump card, which is the c passer. The c pawn is a passed pawn.
But you have the best piece as a blockader.
Yes,
That's
as
the
Peter
knight.
Lecco says, the cemento knight here, cementing the position there on c3, not letting the pawn move forward.
Ah.
So I like.
Actually, a cement company can sponsor chess. That would be a good idea then.
Yes, Amruta, in your commentary, we already found 3-4 sponsors. One was the shoes company, Bata, which is the Czech company, and then now a cement company. So yeah, could be. Okay, should we go and check what Nodirbek played? Because he has made a move here. Nodirbek played after
He didn't play queen h5.
bishop takes d4. He played this very subtle move, king h1.
King h1. I don't understand
Oh my
this
god,
move.
Amruta, what's happening here? Because look at this. I think he's tricked his opponent. Because bishop h7 was the best move here. Now somehow, okay, we'll come to it. But he took on f7. What could be more natural?
Oh, he took.
Yes, he took. And look at Nodirbek's body language. It shifted completely in one
Oh
go.
my goodness, what's happening? Wait a second, we still need to understand what's happening.
David Navara blundered because he thought, hey, this is just winning. If he takes here, I take here. And now I have 2 bishops for a rook.
Right.
Totally dominating position. But the move that Nodirbek
What's the
came up with,
intermezzo? Rook-
insane move, rook d6. What
Oh.
a move! And Nodirbek Abdusattorov has created some insane tactics here.
Brilliant. This is brilliant. It came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere. That's right. Rook d6, queen e8 is a back rank mate. And if you don't take it, and if you move your rook away somewhere,
Then knight f7 takes and rook d4.
exactly, take here, and you take back with, let's say, the queen. I just take on d4 and I'm an exchange up. So rook d6 was such a brilliant
It is
move
a
by
move.
Nodirbek.
Until now, it has been the move of the tournament, I would say.
Nodirbek played king h1 just for this trick, Amruta. He played his king to h1,
That-
hoping in his heart that David would fall for it.
So bishop h7. If David would have gone bishop h7,
Yes.
like he should have done for queen h5 as well,
Yeah.
then he's completely safe because there's
He's
no
winning.
rook d6.
He's
The
winning
knight
this
is
game.
under attack. If the knight moves, the bishop on f7 is under attack. You have nothing.
And with this,
Knight
actually,
h7, one second, knight h7?
No, knight h7, rook f7.
Yeah, the trap.
And
the
this knight is trapped. And the thing is, now you are actually threatening to take, because rook d6 business doesn't even work. When you go for a mate, my bishop drops back and it's no longer even back rank mate. So bishop h7 is like this multi-purpose move saving everything. But David was a little bit impatient. He played rook f7 and in came Nodirbek's classy move rook d6.
Yeah, this is a little heartbreaking for David, no?
I
Because
know.
at the end of it, he somehow managed to get out of all the problems.
Yes.
And suddenly this one move changes it all.
That's what happens when you play against the best players in the world. They keep resisting till the very end. And yeah.
King H1, Sagar, like...
No. That was just one more trick there by Nodirbek and it worked. Now, is there any defense that you guys can see here? I don't see it actually. There is no defense because threat is to take on f7 and take on d4.
Okay, one, bishop f6 if I go, knight f7, queen f7, rook d8, bishop d8, and then
Yes,
queen
and in
e8.
the end, queen e8. So here, take, but also, I mean, you can just mate him, yeah, like queen e8 mate. So,
Ah, that's just a mate.
Yeah, it's just
not
a
even
mate.
A piece. Oh wow, this is
turned around.
This is sad because the rook d6 came out of nowhere. You know, you're in a bad position. It's fine. You make a blunder yourself. It's fine. But this one is a very different one. I don't even know what to call it. It feels.
No, it's just a blunder. Rook f7 was a huge blunder here, and that is game over now.
Not an easy blunder though. Like you don't spot a move like rook d6.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It goes in the book. It is for sure my game of the day, Sagar.
True.
For sure.
True.
Nothing
Lots of
can
ups
beat
and
it.
downs there. And we will hope maybe get Nodirbek in the studio to get his thoughts about this game.
And who knows, maybe both.
Or maybe. By the way, Nguyen Thaidaiwan versus Bartel, we see that there is some pressure on the king side here with the rook and the bishop and the queen, but yeah, it's not too much, and a pawn is a pawn.
Okay, by the way, so if you look at the bars right now, Abdus Sattarov is winning. Prague, can we go to his game because he's also almost about to win?
Prague has made a few moves. So the game continued queen f6, and Prague was very, very sure that he didn't want the queen trade to happen. So he went g3. E takes f4 here.
Knight.
He went hg. And we know what happens to hg because rook just jumps in to h6 and then it's all over, you know, g6 falls. So therefore he went fg here. Sorry, fg.
Ooh, look at what is happening. Okay, then
he played g7 because h7 pawn is now attacked from here. So he played rook f7 and now Prague smashed in with rook h7.
So one move mate, no, not mate.
Not mate, not
H8
mate,
king is
not
unnecessary.
mate.
So rook g7, let's say you go with.
Rook g7?
Yeah.
Okay. And maybe let's ask our viewers here, what should Prague do here? What is his idea? Because this is what he might have calculated. I think it's useful to make one move here, right? Which is, yes?
Rook dh.
Sorry? Rook h6. Possible to just play your rook back here, but then
What? Once again. Queen f2 or
queens
what?
get traded. That's the problem. And you don't want to go into an end game here.
Rook h1, but I don't want to exchange the rooks.
No, we
as
don't
well.
want to trade.
Knight e4 then.
Yes,
Intermezzo.
beautiful move. Knight e4, hitting the queen, taking the g5 square under control. And then you move your queen back, queen e7. And then
Now rook h. No, now rook.
takes. Let's say you take back with the, because if you take with the queen, it just shows this
Queen d8.
total position of black pieces being so terrible in this line beautifully, where you go rook g1 and then just take this and it's game over. Suddenly you have 0 defenders and 4 attackers.
Oh,
Rook,
g1
knight,
is
bishop,
nice. Because
queen.
I was gonna go queen d8.
Yes, also could be nice, but
Then
here
g2 was
rook g1 is just over, yeah.
Yeah, rook g1 is nice.
And so you take with the knight here now, and then I can just enter with the queen maybe to h6 and it's already over. Knight f6 coming in, bishop looking here. So Prague, I think, has worked this out.
Why is Prague looking back? He looks at the screen there where all the games are shown and he's looking at what's happening.
I think he's also looking at what's happening in other games. Yeah, let's just have an overview. Today it seems like a day of no games ending soon. Yes, all games are going on in the Masters. In the Challengers also, we have had all the games.
Richard played.
Richard played. What did he do?
After 40 moves, we could check challenges maybe.
Okay, fine. E5 was played, I guess. No, just coming back to the game.
E5.
Yeah.
Okay, he's
E5.
wanting to open the bishop. Bishop F5 in the air at some point.
Hoping the bishop comes out finally. Then the rook comes out. But
you continue with the same thing, no? Knight E4. Now Queen F4 is the threat. Okay, that's his idea actually.
oh, he's not only oh yes, Amruta, he's not only opened the bishop but also threatening to trade the queens.
Oh, tell me something. Why did he not go Queen F4 earlier? What was the reason?
Because after a check,
the
knight
E8
was hanging.
knight was hanging.
Yeah.
But then for E5 isn't rook H8? Isn't the knight still hanging?
Well, if you do this, King G7, and you take this guy here.
Yeah. Why not?
Queen F4 maybe, but then yeah, you're piece up. So maybe it's the easiest way to win.
No, you have only 2 pawns still.
No,
with
but
the
it's
kind
okay.
of
It's okay. I think we can win this position. So yes, I think Pragnananda can go rook h8 check and the game can end there, like he can win a piece, but also he can be more ambitious and bring his rook here with the threat of check, king takes and mate, because the bishop controls this square.
So what if Queen F4 now? Is there a mate? Like right now?
If you play Queen F4, I give a check, you come here, I go in with another check, you have to come up here, then I go in with maybe another check, knight e4.
I am not able to checkmate you. That
Yes, the
does
king is running
cause
away.
some irritation.
Yeah, but maybe now I have this very nice tactic. Let's ask our viewers here, white to play, how do you finish it off? Sorry, rook e8, beautiful.
Nice.
Rook takes e8, king takes e8 and knight jumps in with a pretty fork here and the game is over.
If you look at Richard right now, he clearly doesn't seem very happy.
No, it's terrible.
He did express like
But
nothing.
didn't they? They haven't played a move yet. E5 is on the board.
4 minutes to Prague, 7 minutes to Richard, and they need to make how many moves? May not matter, but still.
14 moves, yes.
That's quite a lot.
Yes.
Prague is about to make a move. Just a moment.
Yeah, he just goes for this simple variation where he wins a piece, I guess.
Yeah.
Rook e8. Yeah, it's actually the most logical way to play. Rook takes e8. Now you are piece up. Yes, black has 3 pawns for it, but the pawns are not very strong. They are weak. They will fall. And so Prague will,
Now this
move
is
to
like
another
clearly
game.
winning.
Let's go to the game
Vincent.
of Nawara and Nodirbek
Oh.
because this has clarified into a win for Nodirbek. After rook c8, knight f7 takes, rook d4, b3 is played, he goes b6, and I think Nodirbek knows that it's all over. So he's looking very confident now. And if we go a very quick look at Vidit versus Gukesh, we were on f4, takes f4, ef, he took bishop takes, rook c8. Do you think that Gukesh will be able to grind this? I doubt.
No, because black's rook is very active.
Yes.
And the pieces are
Opposite colored bishop exists.
or rook a2, yeah.
I don't think Vidit is going to have trouble holding
Only
this.
thing is Vidit should not make a mistake because he still has those ugly isolated pawns.
Yes, I agree.
should
So, I
remember.
mean, he has to be slightly more careful there
Yeah.
than his opponent. But I guess this game does end in a draw.
Yeah,
Which
and-
then means that for one night, Arjun Erigaisi can sleep as India number one. Although in China he's already asleep, I believe. He's playing at the Shenzhen Masters. And Maksudlu versus Keimer here.
Yeah, let's see what.
This is the game between the leader of the tournament, Maksudlu, and Vincent Keimer here. Queen C1 was the last move played by Parham Maksudlu. I guess, Amruta, your prophecy seems to be coming true that this game might end in a draw, because it seems Parham has somehow tricked Vincent. Like, this was the position. It was completely better for white. Like rook d1 and your pawn up, you have a nice cimento knight, nicely blockading the pawn. Everything is good. You have 2 extra pawns here as compared to black. You can grind for like hours. But he goes rook d4. And what can be more natural than to attack the queen and the pawn? But suddenly Maksudlu reveals his devious plan. He goes queen c1.
Yeah, rook c4.
Exactly, rook c4. But what is his plan? Black to play. Let's ask our viewers here. What do you think did Maksudlu have in mind here? Excellent trappy play by Maksudlu.
Oh, come on.
Yes, knight d5 is the move.
Oh, not rook e3.
No, not rook e3. Because, Amruta, if
Rook
you
e3,
go
knight
rook e3,
d5, yeah?
then here there is a
Knight
check. And then a check, and you might get checkmated there. So,
Okay, I completely forgot that.
yeah, no, let's not go that route. But okay, there was one small tactic to take care of. If knight e8, there is this very nice idea just to show.
Knight
d5, and then you pick up this rook
Yeah.
because you attack the queen. So anyway, in the game, he went rook c4. The idea was to play knight d5, and there are 2-3 problems. One is this knight hanging, the other is this check coming in.
Nice.
So
So they're making quick moves.
in the game, he went not rook c4, he played knight e4 here. But all of a sudden, Parham Maksudlu is now better. But okay, it's very tough. He
Isn't
took
it going into a queen endgame with that c passer?
c3, no? Now he'll push.
Yeah, that
But
c
you know,
pawn is
Amruta,
not dangerous.
Amruta, the winning, sort of the big advantage
One
here,
second.
black to play. Guys, it's so tough, yes, chess sometimes is like so difficult to understand.
Like marriage?
Uh,
Yeah.
because black has a very strong move here, which is to play c3.
Okay, it is a very natural move.
No, it's not, because
Why?
you are
Knight
just
f6,
spoiling
the
your
ugly pawns.
king. But you are saying there's no way to attack the king, and actually I'm very happy with this thing. What was more important was to get
Queen.
that one move in.
And there is no threat on the king.
Yeah.
Seriously, the rook cannot give a check. The g4 pawn in this moment you
Yes.
would not be very happy about.
So actually speaking, Maksudlu could have
Man,
played.
is this winning? Would this be winning for him? That
he-
he's
he was-
missed
he
it
was
actually.
clearly better.
Because you know what would have happened psychologically, he was under pressure, and then he's happy that he's moving towards the draw, and suddenly you
I don't
miss
think-
something
I
like
don't
that.
think that. It was just that when the knight came to e4, Maksudlu did not take his time. He simply very quickly took here, and which is very logical, because now he sees the danger is gone and he can now hold this endgame. So yeah, he didn't take that time perhaps.
Yeah. So, but even now c3 looks dangerous. Is it not dangerous?
Yes, c3 is for sure dangerous, but you can just put your rook behind the pawn, and I don't think it will run away.
For rook d7, I also have to figure out for f7 pawn.
Yeah. So here, Parham Maksudlu is out of the woods, and maybe he will be not the sole leader, because Nadirbek Abdusattorov has a clearly winning position against David Navara. And meanwhile, Pragnananda's game has moved ahead
What?
immensely.
But his advantage is gone.
What?
It is shocking. Can we go back?
Oh, unbelievable turnaround.
That's the reason you like. It's very scary to, exchange queens because
Queen
at this.
f4, rook h1 was the blunder here.
Oh my god, he had such less time.
Oh,
1 minute.
No, Amruta, look at the blunder. It's such a terrible move because any other move was winning, even if you took the queen. He just missed. Guys, what did he miss here? Black to play. It was such a trivial. Yes.
Oh, look at Prague. He's so disappointed.
Rook f2 check. King moves because if you go king d1, there is bishop g4 check. So you have to go to, bishop g4 check here. So you have to go to c1, and what was the move here?
G2.
Not g2.
No?
Rook c2. Rook c2.
Ah, bishop f5 and rook takes e8. Oh my god.
He's fallen for some.
Oh, look at Prague right now. Unbelievable.
Richard Rapport is just feeling like, oh my god, I'm back from the dead here. Because his position was just gone. So, take, king takes check. Prague had to go king e3. And after rook c2, now he goes rook. What? He blundered again. This is a draw. He should play rook e5 and at least he's fighting for the draw. But he goes rook h8.
Is there a checkmate idea for the king?
And bishop e6. What a move here by... Oh, Richard Rapport plays an insane move. Bishop e6.
Okay, if you go rook a8.
No, he just controls the g8 square. So now g2, g1 queen. There's no check on g8. The bishop has just controlled the square. What a turnaround.
That is a very hard-making thing for Prague.
Unbelievable turnaround here.
Because it was like a crushing opening.
From completely winning position is now dead lost. g2 played by Rapport.
15 seconds on the clock. Is he going to resign?
Yes. Prague, this is going to be very, very tough for Pragnananda. Like dominating the game for 25 moves out of the 33 moves that were played. Then one mistake, game became equal. Then another mistake, game was lost. And I think it's a very, very tough 2 days that Pragnananda has had. And there you see Richard just apologizing. Yeah. He's like, I'm sorry, I didn't deserve this full point. But yeah, that's what chess is.
But look at Prague. He asks him, can we analyze?
Really?
Yeah, he just said that.
Wow.
Can we analyze?
That's a great spirit there by Prague.
Man, Prague's sportsman spirit, I think, is like such a champion spirit, yeah? Yeah,
it's amazing. But also Richard Rapport, keeping his eyes open till the very end, not giving up. And this might really change Rapport's event because he wasn't playing that well. Today was completely outplayed. And now he beats. So one of the most unusual results that have happened, just going back.
This was shocking.
Once again, here Prague was totally winning. He gave a check. He picked up a piece. He's a piece up. All is good. But then suddenly queen f4 and he blunders big time rook h1.
If he didn't have to go rook h1, a natural move would be, what would it be? Like even queen f4 or
Amruta,
just...
bishop e4 was fine.
Knight e4 was also okay.
Taking here. Yes, these pawns look a bit scary, but they are not going anywhere. You have these pieces beautifully positioned. The rook is stopping the bishop from developing. The move rook h1 actually fell into this tactical trick of check, picking up the bishop and giving a discovered check with your bishop here and the rook falling.
If you go king c, it's lost, no? I mean the king c1, rook c2 is lost.
Yes.
So what is the drawing?
No, this was the best move that Prague found. And here he had to take on e5 and then say, okay, I will somehow try and win this pawn with my active king, knight, rooks. I will be able to hold this endgame. But then Prague got a bit, careless. He went rook h8.
No, he had 3 seconds on the clock.
Maybe he had less time. Yes, I don't know what.
Look at his time.
And now the only move to win for black, which was found very quickly by Richard, bishop e6. Beautiful move, controlling the g8 square. And then the rook had to be taken on a8. And after which g2 was the queen. The pawn just went ahead and became a queen.
Wow. Today has been, a lot of ups and downs and some beautiful moves on the board, some heartbreaking results.
producers, if you could help us with the screen, it's broken here.
Over there, I
Yes.
thought over here. We look at the tournament hall there.
Yeah, right now we have one game.
Oh,
that is
Vincent's game is also over. Can we go there?
I think it ended in a draw.
Yeah.
We can maybe go there on the no. Let's first. So Vincent drew. Richard and Prague have ended. Richard wins. I believe Nodirbek will win against David, or already it's over. Nodirbek versus David, and then we have Q and Thaidai versus Bartel is the only one, and Gukesh versus Vidit. Both kind of equalish going on. Yeah, also Nodirbek is done. If we can actually get Nodirbek in the room, that would be great. I think it's a good time to take a break and come back with one of the players perhaps in our commentary room here to take us through the game. Welcome back to a day of ups and downs here at the third round of Prague Masters 2024. What a day we have had. Firstly, we had Pragnananda completely winning his game against Rapport, but then losing it out in the end, blundering big time. Nodirbek was in big trouble against David Navara, but there he saved himself with a very, very tricky move. And now we are looking at Vidit Gujarati and Gukesh, who are in that sort of time pressure zone because they have 4 more moves to make in this position. But I would say that both the players look quite relaxed in a sense because the position is very drawish. They are on move number 36, 3 pawns per side. Maybe white has a very, very small edge because the king is slightly more centralized. But then again, I was wondering if we can just push our pawn to d5 here. So pawn to d5, threatening king d4 is what I wanted to do, but maybe it's not so trivial. Maybe bishop e4 attacking this pawn. If king d4, then g2 is hanging, and otherwise, so maybe d5 is not so easy. So Amruta, it seems like the game between Vidit and Gukesh simplified a lot. We left it at this point after rook c1, but then after knight d7 played by Vidit, bishop f4 came in, and this is where Gukesh did win a pawn, but Vidit was able to simplify it with h6, king g1, f5. Yeah, I think Vidit was very, very confident about his position here. You know, he did a good job.
Yeah, he dissolved his doubled pawns pretty easily, and yeah, this is converting into a draw. How many moves they've made?
We are on move 37 right now. So d5 did happen, and now I think Vidit will go bishop e4. This is the move which, yes, this kind of seals it because g2 is attacked and d5 is attacked. It's like a double attack here.
So knight takes.
And they agree to a draw. Whoa. Quite a tense game till a point. But then I feel like somehow it fizzled out. Maybe
Yeah, opening was
Gukesh
great.
didn't attack in the best possible way. Maybe we can try to get Vidit here to get his thoughts on whether he felt the same stress like we did.
Oh, he'll also say, can we analyze?
Yeah.
I think everybody would love to analyze after
Yes.
the game, and
Amrita,
they
maybe
should analyze.
We should show the analysis room at some point, you know, like it's
Oh,
a
that is
beautiful
amazing.
place because there they sit down, and yesterday Maksudlu and Prague analyzed for 1.5 hours. In fact, when we finished all the games, I went there, they were still analyzing when I tried to get Maksudlu.
Yeah,
And,
that's why I think when they finish the games, even if we continue with our stuff, at the end of it, you will find them.
No, but many times they go away after a point. So of course Vidit and Gukesh won't analyze that long. But I think we might get Richard. I did ask Nodirbek if he can join us, but he was still analyzing with David Navara. So right now only one game remains, which is going on in the Masters, which is Mateusz Bartel versus Nguyen Thai Dai Wan.
That's a rook end game.
Yes, quite an interesting one because black is a pawn up.
But tell me something, black is a very healthy pawn up. The bar
Not very
says
healthy. Not very healthy because this pawn is kind of limiting both the pawns here. So I have pressure here and I have pressure on this pawn. So if black can somehow get his king in, then he should be clearly better. But is that
which you
possible?
cannot stop.
Let's say I go g4.
King f7.
Yes, and I mean just I think in time I was thinking of f4, but maybe you have rook e4. I don't know. Maybe f4.
F4,
There's
rook e2.
Rook e2. So first I go rook b4, attack you here,
Rook e7.
Yeah, rook
Thank you,
goes
because
back.
rook then goes to d7.
and then I cut you off here.
I thought the bar would be very happy, but
Now
somehow
you go
it's
rook
not.
d7 perhaps,
Yeah.
or king
No, rook
e8
d7.
maybe. Yeah, rook d7 and I go king f3. So somehow this extra space which I have with my pawns and the rook is not allowing you to.
Yeah, king e7 because I think my king is cut off on the 6th rank and I don't see a way to.
Yes. Also,
Bring
if you
it
play
forward,
rook d6,
get
then you
the
lose the
shelter.
pawn. And now if my king comes in here,
Oh, actually it is a draw.
it's a baby. You know, you have to be slightly careful as black then, because white is so much dominating with these pawns. Yeah.
Just those h5 and a5 pawns,
Yeah.
yeah? Tremendous, tremendous. What is the situation in challengers, Sagar?
Let's have a look. Because challengers we had, let's have a look at the overview here. We had Edis Gurel draw against Maxim Rodstein. We had Abhimanyu Mishra taking on Finek Vaclav. And right now it seems like Abhimanyu has everything to play for here in this game, because he's slightly better. He has a nice knight as compared to the bishop of Vaclav. So I think this will be a long end game. The game between Erwin Lamy and Santos Latasa has reached 41 moves, but it's quite evenly balanced here. Some kind of a Karo-Khan. Stalmack and Korobov have drawn, while Vaishali and Rebek are still playing. Vaishali making a big comeback here after losing first 2 rounds and is completely winning here.
Do we have the camera for any challengers?
I think so we have.
Like, I think Vaishali had a very less time.
No, it's 40 moves.
Even
so
Abhimanyu also
it's
had.
40 moves in both the games.
Okay.
So they are now going to get 30 extra minutes. But yeah, so today, I mean, I find, Amruta, somehow the challengers to have less decisive games than masters.
Which is funny because normally it's the other way around.
Yes, and I think the game there are already 2 games which have been drawn. This one will be decisive. There you have Vaishali playing in. She is a queen up in this position for a rook. So she will most likely convert it, and after losing 2 games to win is a great thing for her. So, and also can we quickly see what happened in the futures group?
Yes.
So in futures we have Andre Tomasz against Evangelos Siscu, and actually Evangelia is winning her game against Tomasz, which is a small upset there because Tomasz is the top seed. We had Peglau draw his game against Jakubse. Nerurkar is on a roll here.
My God, look at his time. Yesterday he had won with 1 hour 32 minutes on the clock.
Nerurkar reminds me a little bit of little Vishy Anand, yes? He doesn't think, he makes his moves quickly, he wins with 1 hour. Yesterday he was 1 hour 32, today is 1 hour 25, he's on 3 out of 3. Maybe someone to look out for. Yeah, we might have to look at his games at some point. Markina lost to Breznina here. Pavel won against Sofia. So, and lastly, Guntaka is winning his game, this one, or is it a draw, this end game? It looks like some drawing chances here, but 2 pawns for Guntaka. Ayansh from USA.
Oh,
and
but
he's
the king
playing
is
against
in the
Nikodem.
black's king is very well placed.
Yeah.
Also the rook, in fact.
Yeah, it looks drawish, but yeah, I mean,
Unless you are able to trick your opponent, it's
I
very
think
hard.
he might be able to with 2 extra pawns. Let's see. We'll
Look
come
at
back
it.
here, and so these are the games. Let's go to our masters section. The game which is still going on, the rook end game between Mateusz Bartel and Nguyen Thai Daiwan, and we left it at rook b4 here. Yes. Wow, important decision here for Nguyen, because if he goes back the most natural move, yes, then the problem is that white will just get his king in, and then we saw this he just cuts him off. So a question to our viewers, if you were black here in this position and you were trying here, what is it that you would play instead of rook e7? Is there any other way where you can try for something more? Yes, d4, fantastic. With this move, you can attack the pawn on a5. I think there's a small lag between the moves we are making and it coming on the board there. So now d4, and after rook takes b7, you can take on a5. But I was wondering if rook d5 makes any sense.
Or even rook h5 first. Nah, then you have b4.
Yeah, maybe I can reload it and make sure. And so here, let's get back to the board. Yeah, rook b7. Sorry, d4, rook b7, and rook a5. Yeah, this is what we were. We're just fixing the board here because it is right now not showing the moves that we are making.
So I understand that if the king was on f7, rook b7 would have been with a check.
Yeah.
So maybe white could have waited for one more move. It's much simpler, right? That way,
Yes.
to keep your rook on
But then you
b6.
go from
More
f8,
solid.
e8. You don't. But yeah,
Anyway,
true.
it is defended. You can't kick away the rook.
And now rook d7 comes in. So maybe it might make sense, instead of going rook takes a5 here, to go rook d5.
But king f1.
You go king f1. That's smart because you block with your king. d3, king e1.
King e1.
And then I take here
D.
and you come king d2. But then h5 is also hanging.
Oh, so what's the move? Not king d2. g4 first, maybe I defend. Yeah, g4.
Yeah, maybe g4, but then there is rook g5 and f5. This always has to be taken care of. Yeah, actually this endgame is not so simple, Amruta. If we go back to our live board position.
Yeah, that's why I would say. In fact, this has not happened, right? Rook
No,
b4 has
this
been
is-
played.
So last move was queen e1, take, king g2, rook e5 and rook b4. So he also has an opportunity to take this pawn on h5 if he wants to at the right time.
So rook h5 now, let's say rook b7 would be scary because a6 is pretty weak.
No, I'm not going to go there, but I'm definitely considering d4 here as tie-dye one. I mean, this is the move that he has to
d4
play.
I like. D4
Yeah.
I really like.
So d4, and as white you take on b7, and as black I think the best idea is to play rook d5 and fight here. King f1, d3, king e1, and now here is where we need to think a bit.
This is a critical position, yeah, for this endgame, I would say.
I don't know, we can push d5, we can take on a5, we can take on h5. There are so many possibilities.
b4 and rook b6.
Sorry?
b4 and rook b6.
b4, so instead of king e1, but when?
Here.
Even here.
No, okay.
No, it's black to move.
Right now it's...
He did play d4, by the way.
Oh, so we might... Okay, if he doesn't go
did
king
play
f1
d4.
and maybe b4
He
as
took the
we
pawn.
said.
He took the pawn. Yes. So now, important. What is Thaidawan going to do here? I think this is an important moment of the game. Will he play rook d5? Because if he takes on a5, I think it's pretty straightforward after rook d7. I just hold it this way. And then if you take here,
No, if I go rook
take
a4, ignore the h5 pawn.
yeah, you
I
can.
try to bank on the d extra pawn.
You can, but Amruta, the main problem is with my rook being so active and
king
this
f3,
weakness.
king e4.
Yeah, it won't lead to much.
King f3, king e4. Right.
So you may have to go for such a line, rook h5, rook d4, rook b5, rook d2, or maybe put the
B4.
pawn here on b4.
A5. Finish.
No. Why would black play a5, no?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
sorry, I forgot. Black
Yes.
is the one who's trying.
Yes,
so
I think black might go king f7, try to fight, but then this might not be enough after rook d6. You trade and this is a draw. 3 versus 2 is...
But that does mean that Guen is actually not losing, nor is Vaishali today. So that's,
yes.
a
So all
good
the
thing will be
players
for
who
all
are
the
on
people. Yeah,
zero.
they are all
Yes.
fighting.
No, for sure, Guen Thaidaiwan gets off the mark in this tournament. It's only a question whether he'll win this or he'll hold it. And all other games have ended. Today, 2 decisive games and both actually being very, very dramatic. Prague winning, was winning and
Now
then
the
lost.
game of the day is not easy actually. But what would be your game of the day? And guys, you can vote for the game of the day on Prague Chess Festival.
Festival.com/voting.
Yes, Sagar, what's yours?
Mine would be David Navara versus Nadirbek Abdusataro, because
Yeah.
Nadirbek was winning, then David was winning, and then Nadirbek was winning. While in Prague versus Rapport, it was Prague winning, and then very quickly Rapport won. So there was not much. And we have a guest joining us in. We will take a very quick 1 minute break, like a very short one, and we'll be back. So Vidit will be joining us to give us his thoughts about his game against Gukesh today. Joining us here is Vidit Gujarati after an intense game. Vidit, welcome to the studio. Thank you for joining us. As Amruta likes to call you, you are candidatian. What is it?
Candidatian.
Yes,
yeah,
candidate.
of course. Why is it so new? Isn't that? Haven't you been called that before?
It's very easy to pronounce, yes.
So Vidit, today, before we go to your game, there's only one game that is going on, and it would be very nice to get your thoughts on that. It is Guen Thaidaiwan versus Bartel, which is going on, and it seems like quite a complex rook endgame.
I think it looks like a very simple draw.
Yes, you think so? You think so?
Because it's black to move.
Yes, it's black to
sorry,
move.
sorry. I
Yes.
thought it's white to move. Then I thought it's just forced draw.
Yeah. No, because I was wondering what would you play as black to maximally put pressure here? Would you take a5? Would you take h5? Would you play rook d5? Because there are these possibilities.
Yes. No, it's not very easy. Clearly, black is pushing. So if you take rook takes a5,
Yeah.
I will go rook d7.
Yes, exactly.
And the thing is, I have this pawn on h5, which is very annoying for black. Let's say if you play rook a4 or something, always this h5 pawn will bind all the kingside pawns. So I'm not worried. I'll go very active with my king, like maybe king f3 and g4, king f4 or something like this.
Right.
This should be fine. And if you don't take a5, if you play rook d5 to push the pawn, then I think I can bring my king. King f1, d3, king e1. This should be draw. I think this pawn on h5 really gives white a lot of counter play.
But here, you know, we saw a very interesting line which kind of surprised us, that if you play this, here now white has to be very accurate, because if you play king d2 after rook h5, black is winning somehow.
Oh, really?
Yes.
King d3?
King d3 and maybe it's
Rook b5.
d5.
Rook b5. That's
And then
the
take
pawn
here.
endgame is lost.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is super tricky. Can I do something easier here?
With white, yes.
Rook d5 is a great try.
Yeah, rook
Did he
d5.
play it?
No, he's thinking here. This is the moment where he's deciding on what to do, and I think it is important for him to go rook d5, because other moves make rook d7 and it's a draw, right?
I'm just wondering if white had something easier. No, not really. So rook d5, yeah?
Yeah, white could have waited, no, instead of rook b4, g4, and then later, once king f7, then rook b4. Later, I
Is
thought.
there something easier?
Because rook c7, d3, rook c1, d3,
That's
rook
very
c1,
counterintuitive.
very
No,
very-
in the game king f1 will happen. If black plays rook d5, king f1 will happen.
Yeah.
d3, king e1. Is it rook a5 now?
Yeah, rook a5,
And now,
King d2 is a mistake.
rook d6 maybe, no?
yeah. But is there something simpler? Can I do g4 or not? Then rook e5, yeah?
Yeah, I was actually worried that with g4 you put your rook like this and then break with f5 and then that endgame.
How? How?
Like let's say
I have f3
and f5.
and now I have at least rook b4. And then I play king d2. I think this is the human way to make it.
So you think g4
Yes, g4 is, I mean,
in a good way to
because to play rook b6 or rook a7 is counterintuitive.
Yeah, and he did play
did
rook
play
d5.
rook d5.
Oh, this is a test now for Bartel.
Yeah.
What's the time? What's the move counter? 40 moves are done.
Yes, 36 minutes. So Bartel has a lot of time. We'll come back to this at the end of our analysis with it. It seemed like you were under quite some pressure today.
Yes, Gukesh played really well after the opening part. I think he put a lot of pressure and I was on the defending side clearly.
Did this move knight c3 come as a surprise? It's not that much played, right? We were looking, Caruana plays knight c3 a lot in these positions, but without castling somehow.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is a common theme in Italian to play knight c3 and to go knight a4 to take the bishop. I think my knight d4 move was mistake. I should play bishop b6.
There is an old game of Nepo versus Jordan we found in
Oh, really?
Aerofloat.
9 years ago, yeah.
Yes, where Jordan was 2490.
Okay, if I
And-
start playing like Jordan, it's not a good sign.
Like the
20.
any Jordan. Okay, okay.
Any years Jordan.
So knight c5. So you thought bishop b6 was
Bishop
better.
b6, I should play. And okay, white has two bishops. That's why I didn't go for this, but should be quite fine. Like bishop. I underestimated that white's play will be so good after knight d4. So knight c5, knight b5, a4 was a good move. I saw this. The problem is if I go knight d4,
Just takes, right?
takes dc.
Knight d4. Yeah.
dc, knight e2.
And then he
f4
gets
is coming. So I did not like this. I thought if this pawn on b5 I can use as a target.
But actually it turned out to be a big asset for him.
Yeah, I mean I realized that it can be good. But queen d6 was also maybe
Nice.
not accurate. Can I play bishop g4?
There was this game, like the game went bishop g4.
Oh,
Yes.
Then now you are playing, I guess.
H3, I guess, no, Amruta?
Maybe
And
Yes,
then-
H3.
it's a
bishop
unique case
H5.
where probably Jordan played better than me. So takes
And
queen
also, I believe
No, no,
this
no.
was a risky thing, no? For
d6. Bishop h5 I did not consider. I thought this would never
Yeah,
work.
he kept his bishop on h5 and then later
Nepo
went
didn't
queen
go
d6.
G4.
Yeah.
Nepo
Oh wow,
actually
this
played.
is so cool. King g2, f5, and now rook a3 is the way to defend.
Oh, nice.
Oh, we didn't see this.
This is a very
Wow.
unique way.
FED. Wow.
Yeah,
beautiful.
probably I think black should have counterplayed.
With it, rook a5, we are on that position. Will Bartel find g4, the move which you said?
Or
the
king d2.
human way
King
to
d2
defend.
would be
No,
a
king
mistake.
d2 is a blunder.
Yes. Let's see. While we are at this position. But he's going to take a lot of time, Sagar. Okay,
Yeah.
but rook a3 is a nice idea, yeah, for defense. It's really beautiful.
Yes, this is very cool. Yeah, we are keeping an eye on the video.
But
there.
I feel like black should have enough counterplay here. Some
So g4, I don't think white will go.
I
That's the point.
underestimated bishop h5, I must say. Maybe he should play king h2 and prepare it or something.
Or rook a3 as
Yeah, prepare it and then g4. So queen d6, and this knight h4 was a very nice
beautiful.
move.
Yeah.
Because
you know, until now we were thinking positional game. Suddenly knight h4, and now it's an aggressive game.
yeah, because white has huge potential to play f4, and if I don't act quickly, I'll be just worse because strategically he's very, very good.
Did you consider this move c4 here?
b3?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes, we were thinking about it. b3, and then bishop g4 was the move which.
I stopped after b3 because I thought bishop a3
Yeah.
is coming.
Yes. No, b3 was the beautiful move there. I
Queen
think.
d2, what happens?
Just cd, and maybe there's some
Bishop a3?
It's some insane line. I don't know if
Oh.
this works, but yeah.
Some compensation, but not easy to.
No, for sure.
I did not think that I have to be so desperate already
Yes.
to find this c4. So rook d8, I thought maybe I'm still. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, position. a6. I thought of a6 also, but there are two options: f4
Yeah.
and ba6. I was not sure. I can go f4.
Yes. Okay. A6 and f4. Anyway, it looks very scary. No, you
Yeah.
can't do much. And he's
Probably
already.
that's why I did not go for this. I have c4 here. Oh, I did not see this move c4.
But then again, b3.
No,
there is-
no, no, no,
now
that's
with
it.
f4, the queen d4 trick starts.
So maybe this was better.
Yes.
But I played rook d8. My idea was that I want to play c4 next move.
Queen e2,
Queen e2 was good move.
Prophylactic.
Bishop g4 because I want to provoke f3. It's always good because knight can never come back. He played b3. He played all the best moves actually.
Yes, he was playing very well.
Initially, I wanted to play this ugly looking move knight h5 so that he doesn't have f4. But after g3, I realized that just slowly my position is getting worse.
F4 coming up.
If I play g6 to defend the knight, bishop b2, and my pieces are like really completely disoriented.
Queen b6 is a move which
Wow,
I
it's the
think
top
you,
choice, yeah?
You played with a lot of responsibility, right? Because you're moving your queen away from the defense.
It's called desperation. You can put it nicely, but I did not see what else to do. I want to play c4, so this king h1 was. I should play knight e8. Wow, I did not think of it.
What's
You
the
know-
idea of knight a8?
So that I avoid bishop g5 like in the game.
Yeah.
King h1.
But you would be very happy, no, if he played c4, because then you
I
get
would thank him.
yeah d3 weakness, a6.
Yes, I would thank him after c4. Then I can even come back queen d6, attack d3.
Yes.
King h1, queen g5 was a mistake. Huh?
Queen b5. Yeah, bishop g5, and I think with it, this was the moment where you showed like your calmness, because I thought this is where the game is going away. But to play a5 required a lot of guts.
Yeah, initially I thought f4 was the point, which is ridiculous. Why would he just like, I thought this, and then I have knight e8, rook d7, f6, and I'm completely in control. But after I played queen b6, I realized that okay, he has this bishop g5, and around here I started to realize my position is really on the edge.
Yeah.
Because I cannot remove the knight, and he's going to play f4 or play queen e3 takes queen h6, and I need some counterplay.
Yes,
if I don't do
exactly.
something immediately, probably I'm just lost. A5 was a very good move. I feel like desperate, but good. The point was if he goes f4,
Yeah.
ef4, e5. This looks crushing, but I have h6, which apparently is mistake according to engine. Wow, I had to go knight d7.
Give up the exchange. Yes.
Oh,
that's
so
what-
this was. I thought h6. We both we analyzed this. Takes. And I thought ef6. I have c4, and then my queen comes to g5.
Ah.
But queen h5. I thought I have c4. In any case, what am I missing? Just rook e1. Wow. And my. Oh yeah, this looks really bad. Queen h6. Yeah, this looks really bad.
F6.
This looks really bad. Probably he should have gone f4.
We were also analyzing bishop takes f6 with it at some point, but
No,
it
bishop
was
f6
not-
I'll be very happy because now his attacking potential is severely reduced.
Also the thing is, your king is always sort of escaping this way, right?
No, I thought I'll just take on f4.
Here
Rook
and we
f4
were
and then
looking at
a4.
This
a4.
a4 and then knight f5, and
No.
the engine was even giving variation like take,
And my king can escape.
and this was the line.
Yeah.
Some rook a8 business, and then in the end b2 b1 is coming. Like
Right.
you give up the a8.
No, here my king is actually
Yes.
safer.
King e8.
Because you help clarify the tension.
Correct.
And taking on f6, you should only do once you're sure that it's working. So f4 would have been a very good test. Like here, I would have to play this, bishop d8, I suppose, rook d8.
And this one,
This is suffering.
Yeah.
This is just actually really bad position. Yeah. This would have been very unpleasant. I thought queen e3 was a good move.
by the way, just coming to Bartel, has found rook b6 and is able to sort of hold this endgame, which is quite good. He found that move instead of g4, rook b6.
That also works.
Yes.
Yeah, engine was saying it works. I don't know how it is holding. So rook takes h5 in that
Rook
game.
a6.
You want to go to there briefly?
Yes. Very quickly, if just so that we.
Yeah. If I
so-
take on h5, what's the point? Rook takes a6,
Yeah.
rook e5 check, king d2, rook e2, king d3, rook f2, p4. Huh?
Oh, this will be a race.
Yeah.
This rook
Rook
e5 was a nice move that you
Three king, c4
saw
rook
very
g3.
quickly. Yeah.
Actually, if I take rook f3, rook g3, b5, b6 is in time. Wow.
But you won't enter into 3 pawns versus the rook, and that can give any chances? Or no?
Which one?
This
B-
might, yeah,
you
black
give-
should have chances here, I guess.
With the 3 pawns versus
No,
that rook.
b6, rook b1, king c5,
No, actually black will struggle.
king f7.
No, black will struggle.
Yeah,
How?
once I played it.
b7 or? No, b7 is bad. No? Rook a5 is nice to play. Rook a5.
Just this, and then you have to kind of sack your.
Probably you're in time, but I don't like it. Rook b6, I don't like it. I feel that g4 was simpler because this is a bit messy, chaotic.
g4. Okay. Great. So we'll come back to this. Going back to your game with it here, we were analyzing this position, queen e3.
Yeah.
The engine liked this move a lot.
Yeah, it seemed also very good because now his threat is to play bishop f6, queen h6, and it's very strong.
Yeah.
Engine is showing queen e8, but I don't believe in it. Like, I mean,
Just going back.
it looks really worse. I thought I have to go active.
You went, and what were you afraid of at this point? Like, because were you afraid that he will take on a4 and take on c5, or
This was the most human way to play. I see that engine is showing some very sophisticated
rook b1,
move, provoking rook b4,
and then rook e1?
It's not
Yeah.
very easy because c4 is there, no? Does not look very obvious.
But in the game, was it considered rook b1, or in the analysis, were you considering this move, both of you?
Saw this, but I thought after c4 I'll have
You have
counterplay.
counterplay on d3.
Yeah.
Right.
The thing is, with black I can't do much. I have to do this. It's the onus is on white.
So then, if continues with the same attacking idea,
Yeah. The thing is,
you have to
Like
just
in-
go on.
like in the game, white's back rank is not weak because he has one more pair of rooks. Apparently, that's the point, but not easy to foresee. Because in the game you see that you are going into time pressure, and you take the pawn on c5, and it looks very good. e5 is hanging, c7 is hanging.
But
probably
you had foreseen queen c6.
Yes, this queen c6 was very important, I thought. Queen d4 also, but then I thought queen c7. Queen takes c7, rook c8, queen b7, rook c2, and now I thought queen e7. Yes, and rook a2 is just crazy move. I mean, if you not rook a2, white is better.
Yeah.
Knight d7, knight f8.
But you are pawn down and
Yeah, I thought queen d3, rook g1, and I stopped because bishop f6 is coming next move, and apparently this pawn down position is holdable. But queen c6 I felt was more natural. Yeah, I don't know how he could have put pressure here. Takes.
But I think this, you also, the body language shifted, you were feeling more comfortable here.
Yeah, because my moves are now like c5, c4.
Yeah. Also, the thing is, here you gave up a pawn.
This
quite-
rook c8 was very nice move.
Yes.
Actually, because it looks stupid, like you put the rook so passive, but the point is that if I move my knight to e8, this knight is really misplaced, and let's say bishop e3, I cannot easily get c5, and he's getting knight f3 back. I thought rook c8, I should go for the c5 stuff.
So you got.
Yeah, I missed bishop f4. Like, it was not planned that I'll give this pawn.
But it worked well.
And I think it was only moved this f5. I have to generate counterplay because
But
this
how tough was h6 to play? Because you're pawn down now.
Yes, because the point is I want to play f5. There is knight g5. So f5, h6 was actually a
In the
preparation.
end of the day, like, you are very honest and things, but you could also say, oh, like, I saw this and I get this counterplay, pawn down. It looks very, very clean, yeah, the way in which you drew this.
Yeah, I think the defense was quite good. In fact, even in the end, it
Bishop
looked
e4.
almost better. Like if I don't have bishop e4, he's
Yes,
better. I
King
think.
d4 is coming.
King on d4. Engine says it's equal, but not so easy. And bishop e4 was nice. Like now knight d5 and then.
Beautiful. Yeah, this was very, very interesting game with it, and I think maybe the most fighting game, yeah, out of the three that you played here. I mean,
no, I think all my games. First game was
No,
first.
first game you.
First game, yes, it was
I think
very,
here I
very.
was on the defensive side. Other two games I was on the
You were
better
pawn
side
down.
of the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, today I was a bit suffering. in
But
the
on
game.
day one, when you were pushing in the game, did you feel that there are some tricks in the position, or how was it?
Yeah, the thing is, just before this tournament, I saw a game of mine against Hao Hanesian in Lake Sevan 2014 or 15, something like this, and it was bishop endgame. And I drew that bishop endgame, but later on when I analyzed, I was winning. It was very similar to my game against David. And I thought, okay, here also I can move around and try to create winning chances. That's why I was playing.
Right.
Because I thought it's not so easy.
No, there were some traps for sure, like bishop b3, you go c4, it's
Yes.
locked and so on.
Yes,
yes.
We were considering, but we could see that you were giving all your effort, you wanted to sort of, is this kind of the approach you have come to this tournament, that you want to give all your energy to each game?
Yeah, because the playing field is extremely strong, and to score wins is not easy. You really have to convert your chances if you get them. So I was hoping to do so in that game, but David defended really well, and I couldn't do much.
And this is your fourth time in Prague. What brings you to this city? Every time, what do you like so much about it?
I really like playing in Prague because my team, when I play in Czech League, is Novi Bor, and Peter, he's the organizer also of this tournament. So I have very good relations with him, and I just feel like a very friendly approach from their side, which makes it very nice. And this time I was not sure if I'll play or not, but I thought before candidates, I need to just play some tournament to get some practice, because you can prepare as much as you want, but when you play, it's a different story altogether. So I thought, okay, this is a nice tournament to get some warm up before candidates.
Amazing. Does the time control make any difference for candidates? Because there you have
there's no increment.
till move 60.
I think till move 40 there's no increment.
Then 50 minutes.
And
It's
so-
the same like Isle of Man, right?
No, Isle of Man has increment.
After move.
No, it has increment from move 1.
Oh, really?
So it's funny that you were going to play
Oh.
candidates, and this is one time control which you don't play in any other tournament. I
Except
don't think it
for
makes
World
sense at all, to
Championship,
be
no?
honest.
But it's like World Championship time
Yes,
control.
I think
Yes,
right?
but we don't play World Championship.
Yeah.
You have to win candidates to play World Championship. So I think it's a bit
Yeah.
ridiculous, the time control. Like if you're,
That's true.
it has to be either no increment for all the tournaments, or like can we just have one standardized thing, like because this does not make any sense in my opinion. And the thing is, women have increment.
But they also have like
Men don't have increment.
they have a
Women
different
have-
time control altogether. I
Yeah.
think
Yes.
It's
They-
90
they
plus
have-
30 for them.
In fact, they don't have 50 minutes increment.
No, no.
Again, I don't know why.
It's a
It maybe
different-
it's
no, I
like.
think they approached all the players and they all were fine.
I was not
But then-
approached.
In the women, I think. I
But
don't
why?
know. That's what
I would not have taken this
But then. Okay.
you would have preferred with an increment.
because either you should have all the other tournaments or at least some of the events with the same format.
Yeah. But then the men also should be approached. Yeah, that's equality.
I don't know whether it was approached or not.
Very sensitive area we are
So,
going.
yeah, we can actually talk about that, but
But it's risky.
no, it doesn't. And now we can't change the time control. It's already fixed. Yeah, so
We can, but
Tricky. By the way, today was a very, there were 2 games today which were crazy. I don't know if you were able
Prague
to
was
follow
winning,
it.
no?
Up.
no, you have to see what happened
Prague was
with it.
completely winning. I thought. Like,
but,
how did he
but
lose?
okay,
Yes.
one thing. Firstly, this game, I don't know if you saw it between Nawara and Nodirbek.
Nodirbek had a great position.
So just don't see the
Yeah.
moves.
Okay.
Just look the board there. Okay. So here is where some crazy stuff happened. Okay, when Nawara
We should have shown knight
found a
c5.
beautiful move
Okay.
here, h6. Because if knight e6, he's going to go knight e6, which is insane.
Rook c7, knight g5.
Yes. And then knight b7, he finds knight e2, which is again
Queen
crazy.
e2, queen b7.
Yes. And
Rook
then
c6, no? Something like that.
Nodirbek does this with the idea of queen h5, rook h6, gh6, queen h6 mate. Nawara finds the best move bd4 and now king h1. What a move. What would you play here with black?
I'm thinking what happens after rook f7 actually.
Yes. It's the would you play it?
But what's the point of white after rook f7?
Yeah. It's just the best. Like you do it, yes.
Yeah.
Sagar, you
Tricky,
cannot trick him like
tricky.
this. Yeah, you cannot do that. you
Rook
know
d6.
him. He makes you fall
rook
in
f8
traps.
takes queen e. Rook d6 I did not see.
What a move, yes. This happened in the game.
Oh.
It
This
was
was the trap.
pretty heartbreaking
I guess
for him.
if
But what is the move he needs to find here?
No, if Vidit fell for it, I mean, it was not easy. Yes, it's a tough move too. Rook d6 can
Yeah,
be
rook
missed.
d6 can be missed, yeah. Sagar is so tricky.
Yeah, I think
He
you
misled me.
completely misled him.
Amruta, be careful, huh? He's a very tricky guy.
No, but the right move is very tough. That's why I guess.
I saw it now.
You saw?
Bishop h7.
Yes, bishop h7.
It's not easy. Not easy. With 4 minutes, it's not easy.
But when he played bishop d4, Sagar, there Navara considered it because that's the only way. And
Yeah.
here he misses it. That
No,
is a
but
little
king
funny.
h1 is like this, such a tricky move, right? He's waiting for rook f7.
Because we thought still finally he will go queen h5 instead
But
of
it's
king
amazing
h1.
that
Yeah,
Nodirbek
this was
had a
brilliant.
completely one position
Yes.
and he got to -3 from there.
Yes.
Yeah?
Oh, in fact, one of the moves he played again, which completely changed the evaluation at knight c5, Sagar. For that one moment, if you could go.
Yeah, because he had
It
this
was-
tactic with knight f7 here.
Yeah, let me
And-
think. Rook f7.
So knight f7, rook f7,
Knight g5.
knight h8 or rook f8. I don't know. Knight h8 maybe. And this was not easy, to find what to do next as white. Maybe this is why Nodirbek didn't go for it.
Can you play queen b4 or not? Queen b4 is no, wait.
Yeah, it's a good move.
I don't trust you anymore. Yeah, what happens after queen b4?
It's a good move, really. Rook e5 is the best move
no, queen
according
b4
to
is the
ENG.
top choice.
Yes.
Queen b4 was top choice.
It's the best move. Yes, I told you, right? It's a good move.
Some redemption. Yeah, it's strange that, and Prague was winning, no?
No, look at Prague's game now.
Oh, it was
This
the
one
most shocking
is the most. So he goes.
turnaround for
First of
today.
all, Richard plays the very weird King's Indian, and then Prague gets this huge position.
Yeah, I thought this h4 was interesting.
Was quite brave because he could have also castled, and then he gets this complete domination.
It looked completely winning.
This.
Oh my
this,
god,
and
why g3?
No need for g3. He could take
Just
on
fe5
g6.
and g6.
Yeah, fe5 but he didn't want queen f4, I believe.
Yeah, queen exchange.
So he was trying to keep this going, and then
How?
imagine this position. You have piece up,
Piece up?
+4, and then out of the blue comes rook h1, which is a blunder because take check, and now
Rook
c2
C2 is
and bishop
coming.
f5, and then it's equal. But then he blunders again massively, and with
3
his
seconds
black
on
to
the
play
clock.
and win.
He had 3 seconds.
Bishop e6
Yes.
and g2. Oh my god, that's real pity because I mean he played a great game actually.
He played just the most. I think he played like the most accurate moves until move 20.
Yeah, bishop e4 is the
Six.
most practical move. Just put bishop on e4. Wow, this is so unlike Prague. Usually he's very good at converting such things. And rook dh1 also. Wow. No,
I think he was so afraid of queen trade that he just didn't want to go into endgame. And then when it happened, I think he just completely messed it.
Crazy day, yeah, today.
Yeah.
Some games.
Huge craziness happened here. But with it, it was wonderful having you to go over not just your game but the other games as well. And we wish you good luck for the remaining rounds.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll be back in a bit with the last game that's going on right now in the Masters between Nguyen Thai Daiwan and Bartel. Welcome back everyone to the final session of the day. We have one game in the Masters going on between Nguyen Thai Daiwan and Mateusz Bartel. We're going to look at that rook endgame. We had Vidit in the studio, Amruta, with some great insights on his game, also the other games.
It was wonderful to have him, and the game at some point, even in the second half, seemed like it was fizzling out at some point. But the analysis, the kind of calculations he had, and the curiosity he had with which he was checking the game,
Yes.
it was wonderful to see that.
I always enjoy when top players come and then check their game and also have the engine running, because then they are like, oh, I didn't see this. Oh, I saw this. Oh, I didn't see this. And oh, engine is showing this. And it's always nice to compare.
Yeah, the raw thoughts are amazing.
Yeah.
You're right.
So let's go to the game right now. We saw that this line actually happening. It panned out that firstly, the move d4 was found by Thaidaiwan. Then rook takes pawn happened. He again found the best offense with rook d5. Then king went back. He pushed this pawn. And here Bartel was very accurate with his move rook b6, which was very important. Then rook took the pawn, takes, and now this intermediate check which Vidit showed us. No, in fact, he showed us direct rook b5, but rook e5 directly. But Thaidaiwan went first rook b5, attacking the pawn, and then played rook e5.
But then the d3 pawn is attacked with
Yes.
the rook.
But we are reaching, Amruta, the same position, but with a small difference here, that instead of taking on d3, which would have been a huge error because of rook b2, and this is trouble because you have
Rook
not only
d4?
two extra pawns here, but
One
also, sorry?
Rook d4?
Yes, but then my rook is very well placed.
Oh, is that winning? Wow.
Yeah, it seems like, but I think Bartel's move was just so much better, because he says my d pawn is, your d pawn is going nowhere. I put my rook behind the pawn and I start pushing it.
Yeah, that's too fast actually. Rook b3 is a nice move.
Very nice move.
Bartel seems very confident about the rook endgames.
Also, Amruta, if now you want to get your rook behind, like as black, because b pawn is running,
Yeah.
so you go, let's say rook c2, I go b5, you go rook c8 or rook c7, yes, let's say rook c7, I go b6, you go rook b7, and then I go king b2. And if you notice, actually white should be able to hold this without any difficulty, this position, because his king is so active. So rook b3 actually fantastic move there by Bartel.
Okay, and Van Guen has only 4 minutes on the clock, and there is no increment,
No additional time, yes.
additional time.
Yeah, he will have to do something here to get his rook back to stop the b pawn, because it's very quick. We also have one more game going on in the challengers section right now, that is between Abhimanyu Mishra and Finek Vaclav. I don't know if they are on this position or if they have made more moves, because this was the position they were on since quite some time.
Somehow, why does it feel that Abhimanyu has 12 minutes, Finek has 6 minutes? Yeah, it's similar.
No, I don't think they are.
He's been thinking maybe.
Maybe if we have their video, I don't know if we have it. They are playing on that far corner. Then we can check if
So
they are.
did Vaishali manage to win today?
Yes, Vaishali
What
won.
were the results?
Vaishali is the only decisive game today. Rest all the games have been drawn in the challengers. And right now Abhimanyu Mishra is pressing against Finek Vaclav with the black pieces. Knight is on b4, rook is on d1. Yes, maybe this is the position. Yeah, it seems like it. They've been playing pretty slow after the time control, and they have been on this position for quite some time.
So they'll play for 25 minutes like classical game, and then 5 minutes.
Yeah,
of blitz.
then they'll go into the super blitz here. Both very young. I don't know who's younger. I believe Finek Vaclav is 12 years old. need to check actually, Amrita, if you can check later.
I think what I'm using the mic of this one.
I'm just going to check what is Finek's age. Yeah, he is currently born in 2010. Okay.
So he's 14 years old. And
13.
What
13.
is his rating?
He is currently 2436, and Abhimanyu Mishra is born in 2009. So only a year is what separates both of them. But if we look at the position, we will see that black's rook is ready to come in, rook a2 to attack.
Also, the pawns are dominating the bishop, the pawns and knight together.
Yes.
So for sure, Abhimanyu is the one who is pressing in this position.
But generally such positions you have the g4 break and then weaken the e4 square. So that is there in the air. So let's say rook a2, that's what he plays, yes. And now rook b1.
And you don't have g4 in this scenario because there is always f4.
Oh, Finek played rook d2, which is a big mistake. What? Why? Because rook b1, if you play g4 here, which is like the winning move to rook d2,
I think there is a Zugzwang Sagar, no, with rook d2 or no?
which way? Like for example, rook d2, g4.
Let's say you can move only the king or a bishop.
Wait.
Only the king. So the king just comes up. King f6, king e6, king d5. Maybe the king goes to c7, b6. I'm not sure.
And what
c5.
next now?
Not c5.
So here, if the rook was on b1, I think everything would stop here. But, no, maybe not. I guess there was knight d3 there. But here, you can go check, king g2, rook c1, and then maybe rook c2, yeah, next.
Oh, so the back rank,
Or
yeah?
maybe knight c2, knight e1.
You're forcing
Oh
the
my
rook
God,
exchange.
you might also be doing some kind of a mating attack here with your rook and knight.
But whenever you go knight f3, white can always take on f3.
Yes, but that endgame might be very, very bad.
With your king being so active on d5.
But also, Amrita, let's just go back to rook b1, g4 and see, like, if I wait
King G6.
like this and you do the same plan, how is it different? Like, what is changing? Like, you can't do king g1, you have to go king f1. Maybe more
so
active.
you're bringing your king to d2, I guess. That's what is changing. Whereas when the rook is on d2, you don't have the king going to d2.
Interesting. The ability to keep your king on d2 is what differs rook b1 from rook d2.
And then the knight is not getting the chance to get active from knight c2 or rook a1.
Yes, and also rook a1 is not possible.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult. Actually, rook b1 looks more passive, but it allows the king to come in. While rook d2, which looks more active, does not allow the king to come in here. So that's the difference. And now Abhimanyu, if he plays this move g4, which is a very tough move to make actually, he will be winning here.
But g4 is a committal move and he can make that only if he has seen the whole idea, right?
Yeah.
But if he doesn't go g4 and if he starts with king g6, anyway white is not going to go g4. So he will have that in
White has f3 and g4 both.
He has g4 over here?
Yes.
But then what for f4?
Yeah, I think this is the kind of thing which you may be afraid of with g4.
Yeah, with f3.
So that's why I was thinking more f3 maybe, just to break like this. And yes, it looks
I
ugly.
ignore.
It looks ugly, but I am at least getting some play here. Next
Yeah,
move
because
maybe
the bishop will
maybe
become active
G4
after
next.
fe4.
Yeah.
Got it. And what about Bartel? So maybe we can have a quick look there.
Yeah, sure. But I was just wondering if Abhimanyu will play g4. Should we just wait till his next move? He's already down to 6 minutes 48 seconds. If he plays g4 here, what a move that would be. Like stopping both the counterplay options of f3, g4 for white, and then all you have to do is the tuck, tuck, tuck. Oops, sorry, not that way.
I
Tuck,
think
tuck,
he
tuck.
might He might use all his time.
This is the winning plan then. Will he do it? Will Abhimanyu Mishra find this plan?
There are some positions which are like, like today we had white to play, find knight f7 and not the rook x7. And there are these kind of positions which are like, okay, find a plan for black and white can do nothing. Those sort of things. The strategic.
No, this is a very, very difficult move to play g4, because while you do stop white's active plans of f3, g4, you also stop your own active plan of f4 break.
Yeah.
So somewhere it's not so easy for Abhimanyu to play, but if he does it, it will just show. By the way, one thing which I must mention is that after g4, white can try to unravel with d5, which is what we should consider, because that is what Vaclav might do, because now...
you can't take with the pawn because b5 would be hanging.
Yes, so if you take
knight
here
d5.
bishop b5, it's still not so clear, but...
But I wouldn't want to enter into that.
And if you take knight b5, knight d5, I go bishop b5. So I have two ways to play now. One is I can do cb,
Or knight e3 check.
but then take, and then this f5 hangs, which is giving white an easy draw. But there is knight e3, as you pointed out, Amruta, and now this position after rook d5, there is b2 hanging. So this might be a...
What did he play? What did he play?
Oh, he played it.
Timing. Abhimanyu's timing has been wonderful.
Beautiful. That is really great. This youngster, many, Amruta, have told me that he is like the ultimate talent in the world of chess right now. And although he's right now 26, 30, but experienced trainers who have worked with him say that he'll reach 2700 very soon. And he's just 2009 born, he's 14 years old, he's already...
So we are talking about this guy 3 to 4 years later, like right now Gukesh and Prague, they're all 17, 18.
Yeah. He might be up there, or even maybe even further ahead of them, could be. Because the way in which he's progressing is so step by step. He became the youngest GM at the age of 12 years and 4 months. Then he crossed 2600. Now he's inching towards 2650. He's just been like at it. And never kind of slowing down, going backwards. Yes, the progress is always tough at this level, but he's leveling up all the time.
Yeah. And here we are getting to see his, like this g4 moves, the decision does show that spirit in which he's
Do you
playing.
think Vaclav will go d5, because this is needed for
I
him?
think if it was Richard Rappo, he would definitely go d5.
No,
That's
he
the
doesn't
counter.
play. He plays king f1.
Because it's too far away. You cannot foresee that.
Yeah, I agree. And now all that Abhimanyu has to do is first just bring his king in, and
They're making quick moves. King g2.
No,
what
king
did
f1, king g6 happened. He didn't play king g2 yet. And now Vaclav doesn't have d5 move.
Oh, what if it?
Because if now d5, knight d5, bishop b5, the same idea.
But the king is
There is
improved for.
cb, rook d5, and now the rook endgame is utterly lost because f5 is no longer hanging. So this rook, you don't even need to do this knight e3 business. This is just winning. So you can't sack now. Now it's gone. So now it's just straightforward. Come in with your king, then bring rook check, rook here, knight c2, knight e1, and then convert it. Yeah, this.
But somehow Abhimanyu's body language seems like he's still tense.
No, he's
time is
always
just-
tensed. Yeah, like if you see him at any point, he
You
looks.
would not be able to judge whether
I
he's
wouldn't.
winning.
I wouldn't
because
put his expression as tense. More like intense. Always
Not
looking
tense,
intensely.
intense.
Yeah, at the board.
maybe a quick look at Bartel.
Yes.
That would
Let's go to the game of tie-dye 1 and Bartel, which we thought was kind of equalish after rook b3. So game moved on. King f7, b5, rook c2. He took here. Why did he take here? Like, why didn't he just?
Yeah, because he didn't take it before, so he was alert that rook
But now rook b2, he allowed this rook to go behind. Check, king g6.
Maybe rook.
He's actually playing with fire here.
Oh,
If you
this
can
game
have
actually.
Bartel versus Guyen's cam here. He's playing with fire.
Yeah, and this go anyway.
Because clearly he could have just played b6 here. b6, rook has to go back. b7, I was wondering, or rook b8. Now king d2, king e6, king d3, king d5. Okay, maybe he was worried here about this position, but king e3, rook king here, king e4 takes, and this rook pawn endgame is a draw.
Oh, this king pawn endgame is a.
Yes.
5 takes.
But maybe calculating this is not so trivial. Yeah, so he just said, okay, I want to go here, and he finds the best move again, rook d5, which is good news for him, because if he went rook d7 here, he would have been lost, because then I can go rook b3 and snatch the g pawn, while with the rook on d5 you don't have time, because here when you go this
Why?
way, I'm able to go
Your
b6,
king controls c2,
yes,
is it?
b7,
And your rook doesn't stop the b pawn. It's not in the way on b7. Isn't it, Sagar?
yes, but I'm still not sure, Amruta, what rook b8, king d3, h5. This is going to get very interesting, this endgame. I think 3 pawns versus rook. What do you think?
It's an amazing race. I think if anybody has the chances, it's black, right?
Oh, for
in
sure.
this kind
for
of a
sure,
situation.
For sure.
So.
I mean, you shouldn't get
Oh, but
greedy with
Van
white
Gogh has only 1 minute
to
on the
go
clock.
here. Yes, time will play a massive role here.
Will he also have losing chances? Because of the less time, only that reason.
I don't think he'll have losing chances, but yeah, you never know. Yeah, these rook endgames are tricky. When you get over ambitious, you can always.
Also, today has been a complete turnaround in at least 2 games. So, we will have to see.
So f5 played by Thai-Dai-1, and I think he's intending to go king g5, king g4. Once again, it's an only move situation for Bartel. Let's ask our viewers here, which move would you play here as white? If you were white, what would you do? Well, Bartel answers it before them. King c1, attacking the rook, and maybe now rook b3.
King
And
c2.
It's going to get this way, yeah, Amruta. It's going to get
Kicking
sharp.
the football.
b6, rook e3, maybe just b7. I guess we are going to get.
So, this is kind of coming by force, yeah? Rook e8. Now, what do you do? Rook. Hey, now what do you do? Do you need your king to reach till c7? Because
No,
that
but I
would be
think
very
this would be slow. So you have to keep your king somewhere here, and not allow these pawns to advance.
So you are not going into a 3 pawns versus rook endgame anyway, because there's no time for that.
No, if you do that, you will
Then
lose.
if you're defending this kind of an endgame, it's practically very hard
Yeah,
to do that.
could
I
be.
mean, the bar, you can't believe that at all.
Rook b3 played. We are reaching
No, it's
there
practically very hard for Bartel.
slowly and steadily. And meanwhile, Abhimanyu, I'm also very interested
Yeah,
to
yeah,
keep an
that's-
eye on the Abhimanyu Finek game. We can see very quickly what's happening there. Abhimanyu has brought his king to f6. He has the plan in his mind. He's getting his king there to the center of the board. Finek now understands the dangers that lie for him, but unfortunately it's too late. He might go d5 now, but it's more like out of desperation
Yeah.
now, this d5 move. He will play it, I think, because he notices the king coming in, and he notices check, rook here, knight c2, knight e1, and he realizes he can do nothing against it. So he has to play d5, but when you do that, after knight d5, bishop b5, c b5, rook d5, rook b2, this endgame is just gone.
Gone. And you know, for challengers, it's such a big motivation that you win the tournament and then you get an entry into the Masters event. So if, let's say, for Abhimanyu, for that matter, or you know, all these youngsters who are playing in challengers, if at 15 next year, let's say if they are 15 or 14 and they are playing Masters with all these people, it would be completely an amazing experience for them.
That's true. That's true. In fact, yesterday I did meet Johanan Affek here, who is here for the solving contest, and he's a very well-known personality in the chess world. And he mentioned that, you know, this event does give him a feel of Vaikanze, the strength of the strength of the Masters section and so on. So
and also the kind of pattern there which lies. In fact, it seems like the sibling of Vaikanze.
yeah, and it also is amazing because the Prague Masters has managed to do this in like sixth edition, and Vaikanze, of course, is the oldest running chess event out there. Have completed more than 85 editions there. So
beautiful. Also, yesterday, Sagar, you remember what we learned? A new thing. It's Prague. It was called as
Praha.
Praha.
Yes, it is still called as in Czech. It's called Praha.
That's why I was wondering. At some places, I read it as Praha.
Right.
I used to get confused, but it seems there are a number of ways.
There you see, Vaclav has played d5 there, but it is not going to be enough, I guess. You can see Abhimanyu just knowing that knight d5 is the winning move here, and this endgame, I believe he's calculated it all. Here. And then what would be the way in which you win? Just to try and sort of understand, let's say I give a check, you come up, I put my rook behind the pawn, b4. Because the king is somehow so boxed in here because of the f2 weakness, b3, let's say,
even think of
check, king d6 maybe.
Okay. No, king e6. Or it doesn't matter. You don't need
Even
to
if you take the pawn, I go rook c2, rook here, b2, and now next move my king just slowly comes in and I queen. Because these pawns are just too good for these three pawns, so nothing moves.
And even if you lose one pawn, then now there is no time. I think he's gonna play very quickly.
No, that's what happened. cb5 and now rook d5.
Oh, but he's not thinking at all now because he has realized that if d5 he would have played earlier, at least a bit of play there.
You can see Abhimanyu there. He knows it's winning. You know, he generally doesn't get distracted otherwise.
But score sheet is are 60 moves complete or what?
No, 50. He was just looking at the screen. So rook d5, rook b2, king f1. Finneck is trying to get his king somehow to e2 if there's a check.
It's amazing that earlier, Sagar, the games used to get adjourned and the rook end games, you know, you were like in your 30s and then you were improving your rook end games and so on. And you're 14 years old, like, okay, this rook end game, I know it all.
That's how any domain grows, right? The knowledge pool keeps growing. That's why when people ask who's better player, when you compare across generations, by the way, let's go back to Nguyen versus Bartel. There's no doubt that in terms of quality, the next generation is always better than the previous one. Because they are building up on the knowledge. But then if you want to know who is the greatest of all time, it's not only about quality, it's about their dominance, their competition, how they were at that period and so on. But it's clear that to everyone that the accuracy with which Magnus plays was not the accuracy with which the old masters were playing. Because and I believe the next world champion, whoever will become from the younger generation, not the ones of his same era like Magnus, will be more accurate than Magnus.
This is wonderfully said actually. The knowledge which is passing, there is more chess material, more chess educational material because they're converting the knowledge into, you know, something which can be actually understood there and learned from. And so, wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, maybe we can try and get Abhimanyu Mishra in the studio if it's possible after his game, because he's on the verge of winning. And it would be nice to have him.
By the way, who is
He's on 2 out of 3. He drew 2 and now 1. and I think the leader is Abhimanyu along with one more, like,
Korogo maybe. I'm
yes.
not sure.
So 2 out of 3 is the leader there.
Okay, so this endgame is interesting now after rook g3. Why is Bartel thinking? Because he has to play b6, right? It's the only way. And then he also has a nice time gap. So
I guess he's thinking about some very subtle move like rook d3, Amruta. Because you can't trade the rooks, but then you have a check. And rook d2,
oh yeah, rook d3
and then
is
rook g4 maybe getting here.
practically interesting. King c.
So he's just,
That's why he's thinking.
but
because
I believe he will go b6. There's no doubt that he will push the pawn.
making sure that he doesn't miss some moment, where he gets some drawing chance. Easy drawing chance, I mean.
Yeah, no, the position is equal, but guys, the bar suggesting it as equal is only the objective evaluation of the position. There are many pitfalls here, many traps that lie for both sides. So this endgame is very exciting.
So imbalanced, yeah?
Yes.
Not equal with equal materials, any symmetry or anything. What endgames were your favorites, Sagar?
My endgame, which you mean?
No. The rook endgames or the bishop endgames. Or
Which ones do I
knight
like?
endgames.
I think I really struggled with knight endgames when I was playing, because in order to calculate each time the knight jumps on every move used to get very tough for me at some point.
Yeah.
Like the knight, okay, I could calculate 2 moves ahead, but then on the 4th move of the calculation, when the knight could have multiple jumps, to look at all lines was somehow very difficult for me. I don't know if many people face this problem.
But I was actually, they used to say that the knight endgames are like king pawn endgames. So if you're a pawn up, it's like simple. But it is actually nothing like king pawn endgames. Maybe complex king pawn endgames can be compared with the knight endgames, but the simple king pawn endgames are really simple, whereas the simple knight endgames are really not simple.
Yeah, true. But in that sense, the bishop endgames are more static, like it's easier to master them somehow. Rook endgames are the most complex because of so many possibilities that lie there, and queen endgames are perhaps the toughest ones to master. So yeah, I mean, endgames in general are not easy, and there are 2 ways to learn endgames. One is the theoretical ones, where you go into the theoretical positions, study them, know all the theory, know how to win this position and so on, like the Lucina, Philidor, all the famous theoretical ones. But there's also the practical way of learning endgames, which is like these endgames. You study them, the practical games. These are not theory based endgames. These are little.
Because you can't remember this, yeah?
Yeah.
You will look at it today, you will get some new concepts here maybe, but you can't remember it ever.
And I think Bartel will. Let's analyze a bit, Amruta, to understand here how white should defend. b6, rook e3, b7, rook e8. Yes, you go back, and then I go rook d7, just keeping an eye here.
King
Let's say you
G5?
go king.
No,
you
king
go
G5
king
is a check.
f6.
Sorry, king F.
Yes, king d2. Let's say if you push g5, I'm a bit worried about check, but
Rook
okay,
d6 check, yeah?
doesn't matter. Yeah, I go g5. You go check, I go king 5, but then you snatch a pawn without me losing
Yeah,
a pawn.
no,
So
no,
I don't want to.
you
I don't
can't
want
go
to
G5, it's a
do
mistake.
g5. Let's go,
Go
h5.
h5.
Yeah, h5.
Like it.
Here, let's say you have to give a check now. King g5.
But then why did we go back with the king? 1 second, can we go back there at that position? Two moves behind. Yeah, you played rook d. My king was always on g6.
Yes.
I didn't have time for g6. Got it. Very sorry. Let's go back.
So here, not this.
h5.
h5 check, and now if I go king e5, there is rook g6 where you lose a pawn, so you go king g5. I go rook b6, threatening to queen, so you block. Now king e3. And the problem is, if I move my king ahead, like let's say king
g4, then rook g6 check.
there is rook g6, yes, and you lose this. No, then I have.
No. If
then
king
let's
h4 is okay, but
king
king
h4,
f4.
king f4.
Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, can you go f4 check?
Yeah, but king f3.
f3.
Actually, this is much easier to hold than we thought,
The pawns are not.
because your
Able
rook
to
is
be
so
pushed.
passive that I keep my rook not.
Even if the rook was on 7th rank, it would have helped a great deal.
Yeah.
Was there any way where I could get the 3 pawns together? Otherwise, they are not a strength. Or 2 pawns at least.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get them together, but
I have to go rook e3, that's forced. Then you
no,
go
first he has to play b6. I don't know if Bartel, what is he thinking, because all other moves are trouble for
yeah,
him.
and he's gone down to 5 minutes. It's been a
Yeah.
long time he's thinking.
That too in a position where it's maybe he's getting a bit carried away with some other move here.
Because he would be assessing that once a pawn reaches b7, it should be okay. Or is he worried about his position? Sometimes that is another reason that
Yeah.
you keep thinking.
Could be.
And
Because Amruta, this line which we were considering, if you are going for getting your king this way, like if you remember we were thinking this, then it's bad, because then my king shoulders your king and I start pushing.
one if
And
you
there
get,
is
then black
no
is
chance, there is no
very
chance in
happy.
the world that you can even hold anything here. My pawns are just way faster, way.
very happy.
So,
I got the 3 pawns, but in that position that my king was on g8 and it was like king and rook versus king, king and 3 pawns. So it wasn't about, it was from the beginning. That's why I struggled there a little bit. Okay, what about Abhimanyu? What happened there?
yeah, let's go there. But can we just wait till Bartel's move? Because I'm a
Okay.
bit curious. With just 3 minutes left, he has to play his move.
Because with his time pressure, I don't know if that could become dangerous or not. A possibility, maybe.
What is Matyush thinking?
By the way, we will also be having one rest day, right, in this tournament.
Yes, on Sunday.
That would be a Sunday.
You can see Thaidaiwan actually starting to nod his head, feeling more confident with his. Okay, pushed the pawn. Rook e3 played instantly. Okay, moving now. We're moving. Moves are going to flow. b7. b6, rook e3, b7, rook e8.
Oh, did you agree?
No,
No,
move
no,
60,
no.
move 60. Rook b5. Now rook b8. Okay, important now, Amruta, for Bartel to just keep his king to, and he will
E3.
do it. He will do
Yeah.
it. He'll keep his king here, and then there's no way you can win.
Yeah.
So this game, although it looks very exciting now with 3 pawns, it's a very
Yeah, the
simple
king
draw.
coming to e3,
Yeah.
it's so clear that you can't push the g pawn. You are not able to bring the king ahead. Your f pawn is not moving. It's like a
It's just
zugzwang kind of situation
it
will
pours
reach.
water on all your enthusiasm. Yes, like there's no way that this game is getting exciting anymore. So good defense there by Matyush,
Yeah.
and good press there by Thaidaiwan. I'm just saying a few things right now, but I don't know if the game will get more interesting.
I doubt now. He's going to play h5 from his moves. That is what we feel.
And going to Abhimanyu Mishra's game against Finek, we see Abhimanyu actually doing what we had spoken about. He went King e6, Rook c5, b4, Rook b5, b3, King e1, King d6, giving up the f5 pawn, and then Rook c2, King d1, Rook c5, check, King c7, check, King c6, and now doing it in style there, Rook f6, maybe just King b7, very nice move because
you have Rook c7.
No, you don't have Rook c7.
King
No,
b5,
King b7.
Rook f8.
I think you go from this side.
No, but then there is Rook b8, Rook 8 check anyway, right? You will go King b4, King c3.
Yeah, now what do you do? Because my threat is b2, b1.
Rook f7.
So King b7 and then, he went King b5, which is also good.
Rook f8, Rook c6, of course. No, still doesn't work because Rook b8, Rook.
Sorry, Rook. Yeah, he played Rook f8.
No, not Rook c6 because the king is closer.
How about King b4 just?
Just King c4 actually.
King c4, maybe King c1. I was a bit
King
worried.
d3.
You're going this way.
King b2, yeah?
Yes, let's keep it clear. No, let's keep this king cut off so that if you give a check, I'll go here. Then I'll come here. Then I'll push my pawn. Then I'll give you a check. Then I'll come out like Lucena and win.
You're actually playing a Lucena position here.
Yes.
In a way.
Yes, it is a Lucena. And so I don't need to actually do much here. It's just clear. Just these pawns are making it a little bit more complicated, but it's nothing. These pawns are just holding each other.
Oh, it's done? Did he resign?
No, move 60.
Why am I again and again falling for that trap?
Should we go to the Masters game between Bartel and Nguyen? This doing well here.
King e3
Bartel.
is important. He plays that move.
So King e3, King g4, Rook b1, g5.
Okay, now you give Rook g1 check.
I was thinking if King f2 is good enough. I think so. It should be fine. King f2.
No, but listen,
So it's
Rook
just
g1
a
check is a mistake. Oh my god.
No.
The bar changed because King h5, Rook h1 check, I thought. Yeah.
It's again gone up.
But why King h5 was a mistake or what? King h3?
King h3, yes.
And then you go Rook h1?
No, not Rook h1. You go here.
No, Rook h1, Rook h6. That was the...
No, but b7 would fall. So here Rook b1. And then your idea is King g2, and maybe this is where you need your king to be. So Rook g1 check was perhaps a mistake.
Oh my god, he gives that again. But this time, Nguyen is not going to repeat.
Amruta, King f2 is the best move as we discussed.
No, but Bartel has gone Rook g1 check. Why is he allowing King h3, King g2 anyway?
No, but because his other option is King f2, which is feeling a bit passive there.
With h5.
Yeah, like h4.
You give Rook king
You are
g2,
bringing your king here.
check, Rook
check, f4, and then you just wait somehow here. Rook b5.
But then he did allow g5, no? Whereas in our calculation, g5 was not happening anytime.
Yes.
That is giving more practical chance, no? If you get g5.
Sure, for sure. And by the way, Thaidaiwan has gone King h3, and he is now pressing this. Actually, he's winning
Rook
this.
b1 played by Bartel, so King g2 is the move which Nguyen needs to find.
King g2 or King g3, both are winning.
You just like King g2 more because there's no Rook g1 check to consider at all.
True.
Oh my god. We thought this would be ending in a draw, but
Yeah, no, we thought that the king coming back is an easy thing, but no, not really. It's not easy at all. So much to learn.
I want to go to a moment where g5 was played, but we can wait. 50 seconds on the clock. Might burn all his time.
You were talking about here, that King g4. He actually got maybe Amruta here he could have played King e3, king g4. Somehow he was getting in this
Rook
move
b4
g5.
check. Rook b4 check was there.
But the king g3.
Oh, anyway, he was getting. By the way, he's played king g3 and king h2. If we go to the live position,
So he goes king g3, check, king h2, rook b1, king g2 now on the board.
this is tough. 3 pawns stronger than the rook here. 3 pawns and the king stronger than the rook.
Yeah, no, this is all about shouldering actually, Amrita.
Yeah, I think
this is the moment where he had to go king f2 and then h4, h5, king
Yeah, how
king
is
g2,
this a draw? I want to
h4,
understand.
check, f4,
And
now
rook b5 after f.
rook b5 is a blunder somehow because
Why?
after check, king here, king h4, g4, g3, it's getting very dangerous like here, and you can't take it because this is hanging, so g3 is coming, so you have to play actually rook. There are many moves here, I mean 2 moves, rook b3, rook b6.
You want to stop f3 or h3?
No, you
here?
can't stop because even if h3, you have to go king h2, you can't take your pawn.
rook b7
But
is
now
the
what you are
problem.
stopping is king h4 because rook h3 comes with a check. And
Okay.
that's how.
If I play
Now you have no moves.
Zugzwang.
Now you have no moves, yeah. And if you could also play rook b6 because then it's the same concept. You go here and king h4, you have this check, very important, and then you come back. So you don't let him progress. But the way in which the game went on, it was like it allowed him to bring his king here and then the pawns started to flow. e2, and yes, f4 is now winning, g4 is winning, h5 is winning, all moves are winning. So for Thai Daiwan, it's now a winning position. But will we see any more twists here, Amrita?
I doubt here because Thai Daiwan knows he can't move the rook. King is limited squares.
And
G2,
all pawns are winning.
So pawns have to be pushed. Only the right pawns. Here I think all pawns can happily be pushed.
Yeah.
Oh, so in a way,
Actually,
Thai
I
Daiwan,
guessed it right, yes?
Yeah.
That Thai Daiwan will win this endgame.
Yep.
So earlier, like when we made
long time
these,
ago, long time ago.
but what I made mistake was I thought Vincent will beat Maksudlu, but that ended in a draw.
I think Maksudlu
And-
also seems like what Anish said for Gukesh. Until the game is over,
Yeah.
you really cannot decide on based on the evaluation bar.
So f4, king f1 has happened.
G4.
Yes, g4 may be stronger. Not h5 because of rook g2. So
H5, rook G2, what's the problem still? King H3, no? Rook G5. You are entering the F and H pawn. But H5, rook G2, king H4, rook H2. And then you again give a check. F5 check.
some echo it seems here. Brother.
I don't know.
Producer ji, is there any echo in our?
No, I don't think so. Because if everybody would have said that.
Okay. F3 played, and now King G1.
By the way, we had an interesting question in the chat. If will Arjun be India number 1? Because today is 29th February, so we will have a published rating list
Yes,
tomorrow, right?
but no, it doesn't get published of the live games, right? So the previous tournament, according to it, I think Anand is still India number 1.
Wow.
Ooh, look at this! Nice
so
move.
pretty. Of course.
Of course, he
doesn't
doesn't
work,
take it,
but
and that ends in a stalemate. But he goes back, King H4, Rook B2, King G3, gaining time on the clock by repeating. Smart choice. King F4, Rook B2, And now he will change the move.
He should only not fall for the photographic draw trick,
No,
like
just
it happened
play
in
h5.
Vikenzi, Gukesh versus Prague.
Yeah, just play h5 Amrita. Or just play g3.
But g3, rook b4 check. Doesn't matter,
king
yeah?
g5, king g4, later I'll come in this way.
But you saw that today Guen was on 0, Vaishali was on 0, and they both are actually. I mean, Vaishali won her game and Guen also
Yes.
is winning. So
So that just shows how strong this tournament is and how strong these players are. Also, not just chess wise, but psychologically. They just.
yeah, because
it's
you could
fine.
be more under pressure about, oh my god, I don't want to be on 0, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. But it's about just not caring about the points. g3 is going to play.
That hesitation, when you are close to winning g3.
Want to make sure nothing is a blunder, especially the stalemate ideas which can happen here. Now Bartel's body language is very clear that he knows he's losing. Also, I think Abhimanyu would have finished his game, right?
I can check. Maybe he's still playing. Yeah, he won. He won with king b4, rook e8, b2, check, and rook b5. Wow.
The endgame is winning. Rook
What a
b5, king
decision
b5,
there.
king c2,
Nice.
kings. Yeah, the king is just entering e2.
Great decision there.
Wow, lovely.
And then just snatching these pawns. Okay, so Abhimanyu wins. Maybe we try and get him. I don't know if it's possible, or we try to get Guen Thaidaiwan here, or we don't get anyone. We'll see.
I don't know. They
Because
might
also
be
the
tired.
players
yeah,
might be
I
tired.
think this is such a long game, so not sure. But he might be able to join for a few moments if at all he's up to it. If they analyze, then I don't think that should be possible. Or also they should analyze such an interesting game. But Bartel would be in a, after such a long game, sometimes when you've lost, it's a little hard. So, king h3. By the way, now you have ideas like rook d8, because even if there is a queen,
Yes.
you have
It's very
a
well
checkmate.
said, Amrita, that this is a threat for sure coming in. So let's say, for example, I wait here,
Rook b1, that's why you would go.
rook b1.
Because
Okay.
you don't want rook d8.
Now I go h5.
Oh, he goes rook b6, but then that's happening, no? Rook
No,
d8.
but anyway, if I go rook d8, I
rook
always
h6
can
check.
come back rook b1. And yes, this is hanging. So first h5 for sure.
Why is he thinking it's like the only move?
No, it's also rook d8 wins actually.
Oh,
Because even
really?
if you give this with a check, I can come out and I'm winning. Check, king here, check, and then king g5 threatening a mate. So yeah, both these moves are winning, rook d8 as well as h5.
He goes h5. Oh, and he resigns. Bartel resigns. The game is over. Guen Thai wins.
Big win there for the Czech player, Guen Thaidaiwan, and he's just saying like there were better ways to defend. But yeah, Amrita, this is a big grind by Guen Thaidaiwan. He didn't give up. This thing, it felt like a draw. With it did say it was
Yeah.
maybe not the best way that Bartel tried to hold there, but
And we once again see how rook end games can become very tricky, and they seem like very clean and clear. Oh, it's very easy draw, but
now
suddenly
I
it
actually
changes.
understand, Amrita, why Vidit was very insistent on actually trying to hold with equal pawns. Because these are sharp end games where you have unequal number of pawns. So what he suggested here, if you remember, after not rook b6, but he said you should go g4.
Yeah.
And his point was that after rook g5 to go
f3, f3,
f3,
f5 to now not care
and
about
then to
it.
play rook b4, because
Yeah.
then eventually you get your king here and you try to win this pawn, and you have 2 versus 2 here, and this is much easier to hold than actually in this race which happened.
Yeah, for sure.
But just
But
to
then
show
he had this
how
choice
to,
with him. It's surprising, right, that you go into such a
Nobody-
imbalanced position.
it's decision making in on the board, and it's always possible to go wrong.
Yeah, time pressure.
So king d, here is how, this was the critical error, right? He went rook b1, not here, this is still okay, and after g5 he had to play king f2 to stop the black king from coming in, but instead he went rook g1, and this turned into the critical error of the game, because then the king shouldered the white king and the pawns just came down like the avalanche there. But if he had gone king f2, in fact the draw was not so tough here after king f2.
Okay,
Because
how?
this-
Because I thought still h5.
Yeah, h5, king g2, we analyzed this.
Yeah, this one.
h4, we saw check, and then when you come here, I go rook b3, very important move.
Yeah, rook
keeping
b3
this.
is very good, and also important what you mentioned is not to take the h3 pawn.
Yeah, no,
Here,
you
you
don't
just
take
go
it,
king
yes.
h2.
Yes, and if king h5 here, there is no real threat. I can go king f3, I can also go rook b5, just pinning you, and this is not possible to make progress. And you can see Bartel just realizing that it was not such a tough draw for him. He's not so happy for sure. Okay, Amruta, time to do, I don't think anyone's, we'll try, okay, maybe we'll see if Yuan Thai 1 comes, but until then, we can have a look at today's results and standings if we can. The results of today were 3 decisive games once again. Wow, we are getting so many decisive games in this tournament, that too.
We have a lot of fighters here.
Yes, there we have the results. Prague losing to Rapport, Yuan Thai 1 beating Bartel, Abdusattorov beating Navara, Vidit and Gukesh drawing their game, and Maksudlu and Kaimer also draw. So these were the results. I believe they might analyze their game a bit, and these are the pairings for tomorrow. Which is your favorite game, Amruta, from this?
Today?
No, this is for tomorrow. Which one are
David
you?
Navara versus Parham Maksudlu is the
Okay.
pair. No, I'm just first
Yeah.
reading the
No,
pair.
this is a fighting game.
Richard Rapport versus Vincent Kaimer. Then we have Thai Dai Van Nguyen versus Pragnananda.
Yeah.
Vidit Gujarati versus Matheus Bartel. And we have Nodirbek versus Gukesh, and of course that is
I
the
think,
game
yeah,
to
that's the
watch
big one
because it all started from the Olympiad.
Yes,
Of course, they
the big
played
rivalry.
before. But yeah, Olympiad, Chennai 2022, everyone remembers that. So Nodirbek versus Gukesh would be interesting. At the same time, who is leading right now? I think.
Yes. So right now, I think Nodirbek and Maksudlu are both jointly leading with 2.5 out of 3. But it is,
If that's the case,
yes, Parham and Nodirbek on 2.5, Rapport and Gukesh on number 2 position with 2 points, Vidit on number 3 with 1.5. We have Prague, Vincent, David, Nguyen Thai Dai 1 on 1, and Bartel now on the last position with half. These are the
Wow.
standings of the Masters section, and guys, I think we should call it a night, Amruta. What do you think?
yes, I do think so.
Maybe we can ask our producer Saab if this is a good time.
No, they'll still
Yes,
intervene you.
let's call it a night. It was a pleasure commentating on this round. It also showed how chess is so unpredictable. Things can go upside down at any point, but I hope you are enjoying it. Do vote for these games at praguechessfestival.com/voting, and we will see you again tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time in Prague. If you are in and around here, do join us at Hotel Don Giovanni. See you all.